the odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
This is where things get interesting, because everybody and their dog play rook to c1 in this position, which is also the move that Wesley so chose when after knight takes d2, queen takes d2, let's say d6. And he plays a very seldomly seen move in this position, the move bishop to e1. Keeping this bishop alive, he's willing to invest in tempo for the privilege, now that this bishop has gone to f6.
he was interested in giving mate. Sadly for him, there is no mate here. King takes b7, queen takes a6, and king c6. And here he must have realized that something has gone badly wrong, because the king is actually doing very, very well in the center here. The knight on d4 is such an octopus that it's controlling so many squares white can give checks from. f3, queen f5, and it becomes very, very obvious that it's not white here giving mate, it is black. So the game is actually going to end somewhat. King h4 now. Go. Ah, no!
That would have been much nicer.
No!
That would have been very cute.
That would have been so much cooler.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to the final round of the Tata Steel Masters. It's round number 13. I'm Jan Gustafsson. He's Lawrence Trent, International Master
Of life.
of Life and Chess.
Analyst.
Analyst.
That's the title they gave me, you know?
Wow, you're showing some skin there today. I didn't even look at you because we never look at each other.
Yeah, I'm
Now
wearing my jacket.
all-
It's just so hot in here, no?
Can't stop. You're with a short sleeve shirt?
Yeah, that's all right.
Wow,
Is that
who
fine?
knew?
Is that good?
I don't know. I think
Pepe Cuenca style, you know?
it's beautiful.
I'll put the jacket on for anybody.
No, it's
who's
fine.
offended.
It wasn't meant as a criticism.
Oh, wow.
Why would anybody be offended?
I don't know.
But you will put the jacket on if anybody's offended?
No.
What if people just say they're offended? I hear that's a thing, like fake outrage.
Yeah, that's common nowadays. Round 11, round 13.
Well informed. There's a bunch of dudes still in the league. We just saw the thing.
Yeah.
I think the thing is the term. And a bunch of them play each other. One of them is in the sole lead, however. That's Mr. Wesley So on... How many points does he have? 8? 8 out of 12?
You've got the table.
I know, but I'm
Right.
testing you.
It's
It's
8,
8.
yeah.
Magnus Carlsen, Levan Aronian, Wei Yi all have 7.5. Can still catch him. Let's check out our Paringos. Who does Wesley play? He plays Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has not had a great tournament. But Wesley's black. Who you got?
I've got a draw on this one. I don't see Wesley blowing it in the final round. He's just going to be rocky solid, and I think he's just going to accept the fact, well, if somebody catches me, so be it. I don't think he's going to go all out for the win, because an equal first. Will there be a tiebreak?
I don't know such things. Historically in Vike, they've never done
No,
tie breaks,
but-
but they've just shared first
But
place.
you know what? I've got a feeling there's a tiebreak.
No, I don't think there's a tie break.
No, do you know why? I saw... Perhaps you could confirm that in the chat. Taye tweeted something yesterday about tie breaks, and it didn't make sense that he tweeted that. So we will double check that. I will double check that while Jan goes through the rest of the pairings.
Please do. Well prepared, as always, for the show.
Yeah.
We'll look at some other pairings here. Andrekin is playing Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian had a good tournament. The 4-time Vike winner is facing Dimitri Andrekin with the black pieces, who's had not a great event, I believe. 10 draws, 2 losses. Respectable result, of course, but probably not what he had in mind. Levon with the black pieces has not been as lethal as with the white pieces, but he has to win in order to have a chance for tournament victory. So that could heat up. And then we have a little known matchup. Some people might have seen a game or two between these guys. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, versus his former challenger, Sergei Karyakin. They might know each other a bit.
Just to interrupt, Aram has confirmed there is a tiebreak for
Oh.
the first time.
Wow.
So I don't know how that works. Is that after the round? Is that tomorrow? When is that, though? Perhaps you can let us know, Aram14 in the chat, when that is scheduled. Because that puts a different spin on things.
Not really, though. First you gotta catch Wesley, then you worry about anything else, because Wesley So is half a point in front of the competition.
True.
Jack 17 is saying, go Levon. Go misspelled Nepomniachtchi. Everybody has their fans. Speaking of everybody has their fans, Anish Giri is facing Pavel Ilyanov, who had a heartbreaking loss against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Fell out of contention. Not Anish's event. I've been quite critical of him for his
15 years.
his 15 years.
15 years is a... No.
For his lack of finishing. He's gotten a lot of good positions. He's played very exciting games in my book, but he just doesn't get the job done.
When you do the business, you've got to be able to finish it off as well. That is part of the...
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
When you do the business, you gotta be able to finish it off. I don't even want to know what that means.
It means that Anish, if he's going to really start challenging the absolute top few spots, he's got to start winning more games. Simple as that. Tiebreak is going to be played since...
That's a lie. Don't listen to our boy Conte Yellow.
Okay.
People are expecting a tiebreak, but it's never easy to win a game. 3 guys can still catch Wesley, as we said. The third is Mr. Wei Yi. Fantastic tournament for the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy, who's facing Radek Wojciechek with the white pieces. First game ever between those two. But Wei Yi's had a very hard punch with white. But against Radek in the Bishop G5 Night-Off, Radek is one of the best prepared dudes out there. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to put pressure on him. This is not a Van Vele situation where he blitzes out some piece sacrifice and his opponent will think for
Still,
him.
this has got the makings for the most exciting game of the round, actually, because Wei with white, he does like his open Sicilians. Yes, Radic is extremely well prepared, but maybe he can come up with some surprise. You never know that nobody's completely...
I know that. Radic knows everything. You can't surprise him, ever.
No?
That's not true. We've seen Wesley So manage to do it earlier in
Exactly.
Catalan. But with Wei Yi's style, he's a fantastic tactician. If he can catch Radic in the opening, I doubt. He can still win.
Yeah.
Shall we do a very brief round of predictions?
Yeah, sure.
Carlsen Kayakin, who you got?
Oh, God, I want to say draw so much. I've just got a sneaky suspicion Magnus is going to win.
I'm going to go with 1-0 as well. I am a homer. I'm very biased here because I worked for Magnus during his match versus Sergei Kayakin. So I'll predict 1-0.
Why does that make you
Wesley So.
biased?
I'm rooting for Magnus a bit. Yeah.
Is it because you've got like a your baby is also Norwegian, so you feel like allegiance to Norway now?
I'm not sure if it's really that. We'll get into my deep feelings about Norway in a minute. Let's continue our prediction tour.
Yeah.
Wei Yi versus Radek Wojtaszek. What do you think?
I want it to be 1-0 because I love Wei Yi and I think he's brilliant, but I've just got a feeling it's not going to be 1-0. I'm actually going to go draw.
I'm going draw as well. Andrekin Aronian.
Definitely I'm going draw in this game as well.
Me too. Nepomniachtchi So.
Draw.
Me too. We're in complete agreement. Van Veli Hare Krishna. I'm going draw just before you can say draw. I'll say me too.
I'm going to go 0-1.
Wow. And
Just Luke.
that's your
I've just
game.
been hammering Luke for 2 weeks.
Rapport Adiban.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go 0-1. I think Ricky's going to be tilted after yesterday's game.
I'm
And
going
go a bit cray-cray.
1-0.
Okay.
Did we forget somebody? We might have forgotten somebody. No, I think that's it.
We're good.
We're good. Do we have moves? Give us some moves.
We might
Give me
have.
some moves. No moves yet. We're early today.
So there is a playoff, and apparently Talia said there's a minimum of 5 games for the playoff. Will be to date, and time control depends on when the games finish. Wow.
Fair enough.
So
Hard to schedule these things. That's always a problem. Maybe that's why they're starting the first round a bit earlier than usual. Which I haven't.
it's really not
I can't
hard.
recall them doing
It's
that.
never hard to schedule these things. People make it out like it's hard to schedule. It's not. It all depends on money, but it is not actually hard to schedule a tie break. For example, the tie break could be tomorrow, and the day of departure could be Tuesday.
Of course, but then you gotta pay an extra night
right,
of
that's
hotel
what I'm
for
saying, money.
everybody,
It's
and
a
you
money,
might
it's a-
have
It's a
pay
money
people
question.
more because they have to stay another day, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's a money question, but
course.
it's for me, I think moving forward with chess, you've got to, other sports have these things written in the regulations,
Sure.
And we've got to start doing that. It's just,
Do it. We are informed that we forgot Anish Giri. Apologies.
Oh,
I never forget Anish. He's playing Pavel Yanov. What do you predict? I got a draw.
yeah, go draw.
No, actually, let me change this 1 to 1-0. Can I change?
Yeah,
So lots of draws and some wins, maybe.
okay.
All right. We're all set. Rock set. So we can continue discussing, am I a Norwegian homer?
Oh, yes.
I don't know. Norwegians are very patriotic. I'm German, so I'm brought up with Germans. We have weird feelings about patriotism because of the history and so on. So it's hard for me to have any such feelings because we're not brought up that way. It's amazing to me how much Norwegians are into Magnus Carlsen and their national day and their country in general. But it seems like it's coming from a good place. He's a big superhero over there. I spent a lot of time in Norway. And yeah, I quite like Magnus actually. I don't know him well, but I think he's a good guy. He's entertaining. I like the people around him. So I just know him way better than Kayakin and I work for him. So I'm slightly biased rooting for him. It was weird during the World Championship match where I was actually doing some work and then some commentary where obviously I couldn't talk about the work. So that was a little strange. In general, I'm so disinterested and cynical about everything that I don't think me being biased will affect this commentary that much. Normally we openly root for our boy Svidler on this show, but he's playing in Gibraltar, he's drawing all his games, so we might,
We'll watch the
during the
games from
final-
Gibraltar as well, yeah.
final part of this broadcast, go visit them. Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for anybody?
In this tournament or in general?
Both. Let's first go with in this tournament.
I'm rooting for Wei Yi. I like him. I think I like his style. I think he's good for the game.
Do you feel he's a kindred spirit?
Yeah.
I think so too. Wei Yi and you have a lot in common.
He plays open Sicilians. He sacks pieces.
There you go.
And he's,
Except for you don't play open Sicilians, you play some goofy close Sicilians.
that's right.
And you don't sack pieces. But
I blunder pieces.
okay, fair enough.
We're kind of similar in that sense. I'm a big fan of Wei Yi. I'm a big fan of Adiban. I like, a lot of these
You
guys.
like the guys with the enterprising styles. That's your thing.
Not only. I mean, I've got big respect for the other guys as well, of course. But it's nice. They're young. They're fresh. It's good for chess. We see a lot of top tournaments with all the same names and faces all the time. It is...
I enjoy the same names and faces. I just want to see the same guys. I miss the old guys. Where's Anand? Where's Kramnik? Where's Caruana? Where's Nakamura? I want all of the same guys all the time.
Yeah.
Where's MVL?
They're all in Gibraltar.
Not true. Kramnik and Anand are
That's
not.
true.
What are they doing? They have a life now?
They're like
Come
you.
on.
They're family men.
But they're still good.
Um,
Conte Yellow, our boy from Thailand. Why do I keep saying this our boy thing? You poisoned me with the your boy thingy. Says, hey Jan, were you agreeing with the Trompovsky choice for the first game of the match? Radio Jan seemed disgusted. First of all, I often don't agree with Radio Jan. Secondly, I'm not gonna go into details what openings I agree with, disagree with, talked about, worked on. That's kind of goes without saying. I can't elaborate. Schachpirat CH says another Trompovsky for Magnus. Who knows? Maybe he knows because he's watching the game, but I think they have not started yet, have they? Maybe we were misinformed. Maybe it doesn't start at noon at all. Maybe it's 1:30 and we're just sitting here.
must be no.
You don't think so? No. Imagine that. Just you and me for an hour and a half.
Be fine.
I don't know. What will we talk about?
Life.
All right, let's do it. What's going on in your life?
I believe Karpov is in the building in Vike today.
Wow. Do you think he made this e4 move? Or did he make it on Wesley So's board? Because Wesley So's the tournament leader. The d4 move.
No,
No? Neither?
neither.
Wesley So famously defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Olympiad. Nepomniachtchi started with something insane like 7 out of 7. Then he lost to Wesley So, which was, of course, big point for the US securing the gold medal.
Wow.
And we have a Trompovsky here.
We had this position. Nepo had this position against Elyanov, if I remember correctly.
Right, there c6 was played,
Right.
followed by queen b6 and some mockery of Elyanov not taking on b2. He must really believe in this because he's repeating this when he's going to run into obvious preparation. And Wesley So blitzes out the move c5, which, as I pointed out, is the critical choice here. Elyanov, when he was surprised with it, didn't want to go for it, but Wesley's had time to prepare. c5, d takes c5, and I'm expecting just e6.
Maybe e6. Maybe knight a6 is also interesting. Because e6, you do allow e4 and you've got to calculate.
Yep, this is where it's at. Bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
And calculare, one point is always that e5 is met by h6.
Yeah.
And we've only just begun. Things like this, who knows?
But this is very sharp. Might be exactly what Jan's looking for. Yeah, now you can go h4, knight f3 and h4. Very unclear position.
It's a mess.
I was actually wondering after e5 whether you can go queen b6.
Wesley played e6. Who would have thought? Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but e4, bishop c5, e5, queen b6 might be interesting.
Also, maybe you can start with h6 after I'm done bragging about predicting. The point is bishop h4, g5 could be good.
Is that even so clear?
No. E4 blitzed out. They're
Yeah.
going for it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's going to come down to who's the best prepared here. Very interesting. Very interesting.
But yeah, the one thing that I find strange is that Jan repeats this line. If you do it for the first time, great choice. But to repeat this is odd to me. Anyway, wow, this is surprising to me at least. In the Carlsen kayaking game, Magnus goes for the gioco piano. And after bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, castles, he plays his move bishop g5.
He loves that move.
He did the same with the bishop on b5. In the match, right? That's
Yeah,
the
right,
position.
right. He loves this bishop g5 move. It really is his move.
It is his pet choice. I recall a New in Chess article by Anish Giri a while back, where he said every top player has their own specialty / weakness, one thing they really love. And he said for Magnus, it was the move bishop g5 in the Ruy Lopez, in the structure. And here we go again. Conventional knowledge is that bishop g5 is harmless if black has not played d6 yet, because you can go bishop back to e7 or h6 followed by bishop to e7. And then the best white can achieve is an exchange of these bishops, which doesn't do him much good. Black just plays whatever, castles d6, and follows up with whatever he wants. Knight h7, knight h5, and gets a fine position. The sharper way to treat these things is to go for g5 and try to lock this bishop into g3 when the positions can get very, very messy. But Kayakin in the match, once again with the bishop on b5, he chose bishop e7, played very solidly, equalized, but went on to lose that game. That was the key game number 10 maybe?
10 or 11, wasn't it?
I think 10, yeah.
Interesting. So we'll see how Sergei reacts today.
Magnus really enjoys his bishop g5.
Yeah.
Pin.
I hate it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't get it. I don't get like, firstly, you've got to always worry about h6, g5. And then secondly, when they haven't played d6, like you said, they could just go bishop e7 here. And I don't know. Just different levels. Different levels.
Different Levons, because Levon is playing very classical chess with the black pieces against Andreikin. They played a Slav. Levon seems to have prepared the Slav. He played it against Wojtaszek the other day, did not get a great position, suffered a bit, but made a draw. Here, Andreikin plays a knight f3, e3 system, which Magnus Carlsen also enjoys playing. It leads to slightly quieter lines. White tries to get this bishop if it goes outside of the pawn chain. This is one main line. Knight to h4, the other is bishop g4, and you normally try to chase this bishop. You can take here, very solid, or you can go here, this is the main line. Tell white, okay, you can have this bishop, but at least weaken your kingside structure a little bit. They often do this. I'm curious to see what Andreikin has in mind here. cd5 is another move, I believe.
Yeah, cd5 is...
When after cd, you always gotta be careful with your bishop on h5 that nothing bad happens here.
I think after cd5, they often go bishop f3, though,
Correct.
right?
You can take, and now they say, okay, I've wasted tempo taking here, but the structure is determined. I'll go knight c6, e6, bishop d6, short castles. How bad can it be?
Right.
Levin plays the move knight c3. Very nice. Now, Andreikin plays knight c3, e6, g4 is a theoretical main line.
Yeah. And in Wei Yi, wow, look at this.
e4, e5, afraid of the knight, or
Told you, buddy.
he's got a reputation.
He's like, do you know what? I just can't be bothered to have to calculate. He had to get up earlier this morning. He might be tired. He might just be thinking, right, Wei Yi's going to play bishop g5. I have to look at a bunch of lines. I'm too tired to go over my notes. He's just going to sacrifice pieces against me. I just don't want to do it. I'll play something. And then Wei Yi, he's so up for it this morning. You know, he's like, I'm going to get an open Sicilian. I'm going to get a knight off. Then he sits down and he faces this and he feels a bit sick, having looked at all of his knight off stuff. There's zero chance he looked at e4, e5. But
I'm not sure Radek did it earlier in the tournament. It's not a complete surprise, but you expect a knight off.
yeah. Okay, we get a Ruy Lopez.
Classical, not a Berlin.
Yep. We get a classical bishop b5, bishop e3.
Oh, the Marshal. I know a thing or 1,000 about this. Castles pretending to meet c3 with d5, which is enough to scare most people away from it. In the match, Kayakin twice played h3. Wei Yi goes for another main line, 8a4. And bishop b7 is a possible move, but after d3, people argue this bishop is a bit misplaced. Therefore, the concession that is more popular to make after a4 is to play b4, giving up some light squares, but saying, I want this bishop on this diagonal. b4 also gains some space. Anyway, tons of theory here. d3 is a move, d4 is a move, a5 is a move. Wei Yi went for d4, d6, d takes e. Knight takes e5 is possible here, but d takes e is more popular. And knight bd2, all been played.
Yeah, and now a move Peter Svidler likes, bishop to c5 here.
If it's possible, activate that dude.
Yeah, and queen e2, with the idea of going knight c4 and avoiding the queen trade. And this has all been seen many times.
It's all theory. The typical black moves include h6, queen e7, rook d8 in one order or another. Then he either wants to follow with bishop e6 or with knight to d4. There are some lines where black goes, let's say, h6. This bishop goes here. This is the standard white plan, bishop c4, knight b3. Black puts his queen on d6. I think Peter's done something like that. There's also sometimes ideas with knight h5 opting for the f4 square. But often this is like fake news because this knight doesn't really generate an attack. And it's a bit dangerous to give up these squares in the center. So knight h5 you have to be very, very careful with.
Okay, interesting. And apparently, in the Rapport game, we got another Trompowsky.
Oh, this is a funny line. I
This
know
is a
this
great
line.
line.
Wow, this is a typical Rapport Adiban line.
This is great
funny.
stuff.
d4, knight f6, bishop g5. First of all the classical dudes play d5 or a6 nowadays. But c5 is very much a legal move.
It really is.
People don't play it. I'm not even sure. Bishop f6 or d5 are the main moves here. But Rapport, of course, blitzes out knight c3. He enjoys knight c3 setups. Going for Bizarro Sicilian. Takes.
Yeah, I've had a few games in this, and it can get very interesting. Yeah, it takes his...
First thing, black can play d5
Right.
here if he so chooses,
Right.
which is a very solid move.
Yeah.
But takes,
Good
takes,
take.
knight c6, queen h4 is a point. And you want to go long castles, e4, f4, and just wipe black off the board.
Indeed.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Adiban played e6. That's definitely one way of doing it. You can just ignore all of this and go queen a5 here. And after castles, play d6 with a very quick bishop e6, rook c8. And you claim that if you allow me to play knight b4, who's checkmating who? It's
Well,
not...
the white's checkmating black. I'll go a3 and check.
Yeah, you can go a3. There are lots of ways, but e6 is obviously one very sensible way of meeting this. Castles and bishop e7 and e4.
I've had games here. d6, f4, h6, queen e1. Oh no, that can't be true. d6, f4, queen a5, queen e1. I'm sorry. h6, queen e1 would be a bit of a mistake.
I was going to say, that is a novelty of the year. No wonder they got you over to Gregero. Let him drink his coffee, folks. Let him drink his coffee. No, but one interesting line is that after like h6, knight f3, one idea here is
Rook
to-
g8, is that your style of play?
It's a good
Yeah,
move.
it was coming.
It's a very good move.
Looks strong.
Actually,
Threatening HG.
bishop f6, queen e1 is all well-known stuff, I believe, right?
Of course, it's all in the book.
What book?
I don't know. Play the Trompowsky.
Right, by Richard Pert?
I don't know if it's in there. I've
Um,
actually read about this line, I believe in a Spanish book, old book, or wasn't old when I read it, by maybe De La Villa. I think he wrote a book
Yeah,
in
he did.
Spanish
He
about the
did. He
Trompowsky, where I
Big
think
Tromp
this was
expert.
covered.
No, this is going to be a really fun game, actually. This is going to... This ain't going to be a slow burner, this one, believe me. It's...
This is chess, not checkers.
yeah.
A6 says you do your thing, I'll do
No,
mine.
but now
then
you've-
we'll count in the end.
No, surely not.
Why? This is what's going to happen. I'm telling you.
EF,
GF,
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 knight e4,
FG,
FG,
D5.
knight f6, and this
Take
is
it.
fine.
I don't know.
King b1.
Yeah. It's a
Looks
mess.
gorgeous for white, no?
I think so, maybe. Boom, boom, boom.
Looks like an awful Sicilian for black to me. I mean, could be. I mean, it's
Where
not.
can I improve? Can I improve?
No.
Maybe not. No.
I don't
Takes,
think this will
takes.
happen. I don't think black can do this.
Maybe D5 was wrong. Maybe it's just bad.
Yep.
We will never know.
I've played a lot of these positions.
Oh, what happened? I know what happened. What happened when you played these positions? Do you crush people?
Yeah.
Can't go h6? No, I'm not in time. Knight f3. Maybe you're right. It's just bad.
Yeah. I don't
So
think he's
what's
going
the
to
point of a6 then? F4? You move?
Yeah, I think a6 feels a bit slow to me. Because the problem is d6, e5 anyway is very unpleasant for black because of this pin. So, you know, in these variations, it's when white goes for such a direct attack, for me it's very important for you to take a bit of time and really work out whether this is, you can afford to play such.
But it's reasonably well-known theory, especially if you go to c5, you've looked at 3 knight c3.
For sure.
So Adiban must have something up his sleeve. I liked his explanation when he played the Scandinavian Gambit against Carlsen.
What did he say?
He said, I played normal openings for 2 games in a row. I felt it was time to play some nonsense again. Maybe he feels it's time to play some nonsense again.
Well,
a6,
against-
f4, b5. I don't know.
Feels a bit. Yeah, I'm not completely convinced. Maybe he's going to go queen a5 here. Is that legal?
Why would you wait to move with
I don't know.
a6? Still e5, no?
Yeah, e5, knight g8.
Knight g8?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not going to be able to do it. What do you want, f6?
Yeah.
So sick. Nah, you're not allowed to play like that. Even takes wise better.
Knight g7.
Knight f3.
Okay, b5. King b1. Yeah, knight e4 is coming. Bishop b7. Oh, yeah. I wanted to go knight b4. Knight
No.
f5 first and then knight b4.
But
That's winning.
will you do it?
I might get away with it. I don't know.
I doubt it. You might.
I do.
You do?
Anyway, the
Anyway,
point is,
it looks
yeah,
horrible.
it looks a bit sketchy. It looks a bit sketchy.
Itchy and sketchy.
Was Caruana's game drawn yesterday? No, he managed to grind out a win. Typical Fabiano style. So he's on 4 out of 5.
Not too shabby.
It's all right.
You want to take this one? This looks like your kind of
I've had this position. Do you know how many times I've had this in real games?
8 times.
0 times.
Ah, okay.
But I know a lot about this.
Please share.
In this position, after castles, we've seen this position at least twice in the tournament, maybe more.
Twice.
Yeah. And after knight
Both in
e4,
the rapport games.
yes. We've seen the move bishop d2, the main
Twice.
line, twice.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6, and then
And
we've
Aronian
seen
had this weird bishop e1 novelty.
interesting idea. However, queen c2, played by Anish Giri.
Solid move.
Decent move, attacking the knight. Some
I've done
black
this.
players would play f5 here. Reasonable move.
95, you probably resign now.
95, and you might resign. Right. So they always take on c3. After which b takes e3 is not a good move.
Correct.
So you take back with the queen, and black decides to develop his pieces in a very sensible way.
Yeah. You have less space, but you've exchanged one minor piece. It's very hard for white to get anything going in the center with these bishops. Well, if you exchange them, then black takes, and he's supposed to be solid enough with just 2 pucks of minor pieces left.
Right.
Well, if you don't, it's hard to prepare e4. Sometimes they try a move like rook e1, which is often met by bishop to e4, just physically blocking it.
Right.
And then there's some slow plans, bishop f1 or bishop h3, tending to go knight d2. Knight d2 and e4, but it's all a little clumsy, and black normally manages to develop some counterplay. So I'm curious to see how this goes. Anish, for starters, just went b3, bishop b2. Not really intending to checkmate here, because d5 is met by bishop f6. But, you know, just finishing development.
Right. Normal
And
game. Ah, Ricky played knight
Ricky
f3.
played knight f3. No need for f4. He can threaten e5 anyway.
Quite
It's just
like knight
reasoning.
f3, actually.
Makes sense, because d6 you get e5 anyway. I was curious, however, if I can go queen a5 now, just to stop this.
You can. And you should.
Can I?
Let's see.
Looks like a good move to me.
Probably why I should go bishop c4 here.
Bishop c4, so sick. You want to sack some pieces? Some knight d5s?
Of course. It's the first
Ooh.
thing I'm looking at. Probably
Looks dangerous.
looks very strong.
Yeah. Bishop c4, but now I can maybe just play d6, no?
Nah.
Develop some pieces.
Nah.
Nah? Not gonna be able to do it? Okay.
No, d6 is perfectly reasonable. Then you can maybe go rook he1.
Sure.
Just bring all your pieces
You
in.
know.
Knight d5?
Again?
Of course.
So
Don't
aggressive.
you play the Sicilian?
Never.
This is losing. Knight e5 and rook e5 is winning.
It's winning?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. So what can I do against this onslaught then? Nothing?
It's just
Just
resign.
game over?
Yeah. It's just a bad Sicilian.
Brutal. h6, knight d5?
No, then you've got to be careful of knight d5 here. Even this is probably good
Who
for
cares?
white, yeah, this is very dangerous and right up Rapport Street.
Do you think they have a Rapport Street in Budapest?
Right, probably.
Rapport Ucha?
Right, very good.
Spent a lot of time in Hungary.
You did.
Yeah. Fantastic food.
Great city.
Love the food.
Goulash.
Anything. Really anything. Hungarian cuisine on game.
Did Roger Federer win? Oh, it's the 5th set in the Australian final.
Wow. That's why no one's watching.
Yeah. That's it.
Lukey boy is playing it nice and slow today.
Lovely.
Luke with white in a nice Catalan. Much better player than Luke with black and not so nice Najdorf. There you go, Lukey. And this line that Harry chooses, Bishop c6, I think we've seen yesterday in Deach's game against Topalov, was it? This is supposed to be good for white as far as I know. And knight e5, knight c6, I've never seen. I don't get it, to be honest with you. After knight takes c4, just looks nice for white, but I'm sure Harry has some point. Because here, if white just stabilizes knight c3, castles e3 or e4, it looks fantastic.
Looks great, no?
So what is his idea?
I don't know. Make some moves, see what happens. Sometimes.
Ulica Rapporta in Budapest.
Yeah.
And the theory battle
Ooh, baby cakes.
is in full swing in the Nepomniachtchi Wesley So game. DC, e6, e4, h6 wasn't he played. Bishop h4, and he didn't go g5, but starts with d takes e4. I think the idea is to play queen e2, short, long castles, knight takes e4. Just checkmate, you know? That's what I would do. It's my style of play.
And so what's wrong? Okay.
You can also try this, maybe.
Queen a5 check. Oh, okay, yeah.
No, I'm just showing.
Mate.
Jaque mate.
But queen a5.
Queen a5 check is a bit of a problem. Because if you go c3, now I can take. Got you all in check. If you give this check, if you take, it's checkmate. But you don't have to take. Could do this. Therefore, queen a5 check is a worry. You probably would have to go here, whatever takes, knight takes, bishop c5, and black is perfectly fine. Hence, maybe this, or this, and then this. I don't know.
Very unclear. Who knows what's going to happen? Anything. Well, maybe some people know what's going to happen. Some people high above.
Some people high up the food chain.
Higher up the food chain, right?
In the Magnus Carlsen game versus Sergei Karyakin, after bishop g5, Karyakin decided, you know what, Magnus? This is not the World Championship match. I don't have to play super safe. I'm not defending elite here. I don't have to go bishop e7 and play your little game of equal position where then you try to shuffle the pieces around and outplay me. This time it's business. d6, knight b2. I might go for h6, g5.
Yeah.
But Magnus, by not castling, is saying, you know what? If you go for this stuff, I might not castle ever, but might do something like, oh no, knight f1, queen d2, long castles, h4. Go for it. Not your...
You can also go knight e5.
I might have blundered. I was mainly illustrating.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, this is always a tactic you have to keep an eye on. Knight e5, queen h5. Sometimes this works for black, but here it looks like it's just good for white.
Agreed.
So you can't go knight h5 just yet. Good point, actually. This is another plan they sometimes play.
Yeah, but with the king still on...
With the king on here, it's
I
different.
like, yeah. It's a bit...
h6 played. Bishop h4 will happen.
100%?
Yeah, I think 100%.
Not 99.99998.
I know a lot of people that would play h4 here, but they're not playing in this tournament. Would you play h4?
No.
No. Boom. That doesn't quite work. And also the problem with moves like h4 is they're not forced to take, even if takes is bad here. You still have to do something about it eventually. Therefore, Magnus Carlsen played bishop h4 and g5 blitzed out. Bishop g3. The drama shall continue. Hang on, does this actually work? No, this doesn't work. You once again Jedi mind trick me. There is this typical trick here. Buka.
Okay.
You seen this trick?
Yeah. King g1.
Okay, bc6.
We're in exchange down, are we?
Yep.
Queen h5.
Come on. Let's not discuss this position further. Do you want to discuss it further? No.
You're just going to go queen f6, queen g7, right?
Yeah, king g7. I'll go here. Okay, let's discuss it further.
Yeah. Yeah, not
No,
enough.
it doesn't work. No, this is a typical tactic with the uncastled king's bishop f2.
So knight h5, huh?
Yep.
Okay. So we go knight f1 or something, or you want to go knight f4, do you?
I do want to go knight f4.
Knight e3.
Yeah, this is
Tricky.
This is where it starts.
This is where the action begins.
Where it all begins. There's also always these weird options, but here, I don't know, I like it for black. Once again, changes a bit that white hasn't castled yet. Very non-standard stuff. Then again, fairly standard stuff in Magnus's world, because he loves this bishop g5, bishop h4. Very often people don't call him out for it, don't go d6, h6, g5. But today, Kayakin's going for it.
I'd play h6, g5, show him zero respect.
Wow.
Wouldn't you?
I'd play it after careful consideration, and
Oh!
wow, we got liftoff. He does take on g5. Fireworks.
Let's go, baby.
Here we go. I'm always very scared of this, but I always thought serious players never think this works. hg, bishop g5, king g7. Wow.
Queen f3.
Queen f3, king g6. Can I go king g6?
Nah.
What do you do? h4?
H4, yeah. King g6 is...
That's a normal move.
Not when rook's still on h1, surely. Can't be.
Yes, sometimes there's this tactic.
What's the tactic?
Bishop f6, queen d7.
Eh? h5 and
Yeah,
queen
it doesn't
g3?
work.
This is just losing.
Yeah, king g6 does feel wrong here. Should I defend this? I'll defend it. Rook h8, show me the money.
You won't defend this.
Nah, probably not. Queen
I mean,
g3.
queen g3 might just be 1-0.
Knight h5.
Queen g3, knight h5.
Why not?
Wow, that's so sick. Okay, not queen g3. Let's go back. Feels losing. Any old move. Knight f1. Wow.
I don't like this
No,
move.
no, this is
too much.
This is too much. I mean,
Yeah,
just
king g6 is a little sick.
it's,
I'll admit that much. But wow, Magnus.
He'll go king
showing some
g7,
homework.
that's for
No,
sure.
King g7 is what he always does.
Queen f3, and then maybe he wants to go queen e7.
This is another maneuver
Yeah.
that is sometimes played knight d8, knight e6,
Right.
or bishop e6, just
Right.
to neutralize the pressure. It does look dangerous.
Knight f1. And knight g3, knight h5, kommt, yeah. Kommt gleich. Is
Yeah,
that
you don't have
correct?
time for this.
Is that correct, German?
Yeah.
Wow, we got fireworks. This is what everybody wanted.
Absolutely. And it's not very Magnusian to sacrifice a piece out of the
Really
opening.
not, yeah.
Really is going for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. And 1 second. This. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here, but this takes
White's a pawn up. No?
it's just an extra pawn for white.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
No, for sure you can't.
I know the position with the castled king and the knight still on b1.
Right.
There it's supposed to be fine for black, but this h4 and the
Yeah.
rook being behind it adds a new
I
dimension
think
to it.
Kayakin, I don't like it.
You think Kayaki mixed something up?
Very possible. Maybe he's going to play knight b8 here.
Nah, that's too slow. I like the idea, but it feels very slow to me. Maybe though. And if white just, I don't know, continues his
Yeah.
build-up, looks insanely dangerous.
I think another idea is actually to go d5 very quickly.
d5?
I don't know.
You can just take, no?
Yeah, and bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. We do have 3 pawns now, though. Even
Yeah.
if after takes.
Yeah, but
I
I'm-
don't know. Wow, such a position.
Knight e7. Okay. Looks very unclear to me, no?
It is. I think I'd take white. Knight f3. It's a mess. King g7, maybe queen h5. Was, oh no, but I like queen
King
h5.
g7. King g7 is good.
Yeah. We do here.
Where's
Very interesting.
Where's the queen going? Back to f3. So,
Nah, it's going here.
so no, knight g6 I was thinking. Oh, you're going to just go knight e3, yeah? Does that work?
Why not?
Knight f4.
Home.
Home!
Yeah, I'm not sure I've outdone myself.
Wow. Again, all very interesting stuff.
And we're being informed that Houdini 501 or it says +1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
could be.
Sergey has mixed something up. Let's
Could be.
confirm that. We have our little own engine bar here. We haven't used the computer yet, as you can probably tell by all the piece blundering by yours truly. Yeah, computer is very excited about white's chances, so Sergey just mixed something up. So weird.
Yeah,
Because you have the safe option. Like this
course.
is very, very safe.
yeah.
Something like this, and nothing ever happens.
Agreed.
It's not just that safe, it's equal.
So sick.
It is odd, right? Sergey, yeah, he's struggled with forgetting his preparation against Wei Yi as well. It's odd. Like, he must have looked at all these things in so much detail for the World Championship match, but things don't go his way with the black pieces. St. Peter says, yes, Magnus knows what he's doing. And it's so weird that this would get allowed. Anyway, nice homework by Magnus getting this in.
Fabi just tweeted.
Wow, he's up already?
Of course. Kayakin must be in a very charitable mood.
Ah,
So that means he's looked at this as well and just concluded this is probably winning for white.
oh, the computer says +1. Oh, this is sick.
We never get this against anybody. Like, how could that? Like, I don't know. He runs good. He runs pretty good.
Yeah, he does run good. Queen e2 has been played by Nepomniachtchi. As expected, he's just going for very quick
I
onslaught.
like
here.
it.
It's today is your type of chess is being played everywhere. 2 Trompovskis, some piece sacrifice on
My type of
g5,
chess,
like it's
aka real chess.
real chess,
Right.
real people.
I was looking
No
at
script.
I was looking at Queen A5.
Do you think top chess is rigged? Is it all scripted?
Yes.
Is it like world wrestling entertainment?
Yes, but more rigged. I quite like castling long here
You do?
because
I
I'm
figured you were thinking about something weird, but this is insane,
okay,
no?
bishop F6,
Wow.
Queen B5 check.
What are you doing?
I'm just a maniac.
You are a
She's
maniac.
maniac. Yeah, take on E4. What's the big deal?
No. A big, fat, looming check here.
King D2, no problems. This is my day. Look, you have a day off. Okay, you go have a nice cup of coffee next door, Look at your Catalans.
I'll lean back. I'll just let you explain everything. Here, Queen F3.
White's going to win this game.
It looks like it's already good for White. Sergei must have mixed something up.
insane.
With castles instead of knight d2, it's playable here. I wasn't kidding about this king g6 defense, but it's without the rook. But just to elaborate on things I've seen.
Okay, yeah.
Can't believe the things I've seen.
Here I can believe
I've
it.
seen something like this, Queen F3, King G6. That's what I'm saying. That's still losing. I can't remember a thing.
Anyway.
I've seen something like this.
Yeah.
Not sure if this is historically accurate or if it's alternative facts.
Not King H5, Jan? I mean...
Something along those lines, and you're fine. You gave the piece back. But none of this is going to happen. Black is just in trouble. As confirmed by Mr. Caruana's tweet. Let me find it, because I follow the Fabster. I don't follow you. That's not true.
I don't follow Fabian.
You don't?
No. Like, I should be rooting for him, right?
Why?
Well, he's my boy.
I don't know. I don't know how this relationship works.
It's beautiful. I'm seeing him tomorrow.
Wow, you're going to Jib?
Yeah. Got some stuff to do.
What are you going to do there?
A few bits and bobs, as they say.
Bits and bobs?
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate? Or
No.
is it a secret mission?
Secret mission. It's
I
a holy
see.
mission.
There you go. Fabiano Caruana saying Karyakin must be in a very charitable mood.
100% he's analysed this to the end as well, Fabi, in this Italian.
A lot of these top guys, they spend some time looking at the Italian, right?
Probably thinks it's losing. So
Absolutely.
In the Pomniachtchi game, very quickly, I do just like castles long as I'm just really mentally ill.
You are mentally ill.
Maybe you can do this first. That's the only thing that would...
Horrible move.
Queen
Pawn
B5.
is saying.
Queen B5 check.
But that's not your
No, but...
brand of recklessness anymore. This is just a bad endgame.
Pawn
This
down,
is not
yeah.
what you want.
Yeah, maybe... maybe you take on F6 and then castle long. Okay, let's try it that way round.
Let's...
Castle long.
What's this weird obsession?
I don't mind you taking on A2 because I have...
I won't take that.
Okay, Queen B5.
We got this position before, right? I
Yeah.
can't remember how it proceeded. Knights. I don't know. Almost look.
Knight E4.
Why are you so happy? Okay.
Wow, you want to... you, you're not scared about Knight F6, clearly.
I'm very scared. But I have Queen A1 followed by Queen A5 check. That's my way out.
Your way you?
That's my way ye. My way ye right there.
And what's this ending like?
I have no idea.
Better for white, no?
Yeah, it's crushing.
Something like this is going to happen.
I don't know. Long castles is too sick for me.
What's... It's just really natural.
What's going on? The Hawk is saying
The Hawk!
last round of the European Champs maybe. Needed a win as black to qualify for
Who's
World
this?
Cup.
Oh, the
This
Hawk.
is Jonathan Hawkins, but I'm not sure what we're talking about. What are we talking about? Last round of Euro Champs?
Okay.
Need a
I'm
win as
sure
black.
the Hawk will elaborate. Let's just ignore this game. You know,
You want to
it's-
ignore this, but if Levon wins, he can still
we'll come to
join
it
the
if
conversation.
if it gets heated up because you know this is a typical Slav pawns blockaded position, Jan's kind of position.
It's beautiful.
You know,
A3 to stop bishop b4, which is often a typical idea here. And g5, also very typical. Before white gains space by going g5 himself. Black fixes the pawn structure, bishop g2. Now you have to find a home for this bishop. The most common way to play is bishop d6, sometimes followed by king f8, king g8. But Aronian has a new idea, or at least new to me in store. Goes g6, queen f3, a6. It's like Capablanca taught us. Exchange one of your bishops, put all the pawns
right?
on that square, and then wing it.
Agreed.
How excited are you about this game on a scale of 0 till 1?
Yeah. about that
Here's
episode.
another position for you.
Yeah, my boy.
Juanito discussing the subtleties of the anti-marshal with Radek Wojtaszek. As mentioned, queen e7 and h6 in one order or another will often be played. Bishop b3, not as common as setups with knight b3, but also very typical setup. The bishop vacates the c4 square. Here, black has to decide. I do believe that I did a video series on these new trends in the marshal on Chess24, so you might want to check that out, because there I gave some computer lines.
Wow.
It's exciting stuff. I can't recall what I gave. Bishop e6 or rook d8 maybe? One of those. I think I gave rook d8. I had some deep point. Probably it was a computer's first move, was my deep point. Anyway, it's supposed to be teeny bit better for white, but if black knows what he's doing, he's not in grave danger here. Why would he? It's
I like the maneuver here when you go bishop e6, the bishops are exchanged, and you go.
right. This is always a theme later on. This pawn could be weak, but so could this pawn. But yeah, this often happens. Bishops get exchanged, and even this rook sometimes, because the other keeps an eye on the pawn. Anyway, it's still all theory. In the Luke game, I'm still very curious. Does this make sense, Harry? This looks odd. Looks very odd.
Might just be a bluff.
Even bishop d2 looks very nice for white. I don't get it. But Luke went knight c3 and Harry went knight d5. Not really blitzing out his moves. It just looks bad for black. Harry's openings have been
Worse than
strange.
mine. No.
Yeah, they've I don't know. He's a fantastic player and he's been escaping left, right, and center, but his openings have not been up to par in this tournament. Even queen d3. I don't know. If white manages to consolidate, black is far away from challenging the center. He's just way worse. There's no direct play here. It's very confusing to me why Harry would do that. Maybe he was surprised by the Catalan and he just decided to wing it. Or he mixed up his moves, because after 95, bishop c6 is a main line.
Maybe he accidentally touched his knight
just
on
went with
b8.
knight c6, thought it was going to be taken. I don't know. Or he thought this was the line, knight d7, queen d7, e3. But it's not. You gotta go bishop c6 if you do this.
It's quite well known. I mean, even I knew that.
No, but sometimes you have these brain malfunctions early in the morning. No, he must suffer. Maybe he's pretending it's all part of the plan. But it's not. It's just bad.
Okay.
All right.
Wow, Ricky Rapport.
He didn't
Put
go
that
queen
thing
a5.
on d5.
He went queen c7. Also clever move.
Yeah,
you want to go d6, but you don't want to run into e5.
Right.
So he starts with queen to c7. I like this move better than queen a5. Just didn't see it.
No,
Because now your plan is maybe less dangerous.
Yeah, it's less dangerous. 95.
Bishop d3 looks slightly clumsy, does it not? d6, rook e1. I understand why it's fully developed, but it's hard to see how you break through. This doesn't seem to be there. This is not there.
Probably b5 here with black.
b5 or a tighter move like this. Even this. Just empty gesture, but to see how you react.
Yeah, now not having the pawn on f4, you're kind of a bit annoyed with white. You'd love that pawn on f4, but
Right.
feels as though Harry is...
Rappy.
Rappy. No, Harry. Addy.
Ah.
Addy Ban. He's
Do you
found-
think When Harry Met Rappy could be a best-selling comedy?
It could do, yeah.
I agree.
It was a bit of a comedy yesterday, that's for sure.
That's actually true. Yeah. Wow, that was a weird game.
This is the weirdest game.
Mm.
Do you ever look at their games and think, I could play against these guys?
I did play against these guys. I lost once to Rapport. But he played a normal opening. I felt cheated. He played like d4, c4, knight f3, knight c3,
No.
bishop f4. You can't do that. Come on, Rappy.
Right.
You got a reputation to lose. He played very well, very well. I was very impressed with him. Not sure I ever played Harry. Played Lukey a lot.
Lukey, your boy.
Right.
You ever beaten Lukey?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I also lost once. I think we have a 50% score.
That makes sense.
It does make sense. If you win one, lose one, it's often 50%. I did play Elyanov quite a bit. Never played Giri.
You'd love to play Giri.
No, he'd probably crush me. He's going for this b3, bishop b2, bishop e4. This maneuver I talked about earlier, you want to go knight d2 to prepare e4, but you don't want to exchange bishops. So you have to get out the way. And Pavel is anticipating the events to come and saying, I'm going to get ready for c5. Wherever you want to go e4, I'll be there. Meet it with c5. We'll simplify. And then we'll all go home.
Have a cup of tea.
Have a cup of tea. It's early in the morning. No, it's not. This, I think, e4, this is probably just fine for black. So white has to prepare it a little further. It looks like Pavel knows what he's doing here, hasn't spent a lot of time. And Anish will have to find a way to prove that he's better. Which game are you interested in? The top game, where Sergei Kayakin, as we mentioned, received some kind charity from... No, the other way around. Magnus Carlsen received some charity from Sergei Kayakin as Fabiano Caruana, not preparing for his game in Gibraltar. He's watching Vike, says Kayakin must be in a very charitable mood, hinting that this is good for white, that he knows about that. Or that he has a computer engine that tells him +1.
I'm sure he's probably looking up his notes right now and with a big plus minus.
Shaking his head. Why does no one ever do
Like,
this against me?
it's
Like
true,
3
though.
points, right? That's how you always feel when someone does
but
something.
don't you feel like that? Like, even against... I've been dying to get positions like this in 1e4, e5 all my life. So.
And who would have thought, like 10 years ago, if someone played the Italian against you, you would think, okay, this is kind of a draw offer, this is a lazy dude who doesn't want to prepare. I'll just get my pieces out and everything will get exchanged. And nowadays, it's all the rage at the highest of levels. And Magnus Carlsen gets a winning position in 8 moves with the Gioco Piano against Sergei Kayakin.
It's not necessarily winning yet, but it does look very
well, knight g5, it seems like computers say this is winning. Wow.
So sick.
Especially taking into account that Kayakin spent a year or half a year preparing for a World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, relying on e4, e5. Then he gets this and he's lost.
Guaranteed in the match he would have gone bishop e7 instead of d6.
Yeah, that's what I think. He felt like, okay, he wants to play more fighting chess. He can't win the tournament anyway. But it's just so odd. Nepomniachtchi's preparation. You've been slightly critical of his preparation earlier. Today, it once again doesn't seem super deep. They're repeating this line where he plays... No, sorry. Wesley So plays queen e2, queen a5, and he's taking time.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to castle?
I think there's a chance. Alternatively, he's going to take on f6 and then he can castle. If he doesn't do this, the problem is you haven't got so many legal moves here with white that are fully satisfactory. Like, what do? Do you play take c3? Is that an option?
I don't know. Do you have to take? Can you go c3?
I don't like allowing black to go g5 in a lot of lines and just...
Oh, I'll go away.
Yeah, queen c5 or something, I don't know.
Takes.
Take?
Takes.
Knight c6 and bishop g7, it's just a game, no?
Yeah. But... could be nice for white, no?
Yeah. Possible. Possible. Yeah. I've just got a feeling he's going to take on f6.
But that's very risky strategically, I always feel like. Because
like, let's say...
you give up the 2 bishops and you have to make another move here.
Let's say I go c3 here.
Is that f5?
b4?
Even this. Very double-edged.
Yeah, it's weird, but I'm going knight c4 very quickly.
Not surprised.
If I put a rook on the d4.
Yeah, this is a problem.
So I don't know. I think, you know. And now I go knight e4. Now I go knight e4.
What's the smart way to do this? f5 feels correct to me. Maybe after b4, I have to
you can
be
try
more
queen
daring.
a3, yeah. But then, am I worried about that move?
I think you should worry about it.
Nah, queen
I will
e3.
take. Okay.
Oh, you want to go bishop g7? Yeah.
Yeah, this
Bishop
is...
b5 and knight e2? Is this so scary?
I don't know.
Who's
It's a weird
governing
position.
and who's governing and why?
Je ne sais pas. It's very strange.
Take knight e2.
Gotcha.
Weird position.
Weird stuff. We will never know. Maybe 95 was better.
Even then, just castles.
Sure. Castles. Either side.
Weird.
Very weird. Very non-standard
Knight d4.
things.
There's lots of stuff.
Mm.
I
Oh,
mean,
sorry.
it's just a game, isn't it? It's just... But it is
Just
weird.
a game. Where else is just a game?
Life.
Is life just a game to you?
Hold on. Bishop d7, Birdie.
Good move, I like.
Stick it on d5, lad.
There you go. Mickey8256 says, it's a shame there's 3:51 in the morning here. Wow, where you from, Mickey? Mickey Blue Eyes. Where is it 3:51 in the morning now?
America.
Is that true? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In West Coast, probably.
3:51. Oh, yeah, it's 8 hours. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, might as well get up early. Watch some chess.
No, knight d5 doesn't work here, of course.
Why not?
Just ed.
Edie?
Knight d.
When you say Edie, do you ever think of acclaimed character actress Edie Falco?
No, I'm a big Edie Falco fan, though. I was a big Sopranos.
Nurse Jackie?
Never watched Nurse Jackie,
Me neither.
actually.
Horace and Pete?
No, but I watched every single episode of The Sopranos, so big Edie Falco fan.
I didn't.
Carmela. Carmela Soprano. You weren't a Sopranos fan?
No, I watched a bit, but I don't think I've watched every season. I think I quit somewhere around season 3. I should actually.
Great. My favorite.
Go back
series.
to it.
Yeah.
Wow, you prefer Sopranos to The Wire?
Yeah.
Interesting. What series
Yeah.
could you like? Like Oz? Oz could be like
Oz,
your kind
I've
of
never
thing.
seen.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
What's Oz?
It's one of the first HBO dramas. It's some prison thing. Very gritty, I'm told. I haven't seen it yet.
Bishop e6, really?
Should be 6. Let's work this out. How does white win
Queen
here?
g3?
Already?
Why not?
What's the threat?
No, some nasty bishop check.
Gotcha. I'm not sure about Queen G3. Can we do better? I'm still tempted
I
to
want to
go
also
for...
bring my knight in, so let's go Queen g3 first. Just
Okay.
you have to make.
You want to go this way?
I'm thinking about going that way. The knight is also useful on f3 in some lines.
Right. So what does he want to do? He wants to take?
But now I can go knight c4 and
Sure.
I'm closer, aren't I?
Yeah, it's a
So weird.
nightmare for black.
Knight e3, knight f5 is just no. This is over.
No, knight 3 I'll take. But
No,
still,
after knight b8, knight e3, I take with the f pawn and you lose.
that's probably true as well. No resources? No knight
Yeah,
h5?
you've got a knight h5, queen h4, f6, and then some. Oh, it's so close. So close.
Oh, why don't you go queen g4?
Ah, queen g4, of course. I'm so dumb. Yeah, queen g4. Now the bishop.
f6 check. Take.
Now this is over. Oh, this is just so impossible to play with black. Dude, you know, you look at all of these lines and it just looks losing all the time. Bishop d5 apparently is strong. That
Bishop d5.
that's
a
also
deep move.
that's
That's a
also
nice move. I
really
like
nice move.
Because if takes ed knight e4.
That's a
it's just
Crushville. Bishop d5 is really strong. Yeah.
But let's figure this out. Why doesn't knight f1 work, for example?
No, it could work. But why are we taking?
I don't know. What are we doing?
Okay, let's just try and calm down. Calm down.
All right. I'm calm. I still don't see a thing, but I'm very calm. King g6?
Nah.
You're never a fan of the king g6s.
I don't like the king g6s.
After this, I'm also curious. Can I just go here?
Probably. Nah. I just go back.
Quite an
No, but
effective
I play
check.
knight h. Ah, you want to take here first. That's it. That's an
Two.
issue.
Bit of an issue, isn't it?
This whole position is a huge issue. What is? I'm curious to see what the compy says. It's probably going
Let's
mad
find
now.
out. Knight f1, bishop f2, sicko. But it doesn't work now. It says white is winning after knight f1, more or less. Bishop f2. The point is you have to go king e2. This is computer-infused wisdom, because here
That's pretty cool.
black simplifies.
That's pretty cool, no?
That's pretty nice, but king e2 just wins.
Allowing bishop g4, bishop f6 check.
Cold-blooded, this little compy.
Yeah.
And if this bishop has to move, then knight g3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
that's.
Well, this is believable.
Okay, but go back. So what does it say?
It says h4 is extremely strong.
Knight
It says
f1,
knight f1 is good. It likes bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
But knight f1 is the best move.
Yeah. What's wrong with queen g3? I'm just curious.
Rook h8.
Oh, rook h8. Yeah, rook h8 is a very good response. Even this it likes. It's just winning.
A lot of margin for error here.
It's just like winning. The whole thing is winning. Wow. Roger Federer, now Rafa Nadal, 3-3 in the final set. Sick.
I wish someone would post it a bit more often in the chat. But yeah, this is
would
a
you
shocker.
do this? Like, Sergei's got nothing to gain by it.
No, also he has a solid style, and this h6 bishop e7 or bishop e7 directly matches his solid style perfectly. And it equalizes.
But what I'm saying is, like, the tournament situation, he's got nothing to play for. I mean, he should just, if he makes a draw, he makes a draw. It's a good result, actually.
Maybe that's why he does it, because he has nothing to play for. You know, things, let's have a little fun. And he mixed up. He knows that h6 g5 normally works, but gotta wait for castles. It's just extremely odd. Bishop e6, and Magnus has to figure out how to get the job done.
He could go bishop.
This is a really nice sequence.
He could go bishop d5. That's a Magnus move as well. That's really a Magnus move.
Just
Yeah, it's just that's a. And the thing is, you can't ever get out this pin.
no, you can't even go knight b8
No,
and then knight d7, because now white just cashes in. Maybe this is still the best you can do, actually. Just play this. Takes. I'm not sure white wants this, honestly.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah, I think you don't want to. I think you want to
Knight
calculate.
f1
Knight f1
is
is so natural, like. And this king e2, he can spot.
Of course he can.
I mean, you have to first anticipate that bishop f2 is a move. King f2, knight takes e4 or knight g4, but I think you take the pawn. It's not so clear.
It's on his radar, but it might not be on his radar. It's not always on your radar. Radar.
Do you have a good radar?
Yeah. I've got no feel, but I've got a good radar.
Well, this is what black is dreaming of right now.
Ambitious
So
pawn thinks Sergei will hold. Sergei shouldn't hold this.
I'm not sure. This is not a typical Sergei defense yet.
It's kind
This
of... Yeah. Well, we'll see.
He might just get crushed.
Yeah.
But still, Magnus, since his line is bad for black, he hasn't looked at it in detail. Because once the computer starts saying +1, you say, okay, I got more important stuff to do. I'll figure this out over the board. Should it happen? So he has to think now. The good news for him is every move seems good. Bishop d5, b4, knight f1, h4. Broad choice. But this, to my mind, is by far the most logical. Making use of the fact you haven't castled. When you have to calculate this bishop f2. How does this line go? King g6, h4. This is always the big problem, right? It's h4. It's just so unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to do. What black would love to do is shuffle his knight around somehow, but f6 is always hanging. And you can't break this pin either. There's just, you're not in time. It's just very frustrating to play this. Alright, let's try the comp line. Rook h8.
Knight g3 or knight e3 question. That's also an important question.
Very important. Let's try this. Rook h8 makes sense because you're covering the h5 square. And now king g6. Because it's so hard to do anything constructive. But apparently
h4, bishop g4. No?
this is the trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the trick I was mentioning earlier. I
Yeah.
couldn't get it to work. But here queen d7 works. h5, king h7.
Yeah, that's
Queen is trapped.
nasty.
That is a nice little resource. Still not so easy, huh? Knight f5 is strong.
Holy cow. That's deep. King g5, h4. King
This is
g6,
just
queen
checkmate.
g3, yeah.
Boom.
I mean, how can you enjoy playing this position with black? What sick human being must you be to enjoy having your king on g6?
No one's enjoying this, but you play we all play the hand we're dealt.
Do we?
Sometimes.
I've played other hands.
I know,
that
I know, yeah. You always have an ace up your sleeve.
Right. No, actually, it's a 7 of diamonds I normally have.
Even the 7 of diamond can come in handy.
It really come in handy.
An extra card. Wow, was that my stomach?
It was. You must be hungry.
Wow.
Have you eaten? Let's see what Karpov says about Wesley So. He is very good. Insightful. Did you know that?
Insightful?
Karpov
I didn't
said
know the insightfulness.
Wesley So was very good.
Wow, high praise. Not just good, but very good.
Very good. I mean,
Very nice. What
you
else
ever
is
played
Karpov saying? No, I don't think I have.
Oh,
I once attended a training session with Karpov.
really?
Yeah,
Was it good?
very good.
Yeah. Does he understand chess?
I think he knows a thing or two.
About the Trompovsky and castling?
Nah, he doesn't have a clue about the Trompovsky. I tried to get some theoretical insights out of him.
I don't-
On the c5, knight c3, Trompovsky doesn't know a thing.
I don't trust anybody who doesn't understand the Trompovsky.
I know you don't. Like, what's closer to your heart, the Trompovsky or the
Look
close
what he
Sicilian?
did.
Wow.
I told you, it's the right move. It's the move you
Wow.
play here.
There you go. This is
It's up my alley.
Just
Just
deep Trump understanding.
feel-
It's also a terrible move, but it's deep Trump understanding.
It's a great move.
G5. Now the computer's on, which you can probably tell by the quality of moves.
Maybe you should take first, yeah, but it's the right spirit. Sometimes in chess, it's more about the spirit of the position rather than the accuracy of the moves.
Is that how you feel?
No.
Do you think that's how Wesley So feels about chess? It's more about the spirit than the accuracy of the moves. Anyway, Nepo's really going for it.
So Queen A2, let's have a look here. Let's have a little looky round. Yeah, for a start, Bishop E5 is mildly interesting. Knight B1, Queen A1, Knight B1. You could get checkmated on a good day.
There's also this.
That's a strong move. So if I Knight E4, well, you've analysed Knight E4. No, you haven't.
I haven't analyzed a single thing. But I can spot checkmates
Yes,
when
that's
they
checkmate.
come across. Come along.
And Queen E4.
But that looks terrible, no?
Yeah,
I don't like
doesn't
it much.
feel right, no?
No,
No, this, what are you doing?
have I bungled it again?
Well, your rook's on pre at the end. I don't know what you're doing.
I don't know, I'm just
You just want to go rook g8?
Making
like a
moves.
sicko?
why not?
C3 rook g8? That's not your style.
My style is not to go.
Castle's low.
I don't know what my style is. Knight b7 to avoid the double pawns.
Wow, we just whipped it off on a2 so quickly. I don't like that.
Not even thinking about it.
Why?
You know what? Maybe he knows all of this stuff. You don't think so?
Of course he doesn't.
I don't know. I trust Wesley.
Still might be great for black.
Maybe he's just calculated everything. What is Nepo doing? Like, seriously? You don't know this line? Even though you've played 92 for the second time in this tournament? Then you just... I understand you like the spirit, but it might just not work.
Just all bluffs. All of these top players make you believe that they've analysed everything. There's only 6 players in the world that have done that. Fabiano, Wesley, Anish,
Kayakin hasn't analyzed everything before the match?
even now, I mean, spent €1 million on what? Ice cream? I mean, you know. Fabiano, Wesley, Anish, Vichy, Vladimir Kramnik, maybe, and
Maybe. He's the biggest theoretician out there.
who else? That's it.
Wojciech, but that's
Wojciech.
Vichy.
Vichy and Wojciech are the same person
It's the same
for
guy.
the same argument.
And Adiban. You forgot Adiban.
My boy Addy. Ooh, E5 baby cakes. Horrible move.
What is Rappo doing? What is this? I don't even understand the idea.
I don't understand chess. He's annoyed he didn't... Maybe
He
he's...
forgot F4. Maybe it's a transmission error. And next is going to go FE5. Buka.
No, maybe he just... You know, like in some positions, you just play it as if the position is something different. It's a bit like in poker, like going back to the poker analogy.
Please
you know,
do.
sometimes when you haven't got aces, but you play it like you've got aces.
Right.
And then they call your bluff.
But the difference is, in chess, we can see your pieces.
Yeah, but if you believe it, it's a bit like Donald Trump. Yeah, if you believe in something so much, you convince yourself it's happening.
You convince yourself, but you're not convincing anybody else who can see
cares
the
about
alternative
anyone?
facts of the position on the board.
This is E5
Poker
is
you
just
might,
an
but yeah.
alternative fact.
This is, yeah.
This is alternative facts through and through.
know.
Did I go
What is this
0-1?
move?
I did actually.
You did go 0-1. You're a
That's-
sicko.
Because I knew he was going to do something like this.
What is his point? Like, there must be some method
No.
to the madness. What's his idea? 94?
Knight
Maybe
d4.
this is his idea.
Oh.
I don't get it. Even takes 95. Mr. Richard, what are you up to?
Why didn't you play like this against Jan? You know?
That's true. Why? Yeah, he probably would have crushed me. Anyway, but you feel cheated when he plays normal openings. Like Magnus Carlsen, he must have been so steaming when he went knight f3, b3, bishop b2, c4, g3. Because he's a fantastic player, Richard. He's really, really strong. I don't get it at all.
Ah, he wants to go bishop e4.
Bishop e4?
Yes.
What a weird move. I don't get this either.
And after castle's long, he wants to go rook takes d7.
What are you talking about?
This is his grand idea, because he's the sickest human being.
This doesn't make any sense. This?
Yeah.
Takes.
Yeah, and now he wants to take and go knight e4.
None of this makes any sense.
And take on f7.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he wants to claim an attack here.
All right.
Knight c4 or some weirdness.
Maybe you're right. You've been on point on all these weird choices in the Trompowsky.
Otherwise, e5 doesn't make sense.
Do you think that it's part...
I might have to update my series.
Do you think that Trump signed an executive order that in every chess tournament, every round, there have to be 2 Trompowskis from now on? Is that why they're playing
Yes.
2 of those?
No, he's going to ban the Trompowsky from entering the country, actually.
That's possible.
Who's this Trompowsky guy?
I read that there's a German politician. He's the head of the German-US Relations Committee, whatever. He's been to 40 states, but he was born in Tehran, so he's no longer allowed to enter the states.
Bad for his job, yeah.
Tough luck, yeah. I mean,
Hard job. Well, if he's lacking a job, what's he good at?
I don't know.
Diplomacy
Politics?
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
He can come and work here if he's in trouble.
That's true.
He can
Chess
be-
24, we need a bit more diplomacy. Like, there's a harsh tone. The mean halls of Chess 24 sometimes. Excellent point.
Let's
Anyway,
go on
what
break.
were we talking about? Trompowsky?
Yeah. We can go on.
Why is White lost in all the Trompowskis immediately?
It's good opening.
But White is lost, and I'm not sure if he's lost here, but I don't trust this one bit. How can you castle queenside?
It's a good
Maybe he
move.
didn't like his position, but then you repeat knight d2. The computer says c5. This is the first computer move. dc. Computer says e6. First computer move. You go e4, you blitz it out. Computer says h6. First computer move. Bishop h4. Computer says de4. Actually, computer says bishop c5. Maybe this is where he got confused. Computer says bishop c5 here. But de4, not the most surprising of moves. Queen e2. Queen a5. And he goes for this, giving this pawn. It's so sick. I understand you like the move, and kudos for predicting it, but it's still so weird that now Nepomniachtchi is thinking Wesley So just took it. It's very confusing to me. Anyway, what does White do?
What about knight e4?
He played Queen b5 check. Wow.
That feels awful.
This feels weird, does it, Don? This feels just completely wrong.
What's going on? Put me in there. I want to go and play.
What
Invite
is
me.
this check?
Your own, if you're looking at this, which
Do you
you're
think
not,
this was a bishop? Do you think they're the other way
get
around?
me in there against these guys, your own. I'll give them a good fight.
His point is, after knight b7, he wants bishop c4. But the problem is you're kind of lost. a6.
Yeah, this isn't right.
Oof.
What a gift.
Oof.
What a gift.
This really is not Nepomniachtchi's tournament. And Wesley will just win this game and win the tournament alright. Because Nepomniachtchi decided to self-destruct. And that's what Wesley's been great at. Somebody wants to self-destruct, by all means, give me the point. If you want to play a solid game, make a draw, we'll make a draw. But wow, he's crushing this tournament. 9 out of 13 he's going to have. It's amazing. What's happening?
I'm going to reply to Fabiano.
You want to reply? How happy do you think Magnus is? Taking a little walk and sees Nepomniachtchi allowed queen takes a2, met it with queen b5 check. It's all...
How can queen b5 be the move here? Like, anybody who plays these positions knows, because he wants some craziness. Yeah,
I'm sure he spotted something, some trick.
Like even this, yeah.
He spotted this, of course, but
okay.
even this is bad apparently. Check. Check. King e1, maybe he wants some madness like this.
Yeah, he wants.
He's seen some trick, but
Even
it
here,
can't work.
even
like,
here, knight
all
c3.
your spider senses are telling you this doesn't work.
Even here, knight c3.
It's cute, by the way, because rook d8 is
It's
not a
illegal.
legal move. PC.
No, this is losing.
Yeah, this is a nice trick.
Beautiful.
But-
knight c3.
Seriously, this everything we've learned in our pioneer palaces says this can't be right.
Maybe it's not actually Nepomniachtchi or Sergei Karyakin playing today.
Who do you think
Maybe
it is?
there's some stunt doubles and they're on a very important diplomatic,
Maybe it is Jim Carrey. Like
diplomatic
filming.
mission for Russia in maybe they've had to fly back to Moscow and they've got 2 stunt doubles in there. One of them is Richard Pert.
I'm not following.
No, maybe what I'm saying is maybe it's not Sergei Karyakin and maybe it's not Jan Nepomniachtchi sitting there. It's just some.
Ah, now I hear you. I see. So it's Richard Pert and Nick Pert,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't bungle their games like
No,
that.
they wouldn't. Nick wouldn't play like this.
No.
Nick would last.
Nick would
a lot
just make a
longer.
draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Get on with life. Wow. Anyway, let's look at some lines where White is doing okay. Here he's doing okay.
Even here is unclear.
Yeah, but you don't go bishop d7.
He's never going bishop
You go
d7.
here or here. But
Right.
this move just feels so natural. You block all rook d8 connected trickery. You attack c5 and you ask White, what do you think you're doing? Does he want to go here?
Take
It
it.
all looks like just you're just going to get
Mate,
checkmated.
rook b8, mate.
Rook b8 to rub it in. You could do this. Wow. Madness.
Madness, Carlsen.
Madness Carlsen, how's he doing?
He's doing fine.
How you guys doing? You doing good?
No, he
He
wants
went
to.
b4.
Yeah, he went before.
He wants to make sure the bishop never gets back into
Yeah, it's an
defense.
interesting move actually.
But it softens his queen side a little bit. Not sure it matters.
Queenside is irrelevant.
I think he wants to do
I
some
think he
segments
wants to
like
do
this.
this,
This is
yeah.
his style. We'll see. Let's not write off Karyakin, as Ambitious Pawn said. He excels at defending ugly positions. That's what he does. Cloak and Dagger might be trolling. He might just have arrived. I don't know. He says, greets everyone. Anyone much better already? Yes, Magnus Carlsen, much better. And Wesley So.
How can he just be winning after 8 moves with
Black? Yeah, it's Nepo is really... Well, things haven't gone well for Jan in this tournament.
I mean, he's supposed to be a professional top 10 player, you know.
He is 2-7-67 player. Yeah, it's just odd.
This is just self-destruct.
And especially, I've mentioned this earlier, he's repeating this offbeat line. And Wesley, as he always does, plays the most critical reply. And he just lost after 9 moves. It doesn't make sense.
I don't know what's going on.
Getting some Skype messages from Peter Svidler here, which I can't quote verbatim, but he's surprised by stuff going on as well. Wow.
Yeah. The only normal game is the Levon game, the Wei Yi game.
Yeah, this is normal top level-ish.
Yeah.
chess. White is, yeah, this is still a theoretical position. I've seen this. White is supposed to be a teeny bit better. But my boy, super theoretician Radek Wojtaszek, he's taking his time here. It seems like he's
It's not
that
an
familiar
idol.
with
He's
the
like, hold on.
details.
I haven't got a C file
Hold
to
on.
put my rook down.
I don't think this is a good line for black. I think you're supposed to be better here with white. I've looked at this c5, which is a sick move because you're trapping your own bishop in the middle of the board. But this is the computer move. But it felt very shady. And if you don't do this but go bishop a7, you're slightly worse. Like bishop e3 or bishop d2. This is not what black is supposed to do to equalize. So I'm very surprised by Radek.
But all of this is immaterial because if Wesley So wins in the next 20 minutes,
Nothing else matters.
nothing else matters. Metallica,
Very true.
is it?
Yep.
1987?
No, it's later than 1987. Much later.
1997?
Maybe.
Look
That
it
sounds more likely.
It can't be 1987.
No, it's
It's way too early.
1994 or something.
It might be 94. Yeah, I'm just... Can't be 87.
91, huh?
Wow.
Okay,
That
we're
wasn't so
both off.
far away, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Showing our age there.
Showing our skills.
Nah. Yeah, this is a very confusing round, but the biggest thing, Wesley So, after very limited thought, has blitzed out knight bd7, and he's just winning. He's winning with black after 9 moves. This is odd. Just very odd. I understand Nepomniachtchi wanted to go for the kill. He hasn't won a single game in this tournament yet, which is of course very unsatisfying for him. But you can't just give all your pieces away. Like long castles, queen takes a2, and queen b5 check just feels so wrong. At least take on f6, and I don't know what's happening, but it's still a game. We looked at some weirdness like this, right?
No, but this
Takes
is within the realms of
chess.
of normality of some.
Right.
But knight bd7 has been played, and now Nepo's going to go for a little think, and he's going to.
Hang on, let's figure this out. What has he missed? Maybe he wanted to go bishop f6. And after gf, things aren't so clear. Knight takes e4, takes... But after bishop f6, there is...
But a6 is
Zwischenzugska.
such an easy Zwischenzug.
I agree.
It's
but
child's
I'm
play.
just wondering what he's calculating.
It's child's
He's a
play.
mean calculator, yeah.
A mean machine.
And if here...
Queen
Okay,
A1.
even the endgame is good, but yeah.
Knight f6.
This is the point. Now here, we're breaking the pin, the knight comes
0-1.
here. It doesn't look good, but it must be that he missed a6. It's the only thing that makes sense.
How can you miss a6? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. This is the tournament right here.
No, I'm saying
Nothing else matters.
nothing else matters. So close, no matter how far. Maybe he should listen to this song. Maybe he did listen to this song before the match. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Magnus played bishop d5, as I thought. That is a Magnusium kind of move.
It's nice. He wants to go knight c4, a4.
He
Not
wants
quite
to-
sure why I didn't start with this.
Yeah, he wants to go a4, knight c4, knight d3.
I'm doing a bit of typing here.
Please
oh boy,
do.
Peter Svidler is in
The chisel.
the chisel. The Skype nizzle.
the Skype nizzle. Yeah, this is unpleasant.
Knight bd7 will.
What a gift this will be. Like, not only would it be a point, it's like 5 rating points. It's a point. It's a tournament victory. It's just...
My Steam Magnus enough that he's gonna throw his game away,
Yeah.
and then Wesley's world
Because
number
you saw
one.
how Magnus got steamed when...
When Wojtaszek
Yeah,
self-destructed
exactly, yeah.
against Kayakin.
this might steam him up real good. Peter's Fiddler's confused, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't we all, Peter? Ah, what is this? Rapport as well. Rapport's E5. Maybe that's an alternate universe today over in Vike. You know, it's not the real universe. It's just an alternate one.
Maybe. How do I do this? Not gonna be able to do it. I can't relay the big Peter's Fiddler message. He says, say hello to them from me. And by them, he means you people. Now, he would never say that. He's a pleasant human being. Magnus played this bishop d5, and Sergei, I think, has to go for knight b8, knight b7. You need to add reinforcements to this. Cost maybe higher than anticipated, but you can always make Mexico pay for it.
Mexico will pay for it. Long term.
Maybe in a complicated way.
Yeah, down the road. The taxpayer will pay first and then...
Just charge them 50% on any money transfer USA to Mexico. That's going to work out fine.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But of course, for the wall to be paid first, it's a taxpayer that has to pay. And then when Mexico pays back, does the taxpayer receive that money?
No, that's not how it works.
Oh, I see. Okay, right, gotcha.
But
right.
Sometimes you got to draw a line in the sand, you know?
Right.
Can
you still travel to the US or?
I haven't checked. I haven't done this. What's the form called? This ELSA? No, it's not ELSA. I haven't done it for a while. Last time they let me do it. They charged me like 15.
Yeah,
15
they charge
bucks.
people now. Yeah,
Sickos.
Yeah,
but they let me into the country.
I couldn't go. Couldn't afford it.
So I'm questioning. I'm from the Fanveli school of answering these questions. I always say, I'm here to make money. No, I don't have a green card. And then they say, oh, that's fine. You're German. You're very welcome.
That was a mistake by Lukey Boy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not my story to talk about. Yeah.
All right. So Nepo losing with 9 moves with white. That's an achievement. That requires a special level. Like, how can you play this?
To be lost in 9 moves with white. How often has this happened to you during your chess career? And you're a reckless son of a gun.
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
I don't think it's ever happened to me.
You've never been lost in 9 moves with white?
I don't think so. No, no, it's not bragging. I just, can't recall. I once won with black in 8 moves. That was a King's Gambit. It was a beautiful game.
Okay.
No, I can't recall it. I might be wrong, but I really can't recall.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Everything is bizarre.
And just to be clear, Ernesto, DPC, I don't find the Mexico wall topic amusing either. It's hard to talk about it, but in general, yeah.
Yeah, it's not amusing. We're trying to make make the situation
very tricky
less.
Topic if you can make fun of it, as we try to do.
We're not making fun of it. We're trying to not be so morbid, but and we're actually mocking. We're not mocking Mexico at all.
No,
quite the opposite. But it's a very unpleasant situation. I lived in Mexico.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I was in Toluca.
Okay.
Teaching chess. Very, very pleasant memories from Mexico.
Are you an honorable Mexican?
I used to like tacos al pastor.
What's al pastor?
It's the kind of tacos with... I used to have it with pork tacos, like street tacos. Gorgeous stuff. First few weeks, couldn't handle it. Body wasn't used to the street food.
Right.
But got used to it. Loved it. Tacos al pastor.
Gotcha. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in this live-on game. I think it's just worse.
Could be. Maybe we'll get all our predictions wrong.
Maybe Wesley So will just win 1.5 points clear of the field. He's going to win, everybody else is going to lose. There you go.
No, Magnus is going to win.
Not sure. But Levon, I don't like his position. Knight e2 is a typical
2 bishops.
move to prepare this. You have 2 bishops. The black king is weak. Rook c1 coming.
I've got an explanation for everything. It's morning round. Nobody knows how to get up in the morning.
Yeah, players don't like it. It might feel like a minor change from 12 to 1:30, but it's not. It completely messes with your routine of when do you prepare, when do you get your food, when do you do anything. And it normally will lessen the quality of play. That's why, once again, there's always financial considerations and so on. But players much prefer it if every round starts at the same time. They also prefer it if the rounds start at 3, not 1:30, I believe. But this change, even 1.5 hours earlier, is a big deal for them.
It's so overprotected. Sick.
This, I still think white is much better here.
Of course it is. Should we go on a break? It's 1:30.
Shall we?
What time did the game start? 12, no? Let's go on a break. We're 1.5 hours in. This is a good break time, I think. We'll get... I need some coffee.
All right.
We're going to go on a break. We will be back very shortly because, believe it or not, today is the most bizarre day of chess. People lost with white, people in 9 moves, Kayakin losing with black in like 10 moves.
Is it though? Computer says this is no longer so clear.
What did he
This
do?
is a Kayakin defense job. It's made for him. Piece up, horrible position.
A5.
There you go.
Hold on. A5.
Which is a good move. B5 is points after knight B8, bishop B7. He's no longer losing material.
Let me just go back. Hold on. Let's just,
Hold up.
I don't want to go B5. Or maybe I do. No, I don't. I really want to go knight C4 or knight F1. Knight C4.
Not what happened. Takes.
Knight E3.
Looks dangerous.
Maybe you just
Apparently
take
there's
everything, yeah?
No threat yet, yeah?
Sugar, there's no threat. You're right. Weird. So you went B5. I liked your knight F1 a lot more than B4, I have to say.
Yeah, it's strange to open that front when it feels like you wanna get business done here. Anyway, after bishop b7, white still has a nice position, rook a7.
No, but now...
And bishop back or bishop c6, but it feels like
Yeah.
waters have been muddied. Anyway, this could be strong, because here there's still no way to break
That's
this
true.
pin,
That's true.
which is the
Bishop
foundation.
C6 might be the key move here, right? That
This
might
pin
be true.
is so unpleasant.
Yeah. Agreed, yeah.
And after bishop c6, the point is if knight bd7, you just
take
it whenever
Yeah.
you want,
Yeah.
and the pin is still in
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, okay. I believe it.
So Magnus is doing well, apparently. Nepomniachtchi is lost after 9 moves. This is the shocker. And if Wesley so wins, nothing else really matters because he can't be caught. We will be back after Breaksville. Thanks for watching. See you guys soon. This is where things get interesting because everybody and their dog play rook to c1 in this position, which is also the move that Wesley so chose when after knight takes d2, queen takes d2, let's say d6. And he plays a very seldomly seen move in this position, the move bishop to e1. Keeping this bishop alive, he's willing to invest in tempo for the privilege. Now that this bishop has gone to f6. I'm not gonna talk, but we're live.
We're back!
I did talk, I lied.
Welcome. This is the final round of the Tata Steel chess tournament, aka the alternative universe, where some of the world's best players have been replaced by stunt doubles and sent on very important diplomatic missions. Because, in the games that we're seeing today, specifically 3 of the games, I would say, under about, well, let's say we've got this game Carlsen Karyakin. Sergei Karyakin allowed Magnus to obtain what is close to a winning position after about 12 moves.
No, you could argue after about 8 moves, because
8
after
moves.
g5, knight g5, the computer already goes nuts for white. This normally doesn't work for white, but this seems to be the one spot where it does. After castles or h3, h6, something like this, it never works. But with the knight on d2, the rook still on h1, which is key in many lines, because you can go h4. White just seems to be winning here, or to be in great shape.
Great shape, yeah, it's close. Which is very uncharacteristic of Sergei Karyakin.
Especially with, we talked about it, all the time he must have spent preparing his 1 e4, e5, and against this particular opponent for the World Championship match, because Magnus is well known for liking bishop to d4. Anyway, the position they have on the board now is this, and here bishop c6, just interrupting this
Nice move, yeah.
supply chain for the knight on f6, which seems extremely strong, takes, and black is pretty much pinned forever. You can't break this pin. King g6, h4. White has all the time in the world to shuffle his pieces around. He also has 3 pawns for the piece by now. Looks nice.
Yeah, agreed. I think if Magnus plays bishop c6, I think Sergei's in trouble.
Who else do you think has been replaced?
I think Jan Nepomniachtchi has been replaced.
Who's sitting in for him? Is it Jim Carrey?
It must be, because he's playing extremely funny chess.
And he can resign now after
This
queen
is just
b5
resigns.
check. One castles was, at least in the
What
spirit
is
of the
this?
position, was an interesting move. But after queen takes a2, he just mixed something up. Queen b5, knight b7.
Maybe miss knight bd7.
My theory is that he wanted to go bishop f6 here. When gf, knight e4 is not so clear. Knight f6 is a threat, rook d7, c6. Who knows? Messy position. But the problem is black makes a little Zwischenzug, breaking the pin. Queen goes somewhere, let's say here. And now knight takes f6 or queen a1. Check first might be even stronger.
Yeah, because
Pretty
now,
much wins.
because knight b3. I mean, yeah, you want to do this first.
This, even this. And
Even this and bishop c5.
it's just resigns. So we don't know what he missed. I think it was a6, but he is lost with white after 9 moves, which
Madness.
does not happen often.
Madness. Another game that was completely bonkers is the Ricky Rapport game, where in this position there are moves like king b1 or a3, stopping knight b4, which I like in some positions. These are the 2 moves I would consider here with white.
1 second. Just do this. There.
These are the 2 moves. This was from another Trompovsky. A3 I like because it stops knight b4, but you then have to worry about b5, b4. And king b1 makes a lot of sense because you get the king on a much better square, as we know in the Sicilian structures. But instead, Ricky Rapport, known for his creativity and artistry, decided to
Give a pawn.
give a pawn. Maybe he's feeling charitable. Maybe he wants to do a good deed. Maybe this is his way of purifying his soul. Thank you. That's the end of that. I ain't got much else.
Yeah, it's weird. Like earlier knight f3, we pointed out it looks strange because in this line they pretty much always go f4 and then knight f3 to support e5. Knight f3 looked clever at first sight because d6, e5 is still strong. But Adiban just parried it with queen c7, then played d6. And here, even without e5, I'm not a big fan of the white position because it's so hard to get this in. What he did is just, I don't know. This is on the board. Black
Okay,
has pawn up.
Yeah, the problem is white would like to play a knight d6 check really quickly, but there's just no way to do that. He's going to try and win back the pawn, but even if you win that pawn back, you've achieved nothing with white.
Well, first you gotta get it, but yeah. Black, the structure is a good structure typically for black when there's still queens on the board. Black's just better. Knight g6 with tempo is
Knight
at your
f4
fingertips.
is coming,
It's just good.
knight b4 is coming, rook c8 is coming. You've got to worry about this guy.
Well, you also gotta worry about
F5.
f5, e4 if we want to add to the list of worried.
Whoa! And even Anish's game is heating up, so it really is a gay day.
I do that twice every day. I start with gay when I mean guy. It's like
A guy, a day, and a day. A day? We saw this position.
when you say gay, you mean the old meaning, right?
Oh,
It's
happy.
jolly,
Happy
happy,
and gay?
happy. Yeah.
Are you happy
Position.
and gay?
No, I'm normally miserable.
Okay. Rook d2 was played. A5 looks all rather normal.
A5 I'm a bit curious about, because it makes it harder to go c5 since you're weakening some squares on the queen side, but Pavel thinks a5, a4 is a bigger priority. Still looks equal to me. Anish, he lacks a bit of punch with white. Against Rapport, he also got nothing in a similar structure. And Pavel picked up on that.
D5. Wow.
Yeah, nothing special.
Bishop b2 and d6.
Zwischenzug. Hold up. If I go bishop f6 here, I'm very curious about that position.
Oh, to allow the pawn on d7?
Yeah, but
Why would you do that?
well, because the rest of your troops are pretty terrible. Maybe this pawn is too big a deal.
Yeah, you can't get to it, I don't think.
Can't get to it?
Oh,
Maybe
easy.
not.
Rook a8, knight d4.
And yeah, in order to
And
get
now
to
rook
it, I
F-
would have to take here and bishop c6.
Yeah,
which I
like-
don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. No, bishop f6 is too much. So, what do? You go here, yeah? Hang
Yeah.
on.
You can do anything.
Here, and if takes... Wait, do we get our pawn back? Takes...
Yeah, we get it back. Rook a8. Comp.
Zwischenzug, okay. Yeah, this looks alright. I'll take here. Weird
Weirdness.
things.
Weird day.
But I believe Anish, yeah, he didn't get anything out of the opening, and here he concluded if you take here, black is very, very comfortable. So he decides to muddy the waters. Knight c5 just looks fine. Rook b2, even fe6 is a nice structure for black.
Very nice, yeah.
Not sure. Maybe there is
Maybe it'll
something to
be-
your theory. The start at noon really messes with people too much. Sorry.
So Nepomniachtchi is losing 14 points this tournament
So far, yeah?
so far. But even
Another 5 today.
will it be as much as 5, is it?
Well, 4.7, whatever.
Wow. Holy cow, this is...
This is
Resigns.
basically bishop b7
Seven
resigns. It's
resign.
not a complicated tactic.
Yeah.
I've shown it earlier.
Wow.
But I will...
What a weird,
repeat.
weird day.
This is the trick, but it's not that hard to
Queen
spot.
a1, knight b1.
Well,
Oh,
just
or
rook
this
b8.
one, rook b8 straight away.
Checkmate here.
Is that it? Nothing else to
That's
say?
it. Well, after bishop b7, you have to play another move, but it's
You don't have
perfectly
another
hopeless.
move, yeah?
Check.
Rook c8.
c8 and...
Finito! Getting
Finito la
late.
commedia.
Queen b3, bishop d5, I suppose.
You just get crushed.
Yeah, this is just over, yeah.
Black is a pawn up
Rook b8
and
is
winning.
coming.
Completely winning, actually.
It's not, it's just resigned, right?
Yeah.
Will he resign?
No.
Will he be embarrassed?
Well, you try to make it to move 20. You don't want to lose with white in less than 20 moves.
Have you ever lost with white in less than 20 moves?
I don't think I have. In less than 20 moves, I'm sure I've had losing positions, but
You've never
I'm not sure.
been checkmated or resigned?
I don't recall them. I'm sure I have, and someone will remind me, but I can't recall it. But yeah,
Would
this
it
is-
upset you?
No. You lose, you lose. It doesn't matter. But normally with white,
Do you think it makes
you feel
a difference?
strange to be lost out of the opening, right? With black, you can say, okay, I ran into this preparation. But with white, you have so much margin for error normally. But he stretched it thin with long castles and this. Well, this is just a losing blunder.
And then to think for like an hour?
Well, he
It's-
realized that he missed a6 and there's already no way out. And then you just bang out something that doesn't work.
That is actually it's an important and interesting topic, isn't it? When you're in a position, you realise you're dead lost, and you're so frustrated, you just play the next move that comes to your mind.
Sometimes you do. You think for half an hour, nothing works, and then you c6. Okay, you calculate like half a line here, rook b8, knight b3, and okay, maybe the game continues. Then you just play it. But
even this is losing.
Yeah, it's all bad. How could it not be? And Magnus, to our surprise, went bishop d5.
Wow.
I really like this interrupting the
me
connection,
too.
not allowing
What
that b7.
didn't he like?
I don't know.
He must have, obviously he was thinking for a while, so he saw it. So that's a very strange decision.
He's still in decent shape, but this looked like such a good move, this bishop c6. Because for black, it's all about stabilizing this so he can activate his queen, and he's no longer fighting with his eternal pin. Bishop c6 just stops it. Well, bishop d5 doesn't.
Yeah, very weird.
It's all. But he's still in good shape. No reason to panic. But it's kayaking we're dealing with.
Maybe
this is his point. He's just teasing. He wants an extra tempo.
No, but now you can break the pin. You can break the pinion.
Now you can go away with the queen. That's
Maybe queen c8, no?
Yeah. Still pleasant for white. 3 pawns initiative, weak king. But it's kayaking you're dealing with. You better finish him off once you get the chance. And I was half kidding, but I do believe that Magnus is extremely annoyed by the Nepomniachtchi's
he'll be fuming. He'll look at this position.
He sees that so is winning and that he can't win the tournament because of
he'll be livid.
That will affect his
That
play.
will tilt him, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Would that tilt you? That would tilt me massively.
Well, it would frustrate you, especially for Magnus. It's all about tournament victories. And he can't win anymore because his rival is winning with black.
That might tilt... I mean, if he doesn't win his game as well, that will send him over the top. I think that will just tilt him.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's distracted by this, and therefore it's going to be harder to win his game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're
it's frustrating, right?
We're making an assumption that he's looking at the other games.
No, he knows what's happening. He's always aware of what's going on. And it is frustrating. Nepomniachtchi with white, he's not supposed to lose to Wesley So, because Wesley, he would just play solidly. But if you challenge him, of course, he has to go for the best moves. And Nepomniachtchi repeats a line he played 2 rounds earlier, doesn't know the opening, and is lost after 9 moves. It's just shocking. It really is.
Madness.
And Raking game, b4 has been played.
That's an interesting idea.
Interesting decision. I like this knight e2.
Knight e2 is nice as well, yeah.
After cd, he just wants to go ed, and then break through. Something's gone wrong for Levon. Levon's
also, the g5 pawn is...
this is just hanging. I'm sorry.
I think also after b4, if you go cb, ab,
there's some tactic here, I'm assuming, right?
well, maybe not. Maybe
boom.
That probably works.
I'm not sure it does, but he must have spotted some tactic.
Rook here, a5 doesn't work.
A5 doesn't work, but knight d5?
Wow. Sick. E4?
That's too complicated.
Why doesn't e4 not f4?
Who
knows?
Who knows indeed. Anyway, none of it matters. Levon is another player only half a point behind Wesley So. But Wesley So's winning, so
it's all
Gonzville.
Gonzaga.
Tennessee. This is not a tough tactic for these dudes.
No. Really speechless at this whole round.
The chat is discussing that Magnus is a bad loser, but he's tweeted that his New Year's resolution is to become a better loser, and that he was going to be really, really upset if he fails to do so. He's funny. He's a funny guy.
Funny guy.
And I've often read this saying, like, show me a good loser and
I'll
show me a loser.
I'm a good loser.
You're a good loser?
I lose a lot, so I'm good at losing.
I don't know. I'm a bad loser. I get very upset, but I don't throw things or I keep it boxed up, which will eventually lead me to a mental institution, but I don't let it out on other people. But I hate losing.
No, you
I hate it so much.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
You really don't.
I do.
I know you, and it's not as much as you think.
No, that's another point. I've argued the same thing. Like the fear of losing is stronger than the actual act
you
of
lose a
losing.
game,
It
you
happens,
just
right?
sign
move
score
on.
sheets and go up, get a cup of tea.
That's true. Sometimes it's liberating. Like all this fear, and then it happens. What has changed? Nothing.
Nothing.
Do people care if I'm rated 2621 or 2626?
No.
I don't think they do.
I don't even think they care
I
if
don't
you're
even know.
rated 2726.
No, that's true. As long as you're rated below 2768, no one cares.
You're right.
That's not true.
That's not
267. 2767, we do care.
If you were 2726, do you think you'd be a pro?
No, I probably get paid slightly more on the few games I'm playing, but it's not like it's a safe career choice when you're 37-year-old 2726 on the decline. So I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
But still, I would be very happy. Don't get me wrong. I do understand how much work it takes, and I never got there to become a 2726 player, and I have nothing but respect for everybody who got there. So I'd love to be there, but financially, you still have to find your way sometimes. No, but that's the sick thing. It's so hard to become 2726, and even then, like, you're out there.
Should we play the World Cup this year?
I don't know. We have to qualify, right?
No.
Think I'll get a wild card?
Yeah.
I doubt it. Candidates? Think I can play the candidates?
Yeah.
All right. Sign me up.
Let's go to the Wei game. We haven't checked in with this. We have got an interesting moment on the board where...
What did
I
he
see
do
a
after knight
knight
b3? I went bishop e6, but Radek doesn't know this. This position is known. Like c5, there was even a game. This is a Dominguez game. I'm very surprised by
Knight
this.
d4.
Knight d4, bishop c4, and you can...
And the point is that if you go rook d4, I'm just snapping on a6. And no, I'm not. What am I doing?
I actually know this position. After bishop c4, knight f5, this is...
Okay, and if I do this, I'm just taking here and bishop e3.
Yeah,
huh?
bishop e3. Why is better?
And white has got a passed boy.
But
This is also a huge threat.
I didn't expect this from
But
Radek to
bishop
be so well
c4,
prepared. But I know this position. Knight f5, white is better. This is a serious attack. This is in my files.
And if bishop e2, that
Knight
loses
e7,
a
knight
pawn.
c6.
Yeah, that at least loses a pawn. Here, king f8, knight c6, rook d1. Takes.
You're always worse.
Like even these positions, if I take this one.
This might be tenable, but you're still worse. Now, what I've looked at, I believe, I could be wrong, it looks very familiar, is knight f5, queen e6, and queen somewhere, queen f3, or I think queen f3. And I thought it was very dangerous.
This looks horrific for black.
I was checking this when I was doing my video series. I can't remember what I gave, but it did look dangerous. I believe I gave this position, but I can't remember what I said here. Memory is not great. Now, yeah, it looks like Radek could be in a bit of trouble here, doesn't it?
Yeah, knight f5.
Knight f5 will happen, of course. Maybe this is the way to go, this line you were checking. Knight c6, rook d1. Even this, aren't you suffering? Oh no, you can take...
No, this is okay.
Should be.
No, because the bishop goes to b5. This is okay.
Right.
No, you got to take on d1.
Even this, actually. Like, the bishop on b5 is not stable. Okay, now I agree with you that takes looks more critical.
I'll just go f3. Protect our baby. Even Well, no, yeah. Even this is... I mean, this is a gorgeous position for white.
Yeah, it looks dangerous, I agree.
Well, watching all of this chess makes me want to go back and get in the ring now.
Yeah?
I think so, because...
You're all fired up, but this always happens to you. Then you play 3 games and you're miserable and you're wondering, what have I done to myself? Why am I playing this
I think
tournament?
I'm going to go for the European individual.
I'm sure you will.
I think I'm going to do it, chat. I'm going to
Here we go
spend
again.
5 months of hard 8 hours a day work.
No, you won't.
No, I won't. I might look at something a week before.
Beautiful.
Look at some trumps. Try and improve on Nepo's line.
There you go. What's happening in Luki's game? We've ignored this game. I think, well, I was very harsh on Harry's opening, like I've been pretty much every day. But that's not because I dislike Harry, who's a very nice guy. It's because he's come to this tournament without any openings, and he's lost out of the opening, or in trouble out of the opening
Every
almost
day.
Seriously, literally.
Like even here, 94.
Against
excellent.
Anish, no, but literally, against Anish he was lost 3 rounds ago. He was lost against Rapport
Yesterday.
or in big trouble yesterday after 10 moves. And today, I think he mixed something up because knight c6, knight c4 is just very good for white. The line goes bishop c6, which is, I don't know, I don't think it's a good line, but theory starts here. And knight c6, knight c4 is just a horrible version. And the position they have now, what's going on?
Well,
Is he doing his Harry thing of being resourceful and annoying?
Well, this
By
knight's
annoying, I
on
mean
pre.
resourceful.
I don't think taking is any good because after rook takes c4, looks like black's fine. So you got to go knight a3. Now this knight on d5 is on pre's. And if you move it somewhere, let's say knight b6, oh, you lose a piece. So actually,
Yeah, overload it. You better do something.
you're losing a piece by force. You have to play this. And if this,
I can take either of your
this,
people.
probably this guy, right?
Maybe.
No, this guy you take off, of
All
course.
right. Are we winning?
Yeah, it's just winning. I'm going bishop here next move.
Bishop somewhere. ED Falco.
ED, bishop, bishop,
Well, if I get my pawn to d3, at least there might be some hope. Still
Knight.
bad, yeah?
Knight does a great job.
No, knight a3 plate. Looks like Harry's losing material.
This is the
He's in
weirdest
trouble.
day ever. It's just
It is a weird
insane.
day.
It's just insane.
Once again, this... There must be something even crushing her.
No,
I
but
was
b3,
hoping for
knight,
b3,
no, but
knight
b3, yeah,
c3
knight
is
c3
okay.
is starts to get.
Everybody's asleep. Only Lukey boy, who's also as an infant at home, I think 5-month-old kid now, his son. He's used to getting up early,
Right.
so no problem.
No woman, no cry.
I don't think that saying applies in this situation.
When in Rome.
That's right. You remember the when in Rome scene from the movie Anchorman? Have you seen Anchorman?
Yeah.
At some point she says when in Rome.
Yeah, I remember
and he
that.
said, yeah, please continue. When in Rome what? That's the only thing that makes me laugh. Watching Anchorman for the 10,000th
happy?
time.
You happy?
I
You-
love Anchorman.
Do you love it?
Yeah. I can like
I've watched
quote
it many,
monologues
many
from
times.
Anchorman when they go to that restaurant. The owner, Tino, he says, "This is a good man right here. In my country, we have a saying for men like this. The coyote of the desert always likes to eat the heart of the young. The blood drips down to the children for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But only the ribs will be broken." It's beautiful stuff.
It's nice.
It's a nice movie.
I like when he goes to get the Panther cologne. So good.
Sex Tiger?
Sex Tiger, yeah. It works 50% of the time, every time. Or 60%
60% of the
60%
time.
of
It
the
works
time,
every
every
time.
time.
Maybe it's Sex Panther. I can't
I think it's Sex Panther,
Maybe you're right
actually.
here.
Not so.
It's a great movie.
Is it the best movie ever?
It's up there. It's one of my favorites, next to Dodgeball and Kung Fu Hustle. You know, I like the sophisticated movies.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, back to the chess part. Your boy.
I did go for 0-1 today. I'm really happy with that.
Such a weird round. We should be grateful for
We
all
are
the action.
grateful.
It's so confusing. Everybody's winning or lost after an hour and a half or earlier. It really is weird.
I've got an idea.
What
They
you got?
can't play morning games, or even 12 o'clock is way too early for them. So let's organise a tournament, get some backing for it, where we play them all in the morning. And we'll
Right,
play.
and you'll adjust your sleeping rhythm for 3 years so you're ready to fight at 8 a.m.
Yeah, and you too. And we'll offer $1 million first.
No, but the thing is, first you gotta train them to play at 1:30 or at 3, and then you make a game at 8,
No.
so they can't adjust.
No,
They'll still
they're
adjust.
not
not done.
adjusted anyway, right? If
I
8
think
o'clock
they're
in-
just such lazy bums that they aren't able to adjust their sleeping rhythm.
we offer $1 million first, they'd
Mm-hmm.
all play.
It's a brilliant plan. You provide the million, and you fix your sleep rhythm. You also prepare some chess stuff, look at some trumps.
Do you have to
There
prepare?
you go.
Look at the
Nah,
games
maybe not.
today.
That's true. It is a weird route.
Oh, Wesley played bishop b7.
Let's do a brief recap. Kayakin lost on move 8 because in this order, knight takes g5 pretty much
Need
wins.
some water, actually. Have you got water down there?
No, no water. Actually, I do have water. Wesley So winning after move, let's be generous and say after move 9, queen b5 check, knight bd7. There's nothing that works. I believe he missed bishop takes f6, a6, Zwischenzug. Black wins.
Oh!
Now bishop b7 has been played, queen takes b7, blitzed out, rook b8, wins a queen. White is a queen down, and black does have the compensation as well in form of an attack against the very undefended white king.
Okay, so he's going to take.
He's going to take here,
Wait, is he gonna go...
hoping for his Morphy moment.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling
Duke
it won't
of
happen.
Brunswick moment.
Instead, this might happen. If this is check, it's a lot less fun. So he's not going to take. But he can resign after rook b8. Wesley So is going to win this tournament.
Let's just have a look to see if there's any hope. Rook b8. There is only one move here. Queen takes b8.
It's like I told you, tried to make it to move 20. He's going to go bishop b5
bishop
check.
Bishop b5 check. And then he's going to go... Yeah, this knight is also interesting. But I like this knight.
So you can't run into any... actually is important. We should still pay some attention. If you go here, takes, knight b1, all of a sudden this is a bit of an issue.
Yeah. So he's going to...
So he's going to take this knight.
Oh, Wesley threw in a check first.
Oh, how does that affect things? Knight b1 is the only legal move. Rook b8 shall happen. Takes. Maybe he does it just as a note to self to not go knight bd7. Because now it's pretty obviously bad.
Yeah.
Then again, I think Wesley made some bad experiences with notes to self, so he probably won't do that, right? But knight fd7 just wins the day. White can take here first if he so chooses. This king is not in any particular danger.
No, actually,
no attackers.
No, h5, bishop h6 is kaput, actually. No, he won't resign here, Nepo, but, you know. People saying Wesley's a computer. No, far from it, actually. He just played very obvious moves. There's nothing computerish about his play at all.
No, there is in a sense that he makes very few mistakes, but yeah, today he just converts the gifts
we
he's
should
given.
point out that queen c6 in this position loses to queen takes b2, king d2, bishop b4 check.
Actually, yeah, we haven't mentioned this. I actually thought
no,
this
it's important. King e2. And you can just castle here. Right, what's the score? 1, 2, 3, 4.
But that you only made possible by giving this check, right? I thought you go rook b8 and then it's checkmate. That's why, I didn't even think about it. I thought it was just mate and work.
No, now it's not mate.
Well, now it's no longer mate, so
let's just have a think. Hold on. Queen c6. Is there another move? No, you have to
take.
Okay.
And you're probably completely winning.
Hold on, what's the count? 1, 2, 3. We're a piece down.
Yeah. I mean, you do have a winning attack as compensation, but still extremely weird to allow this when the other line just wins you a queen.
Maybe this is just rook fc8 and resigns, yeah? So it's not actually weird at all.
No, it's not super complicated.
Actually, it's just rook c8 resigns. Yeah, no, this isn't a big deal.
Fair enough. Still, I'm surprised because this ends the game and you don't have to calculate a thing.
Yeah,
because this is checkmate.
I understand.
Or maybe Wesley wants to... No, but he's completely winning, so he doesn't want to join the Bangalore.
Bangalore crew.
It's Bangles galore today.
Weirdest day I've ever seen at top level chess.
Magnus also played this weird bishop d5, allowing black to
I'm
unpin.
sure he's steamed. I reckon he's steamed
he's
up.
Completely steaming. And now things are no longer so clear. No, h7, f5.
I think I prefer black now.
I'm not sure about that, but it's
Why?
It's weird.
Like if I'm going at h7, f5.
You go here. You have to fight against the unpinning.
I agree.
Takes, and you can never unpin.
I agree. This is the weirdest day.
Well,
maybe he'll tilt it.
Knight c4 was the Bangalore. You gotta go here.
So
We've talked about it.
I don't understand.
And now things aren't clear at all. Knight h7, f5.
e4 is also a threat, maybe.
This is a mess.
e4 in this position could be a threat. Like a4, e4?
What is going on?
We're in another universe. Trump, this.
It's alternative chess.
Alternative.
None of it makes any sense.
Just a question.
Please ask.
I'm looking at Levon's game, and
Why?
because it just feels completely losing.
For Levon?
Yeah,
He took over knight b6. Nah, it's not losing, is it?
feels like I want to land, but I don't. It's not winning. That's frustrating. Wow, that is a sick move.
Oh, this just wins material because of takes.
Knight
Knight b5
b5
can't be
is-
stopped. Wow, it's a nice tactic. Or well, you can stop
No.
it, but you have to play some horrible move. Wow.
He's not going to go queen g3. It's not.
I don't know. Andreikin, he's a resourceful fella. It's such a weird round. Wojciech doesn't know his theory, which never happens. First of all, he plays e4, e5, then he doesn't know his theory. Luke van Velde is completely winning against Harry.
It'd be nice to
Just
finish
eating.
on a win for Luke, you know.
Sure. Rapport just gives a pawn away on move 10 on move 11 for no reason really. Just doesn't like his position. Here's a pawn. Who cares? Let's play on. Anish Giri
Wow, we
did
got
get
this
his pawn
position.
to d7, and now he might be better.
Yeah, he
after
is.
knight d4, stopping bishop
Yeah,
c6.
Pavel's tilted from yesterday also, I believe. So,
It's not the end of the world. I guess you get your pawn back, but only white can.
yeah, but c5, and if you go
Do the-
take,
the
and
drizzle
then
here.
take,
Rook
rook
c1, and
and
there's some pressure.
real pressure.
It's
Weirdness. Just quickly in the Adivan game, if I can go back to it.
you can.
Why isn't black winning immediately here? Where is this queen going?
You tell me.
Like, because let's say the queen moves and I go knight f4. My horsey on g7 has got no squares and is this resigns? No, it's close.
Well, you can't take. That's for sure.
Right. So where are we going to put our queen?
I don't know. h6 to help the horsey. Not that I'm a fan, but what are you gonna do?
Knight gf4.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna argue. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. What a weird day. Even Wei Yi's going to win. Yeah.
Also, Pavel just ruined a perfectly good position, apparently. Like, nothing makes any sense.
What did he do? Ah, he's
Well,
gone for
he's
this line.
going for this, but he's worse.
So bishop
when he
d4.
didn't have to be.
Anish will play ed4. And then d5 is a threat. And then there's never any way to win this. Because, you want to go g6 and f5. So let's say I go g6 here.
All right. You do you. Can't I go c5 anyway? d5 is also an option. I'm not sure you get the point.
Oh,
but
I'm
c5
just
I
so
would like
dumb.
to.
Because there's just e4. That's just clear.
And fe, the
Wow,
d7 pawn is a
FE,
bit too
yeah,
strong. It
FE.
takes rook e2.
Takes bishop e6, rook
Yeah,
e2,
well.
yeah, whatever, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, he's gonna take and go bishop c6, but then c5. That does look unpleasant.
that's a really obvious move as well. That's a really obvious move.
Yeah, this will happen.
So this, let's see, is this defendable?
It's not hopeless, but it's not fun. The c5 really matters here.
This move is a good move.
Rook c6.
Hold on!
Yeah, you can.
Hold the door! D5's a good move there.
Do.
Maybe this is just holdable.
Yeah, but it's suffering. Were you upset with what happened to Holder?
No.
No?
He didn't contribute much. He just said, hold on.
No, I felt like he was sort of the social glue that kept that group together.
He carried. He was a good carrier.
He was an excellent carrier. What is Magnus doing? What is he carrying?
I reckon he's steamed up. He's
He
gonna...
must be
I'm
completely
going for
steaming about
he's
what
going,
happened in the
I'm
West.
going for 0-1
He
here.
might just lose.
Yeah. Because now Sergei has completely got his position together. Like, why can't you go e4? Just queen g... e4, queen g3 is a problem.
If you take, then...
No, I don't like to...
no, this rook is hanging.
Yeah,
This is actually important. Takes. Queen e3 is a double attack.
Oh wow, and Queen g5. That's really cute. So knight e3 is tricky. Okay, let's
things
do
are
it. We
like
can't
that.
take on e3. That's clear.
That means
No, e4. Go e4. It's the natural move. You got to counter attack. e4, open the e file.
but aren't you getting...
No, knight h5. This is the whole point. An f5.
No f5 for you, sir.
Oh no. Well, now I can move my king at least.
Well, you have to, actually.
King h7.
Aren't you getting mated? You should get mated.
My thingy. My queen on e8's defending everything. f6.
Ah, okay. But you should still get mated. I have a horse here. I believe Kasparov used to say a horse on f5 is worth a pocket knife.
No, he said horse on f5 is worth $17.22.
But those were different times. It's like
$45 now.
inflation adjusted. It's like $50.
Yeah.
So I'm saying f6.
No, you
bishop
can.
e3.
In his games, if he had a $50 bill in his top pocket,
He would like put it next to the
no,
board,
he'd
right?
scrunch it up. Like he'd do a bit of like what's it called? The Japanese
Origami.
and he would make a knight. Actually, he would have these prepared
Right.
and have it by, and then he would just replace the knight with a $50 bill.
Once he
as a
got to
knight.
f5?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
And if the guy captured the knight,
Psychologically crushing for the
if the
opponent.
guy captured the knight, he keeps the $50 because it is
Wow.
worth $50.
Ah, I see. So whenever you played Kasparov, you would want him to get a knight on f5 and then take it so you make a 50.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if he gets his knight to f5, you might win the game. He might win the game.
Right.
Therefore, it was a calculated gamble
Correct.
on his part.
Correct.
Gotcha. Anyway, this looks nice. I'll go g4.
Is this so clear though? This doesn't feel. Jan, this is not clear at all. I'm telling you, this is not clear.
No, it's not so clear. Like, this is so clear.
This is.
This is not even a chess game by Nepomniachtchi. This is just,
A joke.
yeah.
Maybe it's a comedy performance.
It's just
Maybe Jan is auditioning.
tilting.
For a new job.
No, but seriously, Queen e2, alright, you want to play a goofy position.
No, this
but
is
all
fine.
array long castles, I believe. Computer says is a big mistake.
Yeah.
And after Queen a2, Queen b5 check is just. But this you also feel that this is completely
No,
wrong.
it feels
Like,
completely wrong. You take on f6 here, believe me. That is the
I
right
do
move.
believe you.
Yeah, that's the right move.
We don't believe you, because we the people. Nepomniachtchi took on b8, he understood that Queen c6 wasn't much fun either. But now, yeah, you want to drag the game to move 20. You don't like to resign before that, but there's just no hope. He's gonna do something like this. This will happen. Let's say a6 to break the waves. Then you'll get checkmated eventually.
Yeah, you can't really escape this this stuff. What's chat saying? Chat's going
They're
mad.
saying they're just talking crazy. No, today we've been very chessy. It's just too much happening to ignore all the chess, unfortunately. This is the craziest final round I can recall. Can you recall a crazier final round?
No. No.
Let me once again recap. Magnus Carlsen is more or less winning after 8 moves. Knight takes g5. Caruana tweeted. We froze there for a second. Fabiano Caruana tweeted, Kayakin feeling generous. No, the position is no longer clear after Magnus missed a bunch of great opportunities. Jan Nepomniachtchi facing tournament leader Wesley So committed harakiri with long castles and queen b5 check, which just loses after knight b7. White can literally resign after 9 moves here. He didn't, but now he's a queen down with nothing to show for it. He's gonna lose. Dmitry Andreikin looked to be completely outplaying Levon Aronian. He now went for e4, e5. The computer still gives him a sizable edge. So Levon Aronian in some trouble. Radek Wojtaszek did not know theory. This is the most shocking of all. And does have a very unpleasant position against Wei Yi. Who played
Queen e3, I
now.
like. It's
Also
the same
fine.
idea, yeah.
Similar stuff. White is better. Hari Krishna with black against Luke van Veli is also in serious trouble after 6 moves, because this is just a strategically horrible position for black. And now is material down. Could very well be a full point for Luke here. And Richard Rapport with the white pieces. After 10 moves, probably didn't like his position, said, you know what, here's a pawn, take it. Then we'll play on. But he's pretty much lost against Adiban, who keeps having a great tournament. Finally, Pavel Ilyanov equalized against Anish Giri, got a pleasant position even out of the opening, I would say, but then decided to make a meal out of it by going bishop f6 here, allowing this knight d4 takes takes bishop c6, c5, and Anish can press on forever. So those are our 7 games. You want to see the challenges? What do you want to see? There's too much happening.
I don't know. I don't think we've got time. I mean, we'll keep. I tell you what we'll do. We'll keep an eye on the challenge because it is the final round. Now, Gawain Jones, my boy, he is winning the tournament.
He's shared for first with Marcus Rager, is he not?
He is, and Marcus has got an unwinnable position against Erwin
Both
Lemmy.
have, arguably.
No, Gawain's got still a winnable position, but this is completely unwinnable for Black. He's a pawn down.
It's probably a draw, though. You have the
Yeah,
two
yeah,
bishops.
no,
You'll
no.
get the a pawn.
I'm sure it's a draw, but it's not definitely not winnable, is what I'm trying to say.
Winnable.
But Gawain against Liu Shangli could lose.
That's
also.
what I'm saying. It looks pretty unwinnable, too. Just take the pawn, knight takes e5.
No, but then he wants to do this. This is his idea.
Okay.
He wants to mix it up. No, this is his idea. Gawain's tricky.
He's a trickster.
He is just a trickster.
Is that just what he is?
Yeah. Still looks unwinnable, but
Looks fairly unwinnable.
ungewinnable.
That's the German word, ungewinnable.
How do you say unwinnable in German?
Ungewinnbar.
Ungewinnbar.
That's a weird word. Yeah, that'd be the translation.
And Sopiko is
Playing Dobrov.
your boy.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Is
much,
she in trouble?
she's much worse, yeah? C6, A6. Ah, it's been a bad tournament for her, hasn't it? It's really, really tough to play this, though. I wonder if I would get the same score as Sopiko. Nah, maybe a bit more. Maybe not. Maybe I would just lose every game as well.
I don't think so.
No?
It's been a tough tournament for Sopiko. I'm sure she's lost lots of rating too.
Nah.
But
Oh, no, she's probably lost rating, actually.
it's quite frustrating to play 250
She's just
points.
become a mum as well.
Stronger
when
player.
she
She's
had
been
time
busy,
to study.
exactly.
Yeah. It was a bit of a... I think going into this tournament, if you play a tournament like that as Sopiko, just becoming a mum and not really having a lot of time to study chess.
Not just time to study chess, but also, yeah, your life completely changes. You don't have a lot of time to sleep and stuff. So it's a very tough test.
Oh, okay.
All right, so-
I understand.
What do you understand?
I was just looking at one thing in the Wesley So game. But
In your mind palace, did you go deep into your mind
Because
palace?
in this check, if knight here, I was wondering, well, what happens if I go bishop g3? But the problem is
A6.
A6 is the only... Well, it's not even the only move, but it's just... Oh, not that one.
A5 is a mistake.
A6 is good enough. Yeah. There's nothing to be done here. Wesley played knight fd7 just now, obviously. In the Andrakin-Aronian game, this is just another weird game, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Andrakin found the most challenging way to play, but it still looks unpleasant for black. This king size a little weak.
Yeah, no, Aronian, this would be... He would be very upset to lose today, Levon, actually. Lose this game if he does go down.
This is just the Wesley So takeover. Today is the final nail.
Sergei could win this.
Sergei could win this.
E4. Let's look at this.
Let's look
E4
at it
is the
again.
only.
E4.
For me, E4 is the only. For me, E4 or E4 is the only move.
What did we
Just
do
inst-
earlier? I can't remember a thing. Did we give a check? We went
Yeah,
queen
you gave a
g3.
check.
What did we do?
You gave a check.
Nah, we went here, right? I think we went here.
Oh, we went there. Okay. You have to look at check as well.
Yeah, you have to look at Pinsville. There's still some attack, right? There's not a lot of kings. Not a lot of kings covering this pawn.
No, but queen E4 here.
I don't know things. Do you know things?
Takes. King takes. Knight G4. check.
Oh, tactical.
King F5.
King F5. At least we have a perpetual. Come, baby, come, baby, come,
Nah, it
come.
must be winning. Yeah.
This looks good, does it not?
Queen F4 and knight F5 and rook up somewhere. Queen H4, knight E7 wins a queen.
Ah, that's good news. Okay. If I go here?
Yeah, but we're just coming with the rook at some point. Rook A1.
I know. Oh, sorry.
Look at this rook on A7. Spectator. Wow. Wesley played bishop E7. Probably a perfectly fine move. Just very quickly, Wesley played bishop E7 here,
Well,
which
after knight E2,
is more than sufficient to win the game. This one, though, I mean, look, the point is, as black, you have to get active. You have
Do
to.
you?
Yeah, because you. I mean,
Let's go passive. Knight H7. What happens?
Knight H7's an interesting move. That could be played. It's not my style, but
It's not the Lawrence brand of chess.
no, because simply for me, with the queen on E8, I see E4, I see ways to pin, I see an E4 square access, I see access for my knight on E5. So
You also see Queen G3, Knight F5.
no, yeah, but I calculate this Queen G3, I calculate Knight H5. First move I look at, right?
I don't know, is it?
Of course it is. I attack the queen.
No, I mean, don't you look for something else if after Queen G3 you have to go Knight H5?
No, because I then see that.
And then you see tricks like Bishop H6. Doesn't work, but you start getting all freaked out, no? I'd get all freaked out.
No, I really don't.
Okay. I believe you.
And then I see F6 defends everything. And then I think, actually, this could be still might be losing, but like Knight H7 is definitely another move you look at.
Sure.
Wow. So what do you do against that?
I want to give
What?
a check. I'm reading out the comp line. Who am I to kid you, good people? But this is just winning. It's not impossible, actually. When this rook
Oh my god.
enters the fray,
Wait.
game over. Queen D8, HG, and jaque mate.
What's the idea after King F6? Queen G4, King F6?
What do I know?
Queen G7? No. Does that work?
Yeah, checkmate.
G4, King F4?
You're surprised that you're going checkmate with your king on F4?
Yeah.
You deserve it.
I'm 3 pieces up.
That is true.
And it's not immediately clear to me this is mate. I know
Of course
that's
it's mate.
that's pretty disgusting. F5?
This is sickness.
No, I mean,
I had losers with white.
I mean, come on. This is really insane.
There you go.
I mean, like even this position, like and then you have to.
This is like some
Oh my
old
god!
textbook game.
Oh my god!
Beautiful. Unlikely to happen, but if they do this game will be in every textbook for the next 5,000 years. No, we won't have books for more than 5 years from here. That'd be nice.
Right.
And we'd call it the immortal game, and people would get all upset saying, this is not the immortal game, this is not the game
I
of
think
the
it should be
century."
called the immoral game, the Nepomniachtchi one.
This was not a game, this was just gifts.
Christmas. Christmas time. Actually, the material count. Can we do a material counter here? Oh no, material. Oh, sorry. He's got 2 rooks for a queen, and a bishop, knight, and knight against a knight, knight, and rook with a lack of pawns.
Black also has more pawns, right?
Yeah.
No, it's just
Hence the lack of.
completely hopeless. It's
Can't
Resignvich.
Would you resign here?
No, you try to make it to move 20, as mentioned.
Would you resign on move 20?
Yeah, 21.
21. Yeah. How do you make a move here? Rook d4.
Just
Rook
blitz it
d4.
out. You hope for rook a4. Oh,
He
he went
played-
knight d4.
Beautiful.
And he's hoping for knight b3. This is an even more cunning way to trap the queen. See?
Wow.
Boom.
Wow. That
Okay, that's deeper.
That's-
But it won't happen. You just go
No,
somewhere.
knight c5.
Worst case scenario,
Knight-
you go here.
Yeah. But he's going to go knight c5.
Here you can also blunder.
Yeah. He's going to go knight c5.
You think so?
Yeah.
You can also do this. Zwischenschach.
Oh, that's
Get
cute.
out the way.
That's cute. And then put the king on f6. That's cute.
Alright, what else is there? Is Radek just gonna lose?
Yep.
Wei Yi will finish sole second, but it won't matter. Queen c5. All of this looks horribly unpleasant for Black.
The knight on f5 is just in these. He's going to go b3.
No, yeah, maybe yes.
Yeah.
I can't jump around. Yeah, I'd be very scared.
I'd be very squared.
You'd be very square.
CB3, bishop B3, rook A3 would make me very, very scared. Potentially.
CB and rook A3, rook A3.
Rook A3.
Rook A3.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah, no, it's a dangerous position. Opposite color bishops, the side with the initiative is always better. And
Just
here,
bishop H6,
these two attackers.
Yeah.
Very, very dangerous.
Lukey boy.
Mr. Van Vele. He went for queen b4, bishop e2, and d6.
Yeah, that's a strong move. That's a good move. That's a good move.
You don't mind it?
Like it.
Has your seal of approval?
It
Well,
does.
but now this is a typical Harry being resourceful position again. It's bad, but he's gonna pose problems.
Do you think Luke will lose?
No, but it's not gonna be easy. Harry, he's tough. Still.
Let's go to the Adiban game, because
Alright.
I see out the corner of my eye that I think Ricard can resign here. Can't move your knight.
That's a problem.
G3, and after G3,
But why would he play g3?
well, because you want to get square for your knight to come home.
Alright. After g3, you take on d3, no?
Yeah, it takes. And if rook d3 e4 seems to win a piece. Oh no, sorry. Rook d3 h5. Right. And now this next move.
Yeah, looks bad. He played g4.
G4! The positional G4.
Well, he wants the h5 square.
I understand, but resigns.
No, it's not resigns.
Where'd you go?
Bishop e4.
What? Oh, bishop e4. I missed that. Shouldn't have missed that. So takes,
Takes.
takes, takes. I wanted to play this ending, but maybe this ending is not. It's still winning for black. Knight
Yeah, it
d5.
looks great for black. Rook g2 or this. No, it looks fantastic for black.
Ooh, rook g8,
Rook
baby.
g8. No e4.
What? What? You want to?
Sergei prefers to defend first.
Yeah.
This is no longer clear. At all.
0-1? I would have gone e4, but that's why
Anything
I'm a
can
weak
happen.
player. I would have gone e4, but that is why I'm a weak player.
Magnus is not happy with life right now, especially
He's
given
just
that he had a
tilted.
winning position out of the
No,
opening.
he's just massively tilted.
He's not happy.
He's just tilted. I'm sure of it.
Yep. It's hard to motivate if you see this happening in Wesley So's game.
I mean, knight c5 is the move, isn't it? I think.
Doesn't matter. Anything is the move. This is also the move.
Ah, that's cute. Knight c3, rook takes c3 is.
Yeah, I don't think
Actually,
you
this
embark on any
this
such
is-
adventures, but it's also
No, but this is also good enough for the
yeah.
for the victory. He's just going to calculate now. He doesn't have to go.
Oh, this looks very good.
I like knight c5. You cover b3.
Hmm?
You threaten rook c8 and knight d3.
Yeah, black is just winning by body count.
Don't really have a suggestion here.
Nothing?
Wow. What the hell
Actually,
is this? Is this mate?
no, he went for
I
very
like that.
direct onslaught.
I like this. His idea, I think, is he wants to go g5, rook e8, g5. And then, well, he can do that, of course. But maybe he just wants to queen f4, take rook, yeah, a rook d3. Rook d3, rook h3. I don't see counterplay here for Levon.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, you could say that. I think Levon's going down today after this. This is really unpleasant to play.
Maybe you have
Like-
to give an exchange. This is a
I
little
like
move.
G5.
He likes
Yeah,
sacrificing
yeah,
his
I
changes
like. That's
too.
a fantastic move. Yeah, that's a
He
very,
likes
very
doing
good move. No, he's going to do that 100%.
He might still be worse, but yeah, this is his
No,
style.
no, G5. Great move. Great move. Great move.
Is
Beautiful.
it though?
Yeah, it is.
Takes. I don't know.
Doesn't
how you
matter.
take.
It's a great move.
King takes to keep an eye on this. No,
Now
it's
maybe
still
knight
worse.
c5 here. Knight c5. Bishop b4. Knight c5.
Still very unpleasant. This
not sure.
knight is not anchored all that well.
Knight c5 because knight e6. No, king f8 is a stupid move.
Hang on, Levy is asking us with caps lock. Could so? I do that all the time, like German keyboard, English keyboard. So I think he means could you switch to Carlsen? And he's also pointing out it's Pritz's sharp position. Yeah, let's go there. But we just were there. Rook g8 has been played. There's no direct breakthrough
Yeah,
for
knight
Magnus
f5, king
anymore.
h8, and the point is queen h3, knight h7 covers everything.
It's a play for 3 results now. I'm not even sure white is better anymore.
Nah.
Which
I think
is
I'd
shocking.
take black now.
Like here, okay, you could argue about this b4. This knight f1 just seemed more or less
Very strong,
crushing.
yeah.
But b4, bishop b6, bishop d5 also made a lot of sense. Even this whole sequence. But here I'm just very surprised he didn't play
Yeah,
bishop
me
c6 to keep this pin in place, stopping knight b7. Because this still looks great. Black can only dream of getting king h8, knight h7, queen somewhere. Instead, in the game after this, knight b7, still a chance to play this maybe. The position is no longer so clear because black can finally get out of the pin and start using his pieces. Magnus played a nice move, I thought, knight e3, when this doesn't work because of this very cute double attack. Threatening this and this. But rook g8, knight f5, king h8, the position, or knight f5 hasn't been played. Rook g8, the position is just very unclear.
Just, I'd like to go back to the Levon game because he did play rook e8, surprisingly, and
Okay,
And
queen
Drake
h3, no g5?
why wouldn't
Another
you go
chance to-
g5 here?
That's odd.
You
Another
went
chance
here,
to play g5?
but his idea is that after g5 he wants to go f4
And then
and
gf,
then gf
g5.
and g5 like this, which is still probably very, very strong.
He wants the g file open as well.
He just bashed out queen h3 as well, so...
Interesting.
But then... Yeah, I like g5 just shutting down ops.
So much action today, it's insane.
Yeah. Also in the other games, like there's no boring game at all today. is
No,
there?
every game is a total mess. Well, the Geary game is
Yeah, we actually got this
slowed
position,
down a bit. They
right?
got this. White is a bit better, but black should defend.
I think
this.
black, this is defendable.
What's the difference between defensible and defendable?
Like defensible is more, I think, with regards to an argument.
a thesis
a
is
thesis,
defensible
yeah.
by defendable means.
Defendable means, I think, more from a purely war-like perspective. That's my interpretation of it. But somebody in the chat can correct me if they wish to. Rapport can just resign in a few moves anyway.
Yeah, Rapport.
Like this is just.
There's 2 guys today that were just steaming, played the Trompowsky and
I
just
told
lost
you
out of the
Rapport
opening.
would steam after yesterday.
That's right.
as well.
That was completely correct call by you. I thought he would win.
No, I thought he'd just steam it off. He just steamed it off. Rickard, you're a fantastic, brilliant genius. Don't do this. It's ridiculous. You don't have to do this. You're playing the super tournament, buddy. Don't do it anymore. Stop. Call me up. We'll sort you out. We'll get you good, buddy. We'll make you Wesley So on caffeine. That's what we'll do.
No steroids?
No steroids. Illegal. Actually,
Ah, I see. Are steroids illegal in chess? I'm sure you looked into it.
well, yeah, we did. This is the weirdest day of chess, honestly, I've ever seen.
It is very, very
For
confusing.
a super tournament.
Rook g8.
Good move.
Yeah.
Another very good defensive move. Now Sergey actually is feeling really optimistic. You feel it, right?
Yeah, I think Sergey feels good about himself. He weathered the first wave of attack. He still has an extra piece to structure. If he manages to consolidate, his extra piece is worth a lot more than the 3 pawns now,
Yeah.
because there's no real pass pawns
Magnus
here.
could just steam it off here, you know?
Magnus could very well steam it off.
Has to
Or
find-
he could offer a draw and say, I've seen enough, let's go home.
Rook d8 on the board, and Ah, Nepo played h4 to go rook h3, rook a3.
Yeah, but he'll
Typical
never be in
Nepo.
time. Rook d8, rook h3. What does he want? Knight d3 is his idea.
Oh, that's
Interrupting and cd
cute.
rook
Rook
d4.
d4.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's cute.
game.
That's really nice, Jan. No, this is just game.
It's just resigns. Wesley, well, this is not complicated for him. Oh yeah, this was just a gift. He's played well. I should stop saying it's just a gift. You still gotta
play
make
well.
all the best moves, and he has. That's just so shocking.
Anders says I'm correct about defensible and defendable. Thank you, Anders.
There you go.
That sounded right, though, right?
Anders is from the Caribbean.
Is he?
He is.
Oh, okay. Which place?
That I do not know.
Trinidad
I know he's
and
from
Tobago?
somewhere warm. Where are you from, Anders?
Trinidad and Tobago. Let's have a little.
I think he told us.
Let's
the
do
other
a
day where he's
let's
from.
do a coffee flip for it. I'll go Trinidad and Tobago. You can have anywhere else in the Caribbean. You have to pick a place.
I'll take all the other places.
No, you have to take one.
I'll take Curacao. Is that even in the Caribbean?
It is.
I don't think he's from
You
there.
don't. The ABC Islands: Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao.
I know. I've been to Curacao.
Have you?
Yeah,
Is it nice?
it's very nice.
You played a tournament?
Yeah,
Oh, that would be a lovely place to play a tournament, right?
yeah. And that's how I choose my tournaments. Curacao tournament. If you're ever coming back, let me know. I would love to play there. No, but I'm not sure where Anders is from. Shall we look it up? I'm sure we can look it up.
Nah, let's.
Do you know a lot of places in the Caribbean?
Yeah.
He is from Trinidad and Tobago. You knew that. I think
No,
you knew
I
that.
swear on my life, I never even knew him.
Wow.
That's just a shot out
There
of
you
the.
go.
I could have chosen Jamaica. I
could
could have chosen Bermuda, Barbados. There's a lot of islands I could have chosen. I just went with Trinidad.
Is St. John's, is that in the Caribbean?
Yeah. St. John's Island.
Is that a place?
That's a St. John's Island is in the
So
Pacific,
bad at
isn't it?
geography.
St. John's Island is in the Pacific. I thought. Island.
Is that even a place? Maybe I just
Yeah.
made it up.
Well, it's probably in the Caribbean. You're probably right.
U.S. Virgin Islands.
Oh,
That's-
is it?
Yeah, that's
Is it
sort
a
of the
Virgin
Caribbean.
Island? No, it is the Caribbean.
Yeah,
For sure.
There you go.
And I pronounced Tobago correctly. Wow.
In German we say Tobago.
Do you?
No, that's probably Spanish. Trinidad and Tobago, yeah.
Okay.
You're winning on all fronts today. You figured
On
out where
fire.
Anders is
Had
from.
a good night's sleep.
You had a good night's sleep?
Yeah.
I didn't. My alarm rang at
happened?
9.
Why? The
Oh,
baby.
no, that's fine. No, I'm home alone.
Oh,
I played cards again last night.
with Fika?
Yeah.
You didn't invite me.
Sorry, man. Next time.
That's
You
okay.
gotta work on your Ramsch skills.
My Rammstein.
No, Ramsch. It's the card game we play.
Ramsch. Mhm.
Jock is saying, you look Swedish, sound Swedish, Swedish name. Come on, reveal your secret. I'm German, born in Germany, German parents. I have a Swedish great-grandmother, hence the Swedish name. I think great-grandfather. My mom always gets upset at me when I get it wrong. But yeah, not a lot of ties to Sweden, apart from that.
And your wife, your girlfriend, she's not Swedish, right?
She's Norwegian.
Has she got Swedish blood?
I think so, actually, yeah.
Oh, I think there's a little
Yeah, I guess.
subconscious thing going on there.
With the
Yearning
Swedes,
to
yeah,
go back
it's
to the
like
motherland.
the Viking spirit can't be
Can't be quelled.
can't be well. That's a nice word. Yeah. Suppressed forever. Rook h3, knight d3.
Do you think
Shall
Nepo's a bit upset?
happen. No, he's just playing till move 20, as I said.
Oh, he's got there. He can resign
Yeah,
now.
knight d3, then he can resign.
Yeah.
Knight h7 played by
Yeah, that's fine.
Kayakin.
He's going to put the king on h8 and say, no more attack, buddy boy. He's going to bring that rook round from a7. He's going to stick that back on a8. He's going to... he's also going to play the move pawn to a4 as soon as he possibly can, I believe. To give
Well,
some...
if he has time, yeah.
Yeah, he will.
Knight d3 played by Wesley.
Yeah, it's home time. Jan,
It's winning time. It's money time. This is the tournament for Wesley So right here. Congratulations to him. You can't argue with
Nah,
9
played
out of
the
13 in Vikings. You just can't.
no,
It's amazing.
he is playing the best chess in the world at the moment. Full stop. Not really making mistakes. He had one wobble against...
Well, the game against Rapport
Rapport,
really got
yeah.
him going, but yeah.
What does that mean rating-wise? Can we get a screenshot?
I'll bring up the live
bring
rating
that up.
list, but the games aren't over yet. However,
No, but let's assume
you know what happens when we assume.
we don't.
I'll just give you a very small rating list. Here you
That's
go.
That's all we need.
Magnus Carlsen might win, might lose, might draw. We don't know. Wesley
If
will
he
win
wins,
to
does he-
8-22.
He doesn't win 6 points, right? No.
No, he wins 5.
5.
Almost 5. To 8-22. Caruana is going to have to win today to stay at.
Yeah. And Fabi's playing Nigel with black. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that game. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, no longer lonely at the top.
What about Aronian? How is he? He's gaining 10. But if he bungles it today, that'll be only a modest
No, it's only
2, yeah?
4.
4. Okay, that's still a good tournament for him. No.
Yeah, but he would be very
No.
unhappy if he
Yeah,
loses today, of course.
He'll be annoyed, yeah.
No, he's been playing tremendously well with white. He's struggled a bit with black. Like some new openings that haven't
Wow.
gone all that well.
F5.
F5.
That looks dramatic.
Boom.
He's just Andrakin is playing. I think Andrakin decided today, just going to play like it was a blitz game. Isn't this completely over? Like EF, don't you open this diagonal? Like knight c3 and bishop d5 and knight d5.
Je ne sais pas. This looks natural to me. But it's a mistake, of course. Whatever looks natural to me is bad. Black defense, this rook d7, I did not see.
But knight c3 is very, very natural in my opinion, because you want to keep knight b5 and yeah, precisely. Oh, is that just completely over? Looks completely over to me.
It does look bad.
Passion says your average 25 player would not have replacing So's play. Yeah, I would have been quite confident to win that game against anybody in the world after rook b8, if I'm honest.
Well, after rook b8, it's resign time. But yeah, no, today was...
Just avoid a few tricks and you're okay.
Well, first of all, you have to know this opening. Wesley, he studies a ton. He knows that c5, e6 is the way to go here. Then, yeah, Jan's preparation was not impressive. And here, I don't know, you have to calculate, but on a good day, you feel like queen takes a2 and knight b7. It's not impossible. And the rest is just, yeah,
wow,
this is easy.
Draken played knight c5. Bungled it. It's a bungled
See, the
job.
move I told you looked natural.
What?
Banglaville.
Knight c5, he wants bc5, yeah.
No, he wants dc5.
No, no, because dc5, rook d7 is really obvious.
Yeah, but then he wants to take and take
Go
on
rook
a6
a6.
and see what happens.
Queen d1, king h2,
Trouble is...
knight e5, 0-1.
Is it 0-1? This could be a funny line. Maybe it's 0-1. I think this is what's going to happen.
Do you?
Nah. But BC is just so slow. Now all of a sudden this is no longer
Yeah,
a threat.
that's true.
Like it's time to do this, stabilize everything.
Yeah.
I don't
no,
know.
You're right.
That's all I ever wanted to hear. I'm a bit like... Nah, not going there. Knight d3 check plate. And Jan has made it to move 20. You can resign now. That's all you want when you lost after 9 moves. You want to make it to move 20.
He played bishop d3.
Okay, move 21 even.
Rook d4 will be
then you
played
can resign.
immediately.
What is there left to
Rook
hope for? You
d1.
want to play this and see
Also,
if
rook
black
b4
takes or
is
goes
really
here?
strong, yeah. Rook b4 is a problem. But actually, you just take on d1.
It doesn't matter.
Take on d1, bishop d1, queen a5.
Yeah, you still shouldn't blunder rook a3.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
you
go.
wait for that at least.
Just go queen a4. It's just nothing to play for here. It's just we're wasting time analysing it even. It's just too much material. It's like got a bad feeling for Magnus today. I say that every day and then he wins, you know.
That is true. You're the biggest
I'm the biggest
reverse jinx Magnus has ever had. He should
must
really
love it.
pay you.
I'm going to tell him about it. I am going to tell him about it. Okay, let's have a look at this position with some sober eyes. So, white has got 3 pawns for the piece, but
I take black.
I take black also here. What's the first move I look at is rook a8 because my rook.
I look at this.
That's also a very.
But yeah, you sooner or later you want this rook back in business. Ideally, you want this,
And just
this,
mate
and then you win because you have more pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kayakin very much back in business. Magnus, as we mentioned, I think he's just so steamed by the outcome of this game and the opening of this game. They can't focus.
Do you reckon?
Nepomniachtchi is a friend of his. They're friendly, so I think he
They're
feels
not
let
be-
down. Like this guy
Yeah.
just
They're not
doesn't
going to
show
be.
up to play with white.
They're not going to be friendly after this game.
No, I'm not sure he ends relationships because someone loses a chess game, but he won't be happy like the way this went.
Wow. Yeah, he took queen a5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you should just resign, man. You can't play on here. There's no moves. Wow, what a disaster. What a disaster for the Trump.
Lion Ping is saying, Mr. Gustafsson. That's the way I like to be addressed. No, thank you, Lion Ping. By the way, the one book, Life and Games of Michael Tal, is really, really great. I bought it after your recommendation. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's one of my favorites. I read it a couple times. It's a fantastic book. Really like that one. Happy you liked it too.
Wow, Levon played bishop g5 immediately. I wonder if that loses.
Does it lose?
Feels really bad allowing bishop d5 check, no?
I don't know. It's all way too complicated for
Bishop
me.
d5, king h7. Let's just try. Bishop d5, king h7. You don't want to take on g5 because that's check. So
What else you got?
yeah, you maybe have to do that. Okay. Take, queen takes. No, just king. Scoot it over to the h1 square. Or f1. What's better?
Nah, H1. You want rook G1.
Knight c5 is the first move you look at. And
Now we have to go
no,
BC, yeah?
Yeah, because you haven't got rook d7, bishop c6.
I don't know. I think I'd take white. These pawns, yeah, this doesn't look like it's
My
going anywhere.
pawns are going
King looks
as well,
safe,
right?
and these guys, they're
I might go bishop c4 simply and
rolling,
c6.
rolling. Magnus gave a check.
Check! Could be
King
mate.
H8, bishop.
Could be mate.
Somewhere will happen. Maybe bishop h4. I don't know. He's gonna go d2 or h4. But yeah, this has gone not well for Magnus. And once again, also gotta give credit to Kayakin for his defensive job, because many people, I think, would just have lost this in 20 moves with black. Kayakin made all the best moves after getting the opening wrong. And he's back in business, very much so.
I prefer like.
Me too.
Also, psychologically, when you've got a massive attack like this and it dries up, it's very difficult to readjust and just start playing normal chess.
Ever happened to you?
Happens every other game, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
No, this is just insane.
I hear you. And I was wrong about Nepomniachtchi. He keeps playing move 24 already. So little to hope for.
Like knight c4, queen e1 is just hopeless as well. He wants to go rook somewhere, rook b3 or something. But
Nothing really
king
matters.
goes on
The
f6.
knight just comes.
Yeah. Just,
and
I mean,
F5
Wesley
blitzed
could.
out.
Wesley would win this with 3 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, of course.
I would win this with 3 minutes on my clock. No?
Yeah.
This is just insane. The most normal game is almost the
This one is
Wojtaszek
like
game.
a normalish game. Radek is a bit worse, but you know.
What
Life
happened?
goes
It
on.
felt like queen e3, knight e8, queen c4. Ah, knight d6. Queen e3, knight e8. Queen c5, knight d6 was a good move, I think, by Radek. Yeah.
Ah, he gave a pawn just to
Give the
stabilize.
pawn and stable. That's a really nice nice idea.
Yeah.
Knight g3. Wow.
Well, he decides that if he simplifies, he's not going to win, so might as well keep
Hold
his
on.
knight.
He is a pawn up, right?
Yep.
And he can
Yes,
go
oh, yeah,
b3,
yeah.
c4 in some positions.
No, he's still seriously better.
Actually, maybe this is just horrible for Radek as well. Weird. Get me in the ring, Chief. I'm going. But, you know, I'll play the European Championships and then they'll all play solidly and none of this will happen and I'll just lose.
I agree. You'll hate yourself after 3 rounds.
3?
Yeah.
What, with my 1 out of 3 score? Half out of 3?
Nah, you'll have 1.
What?
Yeah. Rapport Adiban. Rook d8.
What happened here? It felt like...
I don't know, the game's still going, but Adiban is much, much better. And we might still get this endgame a bit delayed. I think we looked at this very position.
Something similar, yeah. Knight d5. It's just hopeless. This is absolutely hopeless for
Pretty
white.
bad.
Yeah. Wow.
c5 played by Radek. Good move, I think. Just
Tempting.
offering some further simplifications and
Yeah,
not
you
waiting
don't wanna
around
do
for
this.
white
You
to
don't wanna-
stabilize.
You don't want to take on c5. Go queen c3, queen d2, queen c3.
Yeah, I agree.
And then we need to find a way, but it's not easy at all.
No, there's decent drawing chances here.
Yeah.
This is normally a good black set up the knight on d6, the pawns and dark squares. It's not easy to checkmate here, but still,
Nah.
you had to lose a pawn for it.
Also, in some endings, I can play b3, c4 and target c5. Adivan's just ripping Rapport apart. Nah, Ricky needs a good... Knight f4, bishop c6, beautiful.
Another exchange sacrifice?
Knight e2.
Knight e2. This is hanging. What's the
Bishop
point?
e7.
He wants to play this?
Yeah, why not? Rook g8, knight h5 and hold.
Okay.
Hold the door.
Maybe it thinks this gives better chances than the other one we've seen. But it still is to be terrible, right? What does white have? 1 pawn? Yeah.
Rook g8,
That's
knight
bad.
h5, knight d5.
Not sure I like rook g8. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, just in general, because you're giving
No,
white
but I'm
tempo.
getting a pair of knights off if I'm really lucky, no?
Can't you start with? Oh no, we can't
No,
start
because
with
knight
d5.
e6, yeah.
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay.
And also, if king f3, f5 at the end of that variation, it's just hopeless.
I see.
Anish, the only normal position.
Yeah, even that did not happen by normal means, but now it's normal Gene Baker. e4 is gonna come.
Feels like black should hold.
Black should hold.
Gavain.
Oh, Lu Shanglei didn't touch the z5 pawn. He's still better.
Yeah, he's still better.
Knights are better.
Reminds me of a Nigel Short game he had against David Howell, this structure. With this,
this is
advanced queen side, it's really unpleasant.
things gone
for
wrong
that.
here.
Yeah.
You got fixed, knight c5, knight f5, the knights don't have squares. It's very unpleasant.
And go down one, and let's see Owen.
Draw.
Okay, this is a handshake moment soon. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Jeffrey, after losing yesterday, is now half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah.
And Benjamin Bock looks solid here. A lot of defenders, no? Jordan, not his tournament, but is today gonna be the day? Niels Cornelius sacrificed a pawn for attack. Does he have any attack? I'm just assuming black is a pawn down.
I think you assumed correctly, to be honest.
Let's
Also-
count. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 versus 7. I did assume correctly.
Also,
Looks nice
White's
for
got
you.
loads of... White just got f3 as an idea here, just opening the entire king side.
This might be the day.
How's Sopigo doing?
Hmm.
Against Harry, a bit better, probably.
Who knows? Weird position. Sapiko against
Dobby.
Dobrov.
She's okay.
Hanging around.
She's good. She's got a good
Pawn
position.
down, but
Lots of comp.
compensation. Yeah,
It's okay for black.
should be okay.
Yeah. All right.
F6 played
My
by
boy. My move.
Mr. Karyakin.
Is it a good move?
I don't know. Makes sense. You know, like
Yeah, the rook's already on a8, so rook a8 and rook ae1 have been included.
Yeah, you didn't want to go here because then maybe d4
Rook
bothered
A8
him.
is Sergei's style. Bring the rooks back into play.
Bring the rookus.
It's an odd move.
Yeah, it's a bit pointless. What's the normal move? d4?
No.
I'm not sure I want any action here. I'm not sure what to do, that's the problem. Like,
Yeah,
whenever the position
King
opens
H1,
up,
A4 is
the extra
is
piece will
fine.
tell.
He's going to play A4, A3 if he can as well.
Yeah, and you don't want to go a4
No.
with white because this is an easy target.
And if the pawn gets to A3, even like some ideas,
I prefer black's position.
I much prefer black.
Yeah, this has gone horribly wrong for Magnus.
Oh man.
It's a weird round. But once again, as in all the other super tournaments recently, Wesley So is the last man standing.
Oh wow.
Nothing ever goes, or nothing ever, of course, not true. Nothing has been going wrong for him for a while now. This game, it is time to go home.
I mean, what is he
Queen
playing?
is a queen.
He went rook E3, which is
Yeah, sure.
any old move.
Bring the knight to d5, but you can take your time. It doesn't matter.
Knight E5 surely is the move here with knight.
I like this, this check. It's okay.
Ah, knight B4. Okay. Yeah.
Knight d5.
He
just
played it
breaks
immediately.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't make mistakes. That's the thing. He just doesn't make mistakes either.
Wouldn't it be nice just
Boom.
not to make mistakes? in
Very
chess?
hard to lose a game of chess if you
Never make a mistake.
never make a mistake. But yeah, today this was just an odd opening by Nepomniachtchi. White is lost, literally lost, after knight b7, after 9 moves.
What about the Andraken game?
Here you are. They have played the sequence, which we... Oh no, he played queen g2, not king h1.
That might also be extremely
Endgame.
strong.
He just says, you know what, let's go to the endgame. I'll queen all my pawns. Don't mind.
Actually, this could be... If knight c5 is the only move.
But you have to take, but that looks horrible. These guys are much stronger than the black pawns.
Yeah, agreed.
And can we go here?
Bishop b7?
Ugh.
And they all dropping?
Yeah,
Drops. Dropski.
And Nepomniachtchi resigned. Congratulations, Wesley So, the winner of the 2017 Tata Steel Masters.
Deserves it.
Can't be caught. Impressive performance, Wesley So.
On a heater.
Just playing the best chess at the moment.
No question.
Can't argue.
Can't argue. Converting, holding when he's even in a bit of pressure, drawing, pragmatic, just crushing. I'd be worried if I was Magnus at the moment. I'd be a bit worried because if this continues for another year, it's
Yeah, well, the ratings tell the story quite well as well.
ratings don't lie. Refresh it and it'll.
Yeah, I'm not sure it updates instantly. Maybe it does. Well, it doesn't know yet that Wesley...
It has updated.
Ah, it
It's
has
sick.
updated, yeah. The guys are coming closer, and Magnus, yeah, he's been in a bit of a slump actually since the match, because before the match he really did win everything, but the match of course was close and he didn't win World Rapid and World Blitz. Now he's not
No,
winning
he
this
won one of them, didn't he? Oh no, he didn't win any of them.
Well, he tied for first. It's not
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
a
yeah,
disaster, but he didn't win either. And yeah,
When's
Wesley's
his
winning
next
this one.
tournament? Curious. When's
I don't know.
Magnus
He's playing Norway chess, I would guess
a
for
long
sure,
time
but there
away,
must
yeah.
be something on
It
the
has
way.
it at the bottom, maybe, of this page. It has the confirmed.
I don't know. No, Norway chess is the next confirmed thing, but I'm sure there's gonna be something before.
Okay.
We'll find out.
What a gift, though, by Jan today. I mean, come on.
Yeah, this was not a chess game, as mentioned. And yeah, the weird thing, maybe I'm too obsessed with these things, but he repeats the 392, the sideline. This is the first
I
computer
just
line.
don't believe he's a very well prepared player. I think he's.
No, but you cannot be well prepared, but then be pragmatic and play something else. Like you don't have to play the Trompowsky route.
No, I
I mean,
understand.
you can play e4 or c4 to repeat this and then end up lost after 9 moves. I just find strange. But okay, it's easy to be an armchair general. Shout out to Wesley.
Wesley crushing. Absolutely crushing at the moment.
Do you think if Wesley so keeps this up that he's gonna, if you Google Wesley S, he's gonna overtake Wesley Snyder and Wesley Snipes?
Yes.
You think so? Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes did all these vampire movies. Blade.
I don't. Didn't he go to prison
I think so, yeah.
for tax evasion? Was it?
I'm not sure for what it was, but I heard.
Look it up. It's either tax evasion or he killed.
Let's
someone.
find out. Wesley S. Let's see what results I get. But it might be. Yeah, it's like my search history is
No,
different.
just take away the O.
No, I know, but see,
And then go.
I get all the Wesley So's already, but that's because Google knows me so well. Wesley Snipes prison. Yeah, 3-year sentence.
Right.
McKean Correctional.
Tax evasion. Yeah.
Tax evasion, alright.
Pay your taxes.
Absolutely. Especially if you got all the vampire money for Blade. People will know.
Oh, and Draken went bishop c6, which is very strong because I missed bishop takes b5 is
No, you just can't stop that.
amongst other things.
And Rook d8 has been played.
Rook d8.
Is he gonna take on b5?
He can also throw this guy in, which is really unpleasant.
Sorry.
This is winning.
Is it?
What's your move?
Rook c8?
No, bishop takes b. Why can't I take?
You can. You can absolutely take. Yeah, it's unpleasant.
Is it?
Yep.
Maybe. Okay. And Reikin.
Reikin?
Reikin?
I thought you said Reikin.
Have you ever played Reikin?
No.
Would you like to play Reikin?
It's not super high on my bucket list.
Who do you want to play?
I really
Would you
don't
play
like playing
Rapport in a
anybody.
10-game match?
No, I wouldn't enjoy that either. I like winning, but I don't like playing chess. So it would have to be rigged. Would have to be a WWE narrative where I'm the good guy and I crush the villain, like something like that.
Okay.
If it's agreed beforehand, like a Westworld narrative, I could also live with, where people can shoot at me, but they can't hit me. It's like I'm a guest and they're the hosts.
Gotcha.
No, I think you haven't seen Westworld, so all of this will sound confusing. It's good stuff. I
Is it?
enjoyed it.
Am I?
I don't know. Wei Yi, F4. I would
Nice.
never ever have played F4.
I would have played F4 in a heartbeat.
You would have blitzed it out. That's a difference in style. That's why Wei
Doesn't
Yi.
it make sense to open the long diagonal?
I'm sure it makes sense. I would just never have done it because it weakens his pawn. But that's why you feel like Wei Yi is a kindred spirit.
I do. I feel like Wei Yi is me,
I agree.
born 20
People
years
always
later.
say Wei Yi is the Asian Lawrence Trent. I've heard many people say that. I never heard anyone say that. Do you guys look alike? I don't like this drawing.
No, me neither.
Let's look at Lukey. Is Luke the Dutch Lawrence Trent?
Yes.
Is Hare Krishna the Indian
Yes.
Lawrence Trent? Is everybody wherever they're from Lawrence Trent?
Yes.
Is Kayakin the Russian Lawrence
Yes.
Trent? Who's the English Lawrence Trent?
Mickey Adams.
That is the first name that comes to mind. Magnus has played this rookie 4 move. You know, just keeping his options open. The computer still likes white here, but I don't trust the computer in this position at all. I trust
I trust.
me.
Why? Like the first move is like knight c5, threatening the rook and the pawn on b5. I'm just going mad, obviously.
Are you going slightly mad?
Rook g4, I suppose, is the idea. No?
You would guess so. Computer says rook e3 is the idea.
So cryptic, all of it.
It's all very deep. This is less deep. Boom. Oof.
What's this?
Oof.
What the hell is it? Yeah.
That's computer world for you, West world.
Like even ED4 is Queen of 6, Rook G7. You have to pause. Wow. What? And this is winning.
That's why
wow,
computers rule us.
Do they?
They rule us all.
Do they rule you?
They have one ring to rule me.
This is a bit deep.
You haven't seen Terminator? Skynet. This is a little too deep. But
Do you love Arnie?
on feel, nah, I was never. I'm more of a sly guy. On feel, you can just keep this knight closer to the king, and nothing bad will ever
Knight
happen.
F8's a good move.
I like it.
Also, because I like Knight F8.
How much? Are we discussing who's going to be James Bond again, or why is Tom Hiddleston being mentioned in the chat?
Tom Hiddleston.
Maybe we're discussing who the English Lawrence Trent is. Maybe people think the next James Bond, Tom Hiddleston.
Raja Chess. Timur Rajab.
What is he saying?
He's going to say something about the Nepo game, I will assume.
He's not saying anything yet. You just check his Twitter, waiting, refreshing until he says something.
Timur Rajabov. The most depressing day in Vike is the day of departure, especially if you wake up late.
Is he there?
No, I think he's saying from experience.
Right.
But, Timur...
So he loves it there.
It's so weird. He's a name that's just disappeared from the absolute elite ranks, right?
Yeah, I don't know much. I hear he's focused on his family life mainly. Yeah. Did okay for himself, and he's not playing so much. But he had this horrible candidates tournament from where in
it went
London, right?
Really downhill from there for him. I think there was a lot of pressure because the sponsor was Azari.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure on him, I think, and yeah.
Is there a lot of pressure on Radek Wojtaszek?
2 pawns down, Queen E5.
It's
I understand.
not the most impressive.
I understand.
Pawns.
B3.
B3.
Okay. Bishop. B2.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know what I think. It's unpleasant for sure.
Knight F5 coming.
Yeah. It is pretty unpleasant.
Gewinning.
Gewinning, yeah.
How was it? How do I say winning?
Yeah, we don't have a word for winning, which might be clue. Das gewinnt is what you would say.
Das gewinnt.
Yeah, but
Dusk till dawn.
Yeah, das. You might have heard of the word das.
Das. Yeah.
Wow, I'm
Das-
very
Das Boot.
das Boot. Der Tobi und das Bo.
He played Knight C5 like a normal human being, of course. This is a perfectly legitimate...
Sure. The only thing after this move, which I'll give you, is very weird. You can't take here because of some sick tactics.
Yeah, and Magnus has seen that, so he's gone Rook E3. He's a clever guy, this Magnus.
He's sneaky.
Like, he's going to win now because I've just been...
You think you just jinxed Kayakin into doing this?
Yeah.
But maybe there's too many refutations.
Do you think Magnus got a position for me in his team?
I'm sure he does.
Chief Jinx manager?
The cooler.
The
This
Wow,
is such a
that's
sick
just-
tactic. But maybe you don't see this, but you see this and you don't like it, something like that. You know I don't understand this line either. I don't understand anything.
For me, like, on the face of things, you get to this in your analysis, you stop.
Right.
Right? So... Could get very exciting.
P. Marie Louis Just says not enough credit is given to W. I guess he means Wesley. So, in my opinion, I think the so really tipped us off that he does mean Wesley. Come on, this guy is obviously tremendously strong. I don't think anybody's arguing.
Nobody's ever argued it. I think everybody has given him sufficient credit as well. Yeah, I mean, he's just destroying people.
Left, right, and center.
And he makes it look easy as well.
Yeah, like Vichy said, it doesn't even look like he's trying so hard. And to win 3 super tournaments in a row. And this one was won with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Can't argue with success. Sometimes you can. But Wesley's just playing fantastic chess. Still, well, it also has to be said that this was Yeah, not a good game, to put it mildly, by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Sequence, long castles, queen b5. And, well, just to be lost, no matter how it went, after 9 moves with white, is not what Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian and Wei Yi were hoping for today, being half a point behind Wesley. So, but looks like none of these guys, well, maybe Wei Yi is a favorite to win now.
I think Wei Yi's a favourite to win. Yeah.
Wei Yi, tremendous chess throughout the tournament.
Pretty much, yeah. A couple of bungles along the way, but pretty good.
Well, if he wins this, he's going to finish on 8.5 out of 13. That's one of the third lowest rated player. A tremendous achievement. This really is his coming of age story, just like Zombieland was for Abigail Breslin. I think that's the most precise analogy.
I agree. Lukey boy. Still doing great, huh?
Doing well. 2 pieces versus a rook.
Also, he's threatening bishop c3,
Pass
knight
pawn.
d2 in some lines where that would be a gorgeous bishop on c3.
Yeah. Harry's gonna need all his resourcefulness to stick around. Once again, he's bungled the opening, and not just slightly bungled it, but really he's getting terrible positions every game. It's odd. What's going on there, Harry? Maybe...
I know, I was one of them. Got a great position against him with white. About a year ago now.
Was all good just a year ago. What is there to say? Shall we take a very brief detour
Yeah, sure.
to the Rock of Gibraltar? This might not work. Does this work? 1 second.
You got to auto update it.
There's so many a game. Here we go.
Yeah, so Gibraltar today, short Caruana. Also,
They play each other?
Mickey's got white against Ju and Jun to go to 5.5 out of 6, which is just...
Mickey, he loves this tournament,
Oh,
doesn't he?
by the way, we should point out yesterday, congratulations to David Anton El Nino, friend of Chess24, who beat Boris Gelfand in a brilliant game, and the ending especially was just out of this world.
El Nino is growing
Did you
stronger.
see the ending, the winning move? It was
No.
spectacular.
Peter
For all-
Svidler
For
playing
all of you who didn't see it, go and check it out.
Kevin Spraggett.
The
I played
Spraggett.
Spraggett in Spanish League
I
last time I played
love
there.
great guy, Kevin Spraggett.
Do you enjoy his blog?
His blog is very entertaining, but he's just a cool guy.
He seemed very friendly.
Yeah.
Anyway, Peter plays this move c4, which has been all the rage. Knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4, then queen d3 was fashion. Queen f3 is also a move people play. We'll see how it goes. Black can also choose. Typically, you get some hedgehoggy position. Peter needs a win to not lose touch with the top dogs. Already drew 3 games. And
Wow.
Maxime's going for mainline Berlin. Let's see how he feels about things. This is your boy, Fabiano.
Mixing
Continues
it
his
up.
tour through goofy openings of the world, trying to play for a win with black.
I'm not sure that's the right way to go against Nigel.
Don't you just play classically against Nigel?
Yeah.
Play e4, e5, play the Berlin, let him show what he wants.
Yeah, because actually Nigel enjoys the goofy openings. He feels at home here. So
Then again, I'm sure Fabiano studied this. And it's a well-respected line nowadays. Knight e2 is the main line, but this is a total mess. Queen b6, d4, e6. This is the main line, actually, believe it or not.
yeah,
Now knight e4, knight f7.
the a few weeks ago in the Bundesliga 2, I played the move bishop e2.
Yeah,
which
that's another move that's gaining a bit of momentum here.
I also played against Rasmus Svana and had a winning position.
Boom.
I won this Bundesliga game. The game went knight takes c3, d takes c3. The idea being that after bishop g4, I played knight into d4.
Beautiful.
And after takes.
Slightly worse? No, okay.
No. I thought c5 was the best move. He went e6 and I played f4.
Boom!
with a very interesting position. C5, knight f3, knight c6, and we actually both castled long. I went here and castles long with a...
Very interesting.
It is interesting.
No?
So I wonder if Nigel will go bishop e2. Against Rasmus Svana,
No, sir.
he declined. I think it went something like... Did he go e6 here? Castles, c5, and then I played... No, c5, and then
Knight b1?
I played knight b1.
This line is all about knight b1s and knight g1s.
I played knight b1 and got
There
a
you go.
pushing position. No squares. I think it went like this. Not quite sure. Mickey playing Ju Jun. Can I just say something right now?
Please.
Don't ever play the French defense against Mickey Adams. His score in it is just...
He just goes knight d2, puts his piece somewhere and
I
then
mean,
wins.
it's just insane how anybody would want to play the French defense against Mickey Adams. We have a mainline ed5, queen d5, and now he's played this lots recently. But I also faced this move against Peter Roberson relatively recently, and this is a fantastic reply.
Well, that's the main line, right?
No, bishop c5.
No, queen c5 is the main line.
No.
Well, in my circles. It's the main
In your
line.
circles, it's definitely the less played move, but a much better move. And I had this position, but yeah, Peter played the correct move against me, knight bd7, and White hasn't got that much here. Queen comes back to c7, b6, bishop b7.
Yeah, but Mickey, he'll just chip away. He'll go for it. Well, they got this more or less. a4, a5, little
No,
things.
but this is an important move. He already got in, very important.
Okay.
b6, a5. Yeah, now this is a nice version. Anyway, gonna go for a 1-0 today. And your boy, Maxime Lagarde.
Whom I've never met.
He said you've met. He told me.
Are you in touch with Maxime Lagarde? Shows how out of touch I am. He's a 23-year-old grandmaster, almost 2600, and I literally heard his name the first time 3 days ago. I really feel I don't know anybody anymore. He's having a fantastic tournament. Black against Hikaru. This is not a good position to be black against Hikaru in.
Grandmaster Passion says, surprised Ju Wenjun didn't know the Queen C7 nuance. Yeah, this early Queen C7 in the Adams game is actually quite well known for this system, and black is...
What's the nuance?
That you go Queen C7,
When?
you go Knight D7, and now you
After
go,
castles, you
yeah,
go
now
Queen
you go
C7,
Queen
yeah?
C7, yeah.
A4, B6.
Yeah. Strange.
No, you still go A5. How
Well, I mean,
big a
after
difference does it really make?
Don't know. Should be fine for black. Anyway. Wow. What?
Back to Vike. Is this a
What is
knight fork?
Why do people keep on missing Knight E7? Who
I
else
don't think he
misses?
missed it.
No. What happened? Let's go back a few moves.
Nothing much.
No,
Rook
rook
E3, knight D7, silent draw offer. Do you want to repeat moves? Rook E4, knight C5. England said, nah, I'm good. I'll play D4. And Kayakin said, Queen G6. Well, he didn't say Queen G6. He played it. Allowing this. What's his point? This takes.
Rook takes.
We can't take here, yeah? Why can't
No,
we take
Knight
here?
E7.
Oh, this knight is just comes back with a vengeance. Yeah.
Too many squares.
Too many enemy. So rook takes,
Rook, yeah.
and then you argue this bishop is silly, yeah? Which is a valid argument, actually.
Especially if, let's say, Queen G4,
Mm-hmm.
Rook G4, Bishop G3. Also, you have to worry about this pawn on D4, no?
Yeah.
Rook
I'm
E8,
not
Knight
convinced why it's
HF8.
better here at all.
No.
Could be much worse, too. It's interesting.
Wow.
Mhm.
Sick.
I don't mind this idea. Simplifying a bit,
Yeah.
but getting his pieces going. Computer, however, does mind it. Let's see why. It says takes.
Rook G8.
Rook G8. Oh no, but he doesn't mind it that much.
Queen E4.
Queen E4, weird move. Yeah, I don't get it.
No.
No, this is not clear at all.
Oh, Levon's
I'd still rather be
losing?
black.
Levon can resign now,
What happened here?
I suppose. No.
Why? Why would he
'Cause-
ever resign?
Because knight there, rook A6. I thought was, and then just rook back somewhere, huh? I thought this was losing, but it's not.
Play for
Especially
3 results,
Playing for
actually.
3
yeah.
results, yeah. This is Bunglesville, Tennessee today. What happened here? Because Bishop C6 a while ago.
When did we last see? We've seen this and we thought it was a nice endgame. Now we've seen all this. 96.
Oh, 96 is good.
Takes and rook e7 live on hanging around. And Andreikin decided to give the 2 pieces for rook with bishop a6.
That's an odd decision, isn't it?
Could have taken here as well, which strikes me as simpler at least. Rook dc1, knight b6.
Oh, maybe he wants to go.
He wants this.
No, maybe he wants f4 here.
I think he wants to harass the knights. General tends to be important to exchange this rook if you can. Not sure if this is the rule. But here, my point is here.
You do definitely want to exchange rooks here.
Because now your passed pawns become a lot stronger.
And the knights can't protect each other. Knight c4, d5 always comes.
Yeah, yeah, you have tricks e6,
e6
d5,
first. Ah, this could be winning also. Don't know.
We'll find out. People are calling Wei the Surgeon now. You think that's gonna stick as a nickname?
No. Juanito might, but the surgeon.
Ah, no, not Wei Wesley So. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I keep confusing them.
Wesley So is definitely surgeon material. Oh, Rapport can resign? Can he? Will he?
You keep saying that about everybody. Not everybody can resign at the same time. Well, he's losing, right? Not a lot of material left, but you take this pawn. Feels losing. Adiban, what a tournament.
Great tournament. Will it be +2 if he wins today?
I think so, yeah. This is amazing.
It's pretty sick, huh?
Massive respect. Lukey Boy also looks like he's gonna win this. A5, leaving more weaknesses on the queen side. Just looks winning to me.
Yeah. Gewinnung.
There you go.
He played rook a7, rook c7. So Wesley. This is so Wesley. Yeah, this might just be completely kaput. Because the pawns you can't stop after the rook exchange.
It does look bad for black. In general, it's very important to exchange.
And they've made move 40, which is quite important for Dmitry, I think. Yeah, but just anything. Well, you've got to be a bit careful.
Oh, he thinks I'm winning somehow. I don't have a clue. That feels winning.
Wow, we got this in the Carlsen game. Let's go back there. Rook g8 on the board.
Not clear
Rook
at
28. Carlsen only with 8 minutes and Karyakin with 18 minutes. I think Sergei would really enjoy winning today, by the way. Wouldn't he?
After that opening?
Yeah.
Well, not that. You would need extra enjoyment for a black victory against Magnus. But yeah, he'd enjoy that, and he'd claim that out of the last 13 classical games, he has +1.
How much money would you pay to have a confirmed +10 score against Magnus Carlsen?
+10 sounds good.
Yeah. 20,000?
No. 18 euros.
Just to say you could go down in history as the guy who's got +10 against Magnus. Would you pay 20 grand for that?
No, 18 euros.
Okay.
That's a good question.
I've only got +2 against Magnus, or plus. So
I see.
difficult.
Pomnashi has like plus what against Magnus Ziev?
No, not that much. I thought it was only 1 he had.
Did he lose in this tournament? I can't remember the thing. He had +3 before the tournament. Maybe not true.
Wesley So, you can't knock him.
The hustle.
You can't knock how he's doing. He's just playing brilliant chess.
Magnus took on g4, rook g4. And is he going to play g3 or bishop g3?
Unclear.
I suggest we take a brief
Let's
trip
do that.
to Gibraltar.
Let's
Then
do that.
I need a very brief break to take another trip
To the bathroom.
Exactly. And then we shall be back with the time travel drama. I sound so unexcited. That's because I'm not able to convey human emotion. Which game would you like to see in Gibraltar?
I'm trying to check the Twitter feed, but a lot is not about...
A lot on your Twitter feed is not about chess? We
Yeah.
keep running into the same problem. In Nigel Short versus Fabiano Caruana, after 94, 92 has been played, queen b6, d4, e6, but Nigel did not go for the knight fg1 move, but the other main line in this position, knight to g3, leading to slightly more standard play.
Oh, this has been played.
c5, bishop d3, knight c6. Fabiano is not surprised. And I don't know how this line goes. Takes, bishop e4, cd4, or knight d4.
This looks good for white.
I think it's supposed to be playable for black, but what do I know?
Just go back one move.
Sure.
No, here, yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Or do they normally take first? No, I think you go c5.
Yeah, but you can go c5.
Bishop d3, maybe you take here
Yeah,
now.
why wouldn't you take first?
Is this the line?
Nah.
It looks very dangerous
No,
for
knight
black
g5.
too.
Yeah. No. I thought maybe just go h6. Knight g3, h3, h6.
So slow.
Why?
I don't know. Looks very slow.
Just a normal French.
All right. Well, Fabiano played knight c6. Long knight takes e4. Probably
Yeah, but
don't think it's a big deal. Knight e4 played.
Of course, knight e4 played. Knight e4, d4, bishop e4, cd4. But these structures are often...
Can be dangerous.
Yeah, castle, just castle. This is very, very dangerous.
He doesn't mind. He wants...
Castle's long.
Nah, this doesn't really work.
Bishop g5. No, bishop g5. That's... Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see what happens there. But
Fabiano, willing to take great risks every game to create
Unbelievable.
winning chances.
what about our boy, Peter Svidler? You know that tweet that Nepo wrote? Idiocy, anger, disgust. Should I
Yeah.
retweet that now? Or is that...
Want to?
People are retweeting that. He might just write the same tweet.
It's a free Twitter sphere. You retweet. Retweet.
Nah, I think he just
Kripke.
tilted it all the way.
I can't find Svidler. Here he is. You know, a lot has happened yet.
Oh, yeah.
Except
He
for
played queen
after
f3.
Bishop e4. He went
Nice.
queen f3. Not queen d3, yes. Magnus played in the match against Vichy. Not queen f3. Latest fashion. d6. I don't know what's going on here. They go here sometimes, right?
Probably.
Many a move. But d6 doesn't feel like the most critical reply somehow. Not that I know any theory. Yeah, d6, knight c2 is on the board.
Nice. I like it.
If you take, queen takes,
C3,
and this is hanging, so you would have to castle, but here just f3. It's a nice position. It's like a good queen c2 Nemzo, two bishops. He's doing all right. Vasily Ivanchuk playing against the, I believe, young Austrian player, Valentin Dragnev.
Austrian, huh?
I think so. Good old Scotch. Knight d2, g6, and c4 here. Interesting move order. Allowing this knight f4, knight e6.
Jan retweeted his tweet. Oh,
He retweeted his own
he
tweet.
retweeted his own tweet. Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, today, no. Today was different than the win he missed against Harry. Today was just, yeah, I don't know. Odd.
Yeah. I mean, today was really bad. Today was really, really bad. Really, really bad.
Oh, and Varushan Akyobian plays this line, which I've played myself, this reverse Grunfeld. You're saying, you know what, I don't care that I'm a tempo down on Grunfeld. Show me the money. Knight c3, bishop e6. Who needs this extra tempo? It's an interesting line, not so easy.
Any other?
There's
Vesco.
David Howell with black against
Yeah, solido.
Topalov.
Solido de Davidchko.
Yeah, very solid.
Very nice. Very
Very
nice.
nice.
That's how you play.
That's how
That's
you play
how you
chess.
play chess.
Anton Guijarro, not
Yeah.
as solid against
No,
Emil
but such a
Sotowski.
brilliant. There was only one move that won in the ending yesterday. Rook c7. It's just such a brilliant move.
I didn't see that.
It's just unbelievable stuff. Really
check it out.
unbelievable. Yeah. He's now rated 20 live. He's 2660 something.
He's a good player. I've been expecting the jump for a while now. Immensely gifted. There he goes.
Why can you not go e5 here with white?
You can.
And e6?
E6, maybe f5 even. No, no, f5 is probably too loose. Can I go f5? Don't know. It's a weird structure. I can also take, I guess.
Rook takes.
Can I take here? I'd love to take your pawn. I'll probably get checkmated now and takes and queen d3. Yeah, this looks bad. What is this? Maybe back to f6?
Yeah. It's probably all some kind of theory.
I'm sure it's all in the Anton book. The book of Anton.
The Book of Anton?
Right.
Is that like...
It's one of the scriptures.
Right, I thought so.
Alright.
Okay. What? Go to the Masters.
This is a challenge as Dwayne Jones may be surviving.
So actually, if that's a tie for first, do they both get a seat into the...
Normally
main
there's
tournament?
someone wins by tie break, but last time this happened, I believe they gave both a seat. I remember there was Motilyov and somebody else. They both got invited.
Wow, ED4, CD4 on the board. Magnus?
It's a mess. Anybody could be better here. At least now the rooks have something to work with, which is probably well.
He played G3, so he's basically saying my bishop is actually very good on H4. Attacking
it
F6.
could either be very good or very dead. Or maybe it's dead and happy like Dracula.
And if I play bishop takes D4, let's just...
Do you give a check or do you
Okay,
go rook
I go
e7?
back.
Both possible.
Both,
Rook
I mirror you.
Oh,
Rook
you do.
G7,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Here.
Okay.
95 looks strong, no? Hang on.
Doesn't 95 win?
It looks strong.
Rook G7, Knight F3 check.
Okay.
Oh no,
matter,
this...
Oh, Knight F3 looks like a mistake.
Okay, not Knight F3. Go back.
You know, I thought you
Takes.
could recapture.
King G2.
Yeah. Who's better and why?
I think I take black with the two pieces, and this bishop on H4 is
That's
good.
what I'm saying, yeah.
King F7, and if Rook C1, bishop B6.
Looks very, very solid for black. No, I take black too.
Yeah, because the knight can always reshuffle around via F8.
In fairness, it should be said that white can probably repeat moves if he so chooses. If you mirror my actions, I can...
No, but now I
less.
want to go Knight F8.
You do? Do
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Nah, but you're not in time.
Why?
Because you will be crushed.
I might be.
How do we crush? This looks good. You have to go here, and now we can take. Your pieces are overloaded. This, okay. Here I believe in white.
You believe in love, huh?
I do believe in passed pawns. I'm gonna need a brief break. We'll be back with all the time travel drama. Still playing for 3 results in the Magnus Carlsen game, even though Wesley So has already won the tournament. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be right back.
Peace.
In the early aughts, when we were talking about chess a lot with Bishop, and he was telling me that, like, whenever somebody played a6 against him, was played an island against him, he felt, okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6-8-3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6-8-3 played by the biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
This is where things get interesting, because everybody and their dog play rook to c1 in this position, which is also the move that Wesley So chose. And after knight takes d2, queen takes d2, it's a d6. And he plays a very seldomly seen move in this position, the move bishop to e1, keeping his bishop alive willing to invest in tempo for privilege. Now that this bishop has gone to f6.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to the final round of Tata Steel, one of the craziest rounds of chess we have witnessed in a long time. Lawrence Trent, the veteran of many a chess commentary, has never seen anything crazier, have you?
Not in the last round of a super tournament. I've not really seen this much variance in play, winning, losing, getting crushed, Nepo losing in about 9 moves. It's all been very strange.
Wesley So has already won the tournament by defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round. Nepomniachtchi, the combination of not having checked his very sharp opening choice and blundering. I believe the fact that after bishop takes f6, a6 is a lethal Zwischenzug.
Yeah.
Just went down instantly against Wesley So, who won this tournament. In other shocking news, Magnus Carlsen, after 8 bishop h4, g5, when knight takes g5, which apparently is extremely strong in this position, the computers confirmed that, and Fabiano Caruana tweeted out, Kayakin must be feeling generous today. But Kayakin, as he does, has defended that position. Magnus maybe made few inaccuracies. The most surprising one from where I'm sitting was that he allowed black to unpin here. Not going bishop c6, stopping this knight b7. After this, we had the feeling that black might already be better. Now the game has heated up, it has progressed a lot, and Sergei returned some material to simplify. When, after rook g7, Magnus once again decided not to repeat moves, which would be a very understandable decision, to me at least. And before this bishop's going to go back. Then, I don't know what he wants. The computer still says white is better. To me, it looks like a total mess. I don't know who's better. Levan Aronian is also in trouble against Dima Andreikin right now. Computer says it's still defendable, but it kind of looks lost to us after rook c6. What else is there? Luke Van Velde is, I believe, winning against Harry.
Wow.
Another horrible Harry opening. Not sure what possessed Harry in the openings in this tournament. Things really didn't go well. Today, I think, well, this might not look...
Hold on, he's a full
strong.
piece down here.
Yeah.
Which is not good enough.
Resigns. Queen takes d8. You can even finish it in style. Queen a8 takes. Rook d2 and d7. And there's no stopping Dragan the d-pawn. So yeah, you can resign here. Harry play queen takes d8. Let's see if Luke has other ways to win. I don't know, bishop a5 for example. But we have to be careful about d2 tricks. Let me show this here. There's d2.
Bishop a5 is the sort of move I would just fall into.
Just blitz out and then the tables might turn.
That's really unpleasant. No, I wouldn't fall.
But I think Luke has just got to spot this
Queen
tactic.
a8,
I just showed
it's
queen
very
a8.
simple. Yeah.
And if rook back to c8, then there is no more pressure against the bishop. But
Agreed.
gotta finish it off. Adiban wrapping up his fantastic tournament, defeated a steaming Richard Rapport with the black pieces. You called it, predicting Rapport would steam and lose. You were right.
Oh, he resigned. It's over.
It's over.
Right, okay.
And yeah, Rapport, after a strange choice of knight f3 in the opening, just
Yep.
just gave a pawn for
He
nothing.
gave the pawn. I'm trying to find the Chelsea score.
I'm sure you are.
Does anybody know the Chelsea score? Ladies and gents, in the chat, please let me know. As we are, you know, we've had like the best season for a very long time.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
We have.
Congratulations.
You don't care.
No,
You don't care about football.
not much now.
You
I
like
used to.
your basketball.
Yeah.
Even that you've not spoken about much recently, which is
No, I haven't.
kind of
I
surprising.
don't have so much time. Like, I've been busy, so I haven't been watching a lot
you're
of
a
basketball.
daddy.
It's true.
Daddykins.
Speaking of Daddy Geary.
Wow, he's going to win this. No?
I'm not sure. Normally, he finds a way to draw. No, I shouldn't say these things.
No,
Did he win a
because
pawn?
now g4 is unpleasant to go king e4, I suppose.
Well, why? We can go here. No, king e4.
Oh, that's true. No, maybe. Still chances, huh?
For sure. I'm still counting the pawns, but a recount told me that white is a pawn up, so there must be chances.
Great tournament for Adiban.
Absolutely. +2 as clearly the lowest rated player in this field. It's just a tremendous achievement. And very, very impressive.
How many rating points do you think he's gaining?
25 maybe?
Right.
Expectation must have been -3 or -4.
Right.
25 to 30. Very impressive stuff.
Good stuff. Excellent, Adiban. Excellent stuff. Well done, sir. Well done.
Wei Yi is the other breakout performance
Interesting.
who might or might not win against Radek
He's
Wojciechek.
kind of what happened?
Kind of got outplayed a bit here, it seems.
What happened? We had such a great position on move 25.
No, I didn't like his f4.
But queen e5 wasn't that strong?
He decided against it. Didn't like winning chances. And this already, I don't know. He's allowed
no,
counterplay.
he's
And
allowed.
there's no real long-term attack here.
No, this is.
No, yeah, I think black is back in business.
I think black might even be better here.
No, white is a pawn up, but yeah. Actually, yeah, queen b4, queen a5.
I'd
No,
say
Radek
black.
outplayed him.
Yeah, Radek definitely outplayed him.
That leaves us with the top game. Carlsen Kayakin. Carlsen, as he tends to, not happy making a draw here, keeps pushing for a win. Bishop b6. Sorry, knight e5, king g2 was thrown in, little tactic. Rook d4, knight f3.
Oh, knight g6.
Knight g6. Interesting stuff. What do you do here?
Then f5 comes sometimes. No, maybe not. I don't know. I want to fix that structure and then go knight h4 and knight f6. I like the idea of having
Right.
But
Every
I'm
time
not
F5,
running
I'll
into
give
a
a check,
check.
yeah?
No, I run into check. Doesn't work. Does not work, my little friend.
That's right.
Move 37. So, a bit of time pressure. Dmitri and Draken decided not to exchange rooks, which is a curious decision.
It is indeed, but he's playing against the horses. He wants to stop those guys coming back into the game. He might very well be very strong.
And if King G5, which...
Yeah, pass, I guess. Are we winning this? Here you have to go knight b1, yeah? And as I always say, once wild horses get separated, they're a lot less dangerous.
Ah, you win a knight. Rook C1.
I'm not sure I do.
That's
but
very
I'm trying.
clever. It's very clever, though. Whatever it is, it's very clever.
But yeah, here the rook endgame will be winning.
Yeah, the rook endings. Ah, simple. Simples.
Simpleton. No, this looks strong what Andrekin's doing.
Okay.
Dominating the black knights. Especially this guy.
I understand.
Do you?
No.
I can elaborate if you want. Like this knight doesn't have a lot of squares. Can't go here, or here, or here, or here. That's why many people say a knight on the rim is dim. Is Chelsea leading?
We just won.
Shall we end the show? Chelsea, the game is over already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You beat Hull?
We beat Hull 2.
Wow.
Big game.
So are you going to win?
Hold on, that was a week ago. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
That was a
It's
week
never
ago.
too late to celebrate.
No, that was a week ago. Aren't we playing today? I thought we were playing today. Anyway, doesn't matter. King G8 on the board. Carlsen kayaking. King G8, huh? Interesting.
Well, he wants to.
Rook passive. But if you are covering E7, I suppose it doesn't matter, right? And you can never play F5 because of knight E5. So rook if E1, king F7, par example. And there's a cute little trap because if rook E8, you go knight E5. No, that doesn't work. But
Oh, no.
no.
This is a nice little check.
This is how do you say discovered check in
Abzugschach. Abzugschach.
Abzug?
Abzugschach.
That means discovered.
Abzug means, I don't know, yeah, it's
On the
chess
way
lingo
out?
for discovery, I guess.
Right.
Discovered. Lawrence, Chelsea played FA
I didn't even.
Cup
Do you know what?
yesterday and won.
I've been so out of it because
Super fan.
I've been here.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Sick. I used to be so much more up to date. We beat Brentford 4-0. Yeah, Wojciech besser.
Yeah, making progress.
Really.
Chipping away. What's going on in the Luke game? It's still going. What has he done?
Just winning. Harry's just making moves.
Oh yeah, he spotted this tactic, this queen a8.
Yeah.
Harry went rook c8, queen b7. Luke made all the right moves. Bishop c6, nice move, cutting off any counterplay really. And Harry, in spite of all his resourcefulness, piece down and dealing with a pass pawn on
And bishop
d7.
a5.
You can resign with a very clear conscience here. King h7, bishop b5, come on.
Queen f6 on the board.
Gotta stand up for my man Luke here.
Any old move.
What is this?
You can even go. Would you say that? What is this during the game to Harry?
No, you don't.
Would you?
And everyone can resign whenever they want, but it's, I don't know. I don't see many chances. How do you bungle this?
Even this is unbungleable.
And there's really no bungle left.
That would do Luke's first win, huh?
Yeah.
That would be.
And Harry, his sins caught up with him in the opening. Like he's been, I don't know, it's been shocking what happened in Harry's openings. He's such a strong player, 2-7, 66. But yeah, these openings haven't been going well for him at all. Cost him against Wesley So, and he survived some horrible positions like against Anish, against Rapport yesterday, and I'm sure I could name others.
Is
if
he
I
going to
remember.
fall for queen takes c3, bishop takes c3, d2 for an opposite colour bishop ending?
The thing is, even that one is not
No,
particularly
bishop
exciting.
d2 is not the right move.
Oh, no,
bishop
sorry,
b5.
you gotta go bishop e2,
Yeah.
which is also completely winning.
Yeah.
But still, I should never criticize Harry again for playing on too much.
He's
But
going to play
BC3
BC
is quite strong.
BC
Like,
is
you
a
don't
real
have to
issue.
blunder this. Ah,
Oh,
he didn't take
e5.
E5.
The old e5.
Come on, seriously? This is starting to get frustrating. Bishop takes d3? Why are you playing on?
He played bishop takes d3. It's time. He resigned.
And yeah, this is the end.
High time.
Congratulations to Luke.
Great result for Lukey. Saving face and a bit of pride at the end of a very, very difficult tournament for him.
Absolutely. There's no quit in Luke. That's one of his best qualities. Things can go horribly wrong, but he still shows up to play at last round and defeats a very strong player in Hare Krishna.
Okay.
What else do we have?
Levin
I'm being
played
informed
king
Levon
h5.
is losing. Yeah, no news to us here, because this knight is dominated, and this line showed something very similar earlier. Seemed very strong. Threatening rook c1.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. How's the World Championship rematch going?
This is very unclear, isn't it? Black is only a few moves away, however, from consolidating and being better, in my opinion.
But how do you consolidate? It's not so easy with white having the e-file. I don't really see how. Do this.
Okay. Ein Moment, bitte.
Can you? Sorry. I believe people are discussing what Abzugsschach means. Yeah, I'm not sure. We also have a thing called Dampfabzugshaube, which is a different thing.
So this move makes a lot of sense to be able to play knight hf8 and protect this pawn.
That's a nice move, actually. I was going to say rook c1, but you're just going to return, right?
Not necessarily.
Definitely, maybe.
Rook c1.
Oh, I want to take c7.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I could fall for this, which would be really unpleasant. Whoops. That's not good with these horses far away.
No.
So, yeah, I would return. So maybe we're going to get a repetition. Is he going to go a4 here? Yeah, he is.
Looked like a normal
Yeah,
move.
he's going to go a4.
He
No,
played rook 1 e4.
also normal.
Yep, stopping any bishop d4. No, he still wants to keep pushing. But did he blunder? Is he just blundering again?
Wow. Oh my god.
f5 with tempo looks like great news for black, no?
Yeah, and then you can go knight h4. Why can't you go knight h4 ever? Because of check and then I put a knight.
This is devastating.
rook
You
h8.
can't recapture because I will jump some.
Oh my god.
This
is
is
this-
really, really bad news.
That's losing, no?
I don't know, losing, but
Knight h4, you want to go gh or something?
h4 we still have a check apparently.
King g6?
I don't understand anything.
Knight f6 and bishop f2?
Yeah, it looks horrible.
No, he's going to go f5. It's Kayak. Is he going to go f5?
Is he gonna take over here? What is going on? f5 is a weird move because it activates this bishop
Yeah, but there's no...
on some level, but it doesn't have anywhere to go. This is the
But
star
that's
move,
move
right?
41, so that's the important thing for Sergey.
Ah, it's move 40, so if he finds f5
If he finds
now,
f5,
then he
he's
has all the time.
great chances, yeah.
Okay,
Because
cool.
also you want to stop g4 in some lines, so...
No, and you've talked about the idea even of taking and putting
Yeah,
another
exactly.
f6.
That feels very natural to me.
Yeah,
And
rook
the
e4
king's
is a strangely careless move, because if you go, let's say, a4 and black goes f5, then
Now
it's
it's
like
different.
2 extra tempi, and
Yeah.
we can go here
Yeah.
and have all the time to stabilize.
Precisely.
But
Is he going to do it?
here, this is a very
Rook
nasty
h8 is
move.
nasty. Oof. Nasty. Nasty.
3 results.
3 results?
playing for 3 results.
Have you ever played for 4 results?
Forfeit. Well, sometimes I have a switched on cell phone in my pocket just to keep
Does that ever happen to you?
It happened once to me in the game. I think actually in Gibraltar. I realized it after like 3 hours, and then I went and switched it off.
It didn't.
It didn't ring. The good news is, if you don't have any friends, like it's very unlikely that someone will call you while you're playing.
Right.
Van Lille won. Adibam won. It's the rise
Chicago Dave. I'm going to point. Wesley should be celebrated by commentators for his astronomical results. Why not? His cultural oddness. I don't know what you're talking about. He's celebrated universally by everybody. No? I mean, everybody talks about how brilliant he's playing. Me, Jan, Yasser.
You can't argue with results in chess. He's won 3 super tournaments in a row. We've had this long discussion the other day. Who's the stronger player right now, Wesley or Magnus? And it's very much a discussion. Wesley scored 9 out of 13. What's there to argue with?
Yeah.
Like, you might knock his style or whatever, his private things, but his chess has been absolutely fantastic, and we've praised him for it.
Yeah, and why not we see Nigel Caruana? We will check in with that game. We have seen it already. We've already seen parts of it. We saw the opening. And...
it's such a long scroll down.
You want to go up.
Where is it?
Over
Here.
Yeah, we got exactly the position we looked at about 20 minutes ago. Where these are the positions Nigel feels very comfortable in.
It's very much a Nigel position.
Not at all. I don't know who advised Fabi to... he was probably expecting a advanced variation. That's why.
This surprised him.
Yeah, this surprised him. But I mean, just go bishop g4. But he should know Nigel's played this as well. Even I've seen Nigel play this a bunch.
Right.
Yeah.
And Kayakin is still taking his time here.
Okay.
This is move 40. I want to stick with this and see if Kayakin finds f5 or not.
Is he favourite to win after f5?
I don't know. I thought this was tremendously strong. The computer is not so impressed anymore. It says a4 and equal, but
why?
I don't know. Can't trust computers. f5 played. This could spell disaster for Magnus Carlsen. He might lose this game. No. Wow.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah. Because now it's move 41, so Kayakin will have all the time in the world to calculate the nuances here. And it's a very Kayakin-esque feel to it, this game. Like, he gets a bad position, but then he stubbornly defends it and takes his chances. It's his type of game. And Magnus, well, I've talked about how he must be steaming about Nepomniachtchi's play and that's so on. But now he just, he kept pushing for a win. Maybe rightly so, maybe wrongly so, hard to judge. But his riskometer has been slightly out of tune in this tournament. And here...
Should we get the guys to go to Campus Suite for a bit of lunch for us as well?
I'm not sure they will, but I'm hungry too.
I've just realised it's 4 o'clock and...
Have you? What would you like to eat?
We're going to be here for a while, buddy. This game ain't finishing.
Looking forward to it.
Me too. What would you like to eat? We can get anything you like.
I think we've made
A non-gluten-y, dairy, extra additive kind of meal. Like water with ice would be in my realms. Okay. Now Pavel's having a bit of a... Whoops.
Don't want that. Is Anish just winning? What's happening?
Nah.
Nah.
Draw.
Here.
Rook h7. Just take it on
I don't
d4.
trust any rook again.
It's a draw.
I
Too
will show
active.
you. This, boom. This is a more refined version of this trick.
Yeah.
So you have to take here. Well, you're going to lose HT. You know.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
King e5. Very tricky stuff, isn't it?
Very close.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Magnus. This would tilt Magnus until the next tournament, I think, losing with white to Sergey.
Sure.
Do you think?
Yeah, it's a bit amazing that Magnus was still in contention to win this tournament before this round, because it felt like a lot of things had gone wrong for him. His game against Rapport comes to mind, the missed win against Geary, and he was very unhappy with the way he played in the second half, of course. But today he could ruin the efforts of all his hard work. Other game against Elyanov, he was not completely lost, but he was in big trouble. Managed to win that, putting him here.
Non-gluten pizza, does that exist? Yeah, it does actually. There's non-gluten bread, there's non-gluten biscuits.
Are you like a vegan now that has the...
No, because
all
I
the-
still eat meat.
I understand, but you have these replacements for all products. Non-gluten pizza. What does that mean? What's it made of?
Well, how do they make non-gluten bread? I don't know how they do it, but they do
Me
it
neither.
somehow. The wonders of modern culinary technology.
I see.
Um,
So you'll never be guilty of gluttony again?
I'm always guilty of gluttony.
I thought so.
Great. This is all exciting now, isn't it? Is it? Very, very quickly. Alexander Husman. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. Let me scroll down. Where are the games from today for Gibraltar? They're here. Oh dear. This feels like a result for Mickey, doesn't it? Mickey Adams on 4.5 out of 5, playing against Ju and Jun. Also on 4.5, and the point is knight b3, the queen will move, and then I'm going to go a6 and stop bishop b7.
Why won't you take the pawn on b5?
Because I'm weak. Okay. Don't play the French against Mickey, just on principle. Bad idea. Hate Fabiano's position, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't look very nice.
This bishop on e4 uncontested is just beautiful. And Nigel really has played a lot of these positions with both colours before. Queen e2, rook d1 is a very simple plan.
Yeah, b4, bishop b2 is always around the corner.
I mean, he's just much better here, Nigel.
Yeah, I agree.
What's Fabiano doing? It's just, honestly, it's just... I like what Maxime has done. He's a pawn up the board, gaining space. He's playing Abhijit Gupta, which is funny because Gupta lost his first round. And he's won 4 on the bounce, so he'll be feeling good. David Howe, very solid position. Yu Yang Yi is playing, Matlakov is playing. Setu Raman. Antoinetta Stefanova had a good result yesterday, beating Ganguly with the black pieces. Doesn't happen often either. And our boy, Pyotr. Weird, this bishop is on c7 in a... Yeah, it's kind of useful though, right? To put the knight on e5, but... Yeah, knight e5, queen g3, I suppose, is the idea. And knight can't come to h5, so... These positions, I think... Ah, now he wants to go knight g6. That's what he wants to do. And if bishop e3, d5. That's what he wants to do. Cute. Interesting. Very interesting, Mr. Spragat. Do you know Mr. Spragat?
Mm-hmm.
And then a bunch more games in Gibraltar. We'll keep an eye on that. Wow.
We've been asked to go to the Gawain Jones game in the challenges.
Okay.
Kayakin played this rook
Kayak
h8.
can play rook h8 like...
Magnus is in trouble.
Yeah, I agree. The Gawain Jones game is... Oh dear. Gawain is missing a piece. But you know, Gawain is really tricky in these positions. Really tricky.
Like super tricky?
Like super bad.
Ah,
You know super bad?
of course.
You've seen it?
Of course. Jonah Hill.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
I don't.
No? Do you like anything?
Yeah.
What do you like? Except for gluten-free pizza.
Gluten-free bread.
Okay.
Jonah Hill just doesn't do it for me.
No?
No. Really doesn't.
No.
Superbad is for me, one of the most overrated films
Do people rate
of
it?
that genre. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
Which movies of that
Eric
genre do you
Hansen
like?
won, should point out, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's point it out. Shout out to Eric Hansen.
Great finish for
Checkmating
him.
Ilyas Mirina.
Yep. Jeffrey Zhong only drew today, so disappointing finish for him. He won't get the chance to play the top guys next year.
Still a good overall tournament, but
Yeah.
the last 2 rounds didn't go his way. First and last 2. In the middle, he crushed everybody.
In this position here, interesting, rook d8 check, king h7, and you have to evaluate the ending here. Feels much better for white, in my opinion, but it could all be an illusion because you'd like to just get going here. But after rook g5, very difficult to break things down, and Sopiko is now losing. Yeah, it's just been a disaster for Sopiko this tournament. How many is she on? 1?
1.5, right?
1.5 or 1?
1.5.
1.5 out of 13 is rough. Really, really rough. So, yeah. Carlsen played a4, Jan Gustafsson. And now the simple move, king to g7, with the idea of
Please
it's a
explain.
question. No, it's a question to you, my friend.
No.
Do you understand it?
No.
No?
No.
Is it just a Zugzwang move that actually white has got no moves here?
It's possible.
Actually, it is.
The thing is, if this rook moves, let's say rook e1,
Yeah.
then the bishop gains access to the square. But okay, the idea, now I understand it, because the computer shows it.
He wants to go knight
The idea is
f6.
to play
yeah.
knight f6, and
And
after
if rook
rook
f6,
f6,
he can
it's
take
no
on
longer
h4,
check,
yeah.
So now we can
Probably rook
simplify, go knight
h4,
h4,
yeah.
win.
Oh, he's going to
That's
see
tough
that.
to
No, it's well when you're looking at knight f6, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
well, he does have time, and
he's
it's
got time.
easy to see that white can't really do anything
Yeah,
constructive. King g2
no,
is
but knight h4.
just horrible
Forget
because
it.
it takes knight f6.
Forget it. No, this is just winning.
Is it just winning?
I think so.
Wow.
I mean, if you have to go rook e7
Tremendously
check, I
unpleasant.
just
Well,
don't
this doesn't look great.
take king g6, check, king f7.
King g6.
You don't want to go to h5 or what's
You
going on?
have to.
But this is hardly checkmate, is it?
No, it doesn't look checkmatey.
Wow, this is sick. This is sick.
It is. Let's see if Kayakin finds king g7, which would really turn this tournament around even further, because as many people have mentioned, he was borderline lost today after 10 moves. This piece sacrifice just is crushing this configuration. Computers already give white a very serious advantage here. But Magnus let him escape, Sergei defended brilliantly. Always takes 2 for these efforts. And now Kayak is back in business. And Kayakin,
He's going to see king g7.
some people have argued he's the strongest past move 40 player in the business.
He's going to see king g7 because you want to go knight f6, and you also see that white doesn't have any moves, and king g7 threatens knight f6, and you also see that moves like rook e1, knight f6, you have knight g4, knight e4 is coming. Don't really have anything to add. I mean, it just feels like it should be winning for black.
So you got, what about this?
This one allows a lot of checks, right? Or not? Check, king g6. Okay. Check.
No, but somehow,
Looks terrible for black?
for white I meant.
Oh, for white,
sorry.
yeah.
Somehow you hang in there. Well, there's not so many attackers, so this is only one check.
Yeah, you start eating. Yeah, this is counterplay, isn't it, for white? D6 is hanging as well. Even these positions are highly unclear. Like bishop e3, knight e4, you always think you're getting checkmated here.
You would if you get some tempo.
Yeah. No, Sergei's going to play king g7. He really is.
You think so?
Yeah. You want to give me 3-1?
No, I don't want to give you a thing. Dmitry Andreikin is in great shape against Levon
Knight f4, king
Aronian
h2.
because you can't take.
Knights are too far away. The horses are not near. They're having a little...
Is the chat going nuts?
What's the chat?
I don't know. We'll stay out of it. Behave, people. We will go on a little break and get some food because we're hungry. But we'll be back with the finish of the Carlsen.
Oh, are we having another break?
Game. You asked for food, so I thought we should go.
Are we not going to get our loyal friends?
So all you have to do is ask on the air. This is not how it works here.
All
We'll
right.
go on a little break and see what we can do. For
We'll
food.
rustle something up.
So spoiled, that guy. Anyway, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
We'll be
Thanks
back.
for watching. This is where things get interesting because everybody and their dog play rook to c1 in this position, which is also the move that Wesley So chose when after knight takes d2, queen takes d2, let's say d6. And he plays a very seldomly seen move in this position, the move bishop to e1. Keeping this bishop alive, he's willing to invest in tempo for the privilege. Now that this bishop has gone to f6, Welcome back, everybody, to the final
Ever Tata Steel Chess
final ever
Masters.
chess tournament. Sergei Karyakin is maybe winning, or at the very least putting Magnus Carlsen under pressure after Magnus somewhat carelessly on his 40th move went rook e4, giving black the time needed to consolidate. Now Sergei is in the driver's seat, played 3 fantastic moves in a row, f5, rook h8, freezing white here,
Yeah.
and king to g7 with the heavy threat of knight to f6.
Yep.
And white is in big trouble. White also can't really move anything.
No.
If you go king g2, knight takes h4, gh, knight f6 is tremendous for black.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
The computer already said that you have to take on g6 or go rook e7, give an exchange to stay in the game, which would be very bad news for the world
It's very
champion.
difficult to make that move as well, just psychologically, to give up, play rook g6. So if you don't do that, but there aren't many moves left, so...
You would think about rook e8 at least to exchange this rook, but black politely declines, goes knight hf8, and you still have all your problems. Very unpleasant situation for Magnus. After a winning position out of the opening, Karyakin did what Karyakin does, defended stubbornly, and is taking his chances now after move 40.
Just
So he does it.
just winning.
Dmitry Andreikin seems to be winning as well against Levon Aronian, even though Levon's trying to drum up some counterplay here. Long or mid-term, or any term, very hard to stop all these pawns. What's happening in your world? What are you checking?
No, I'm trying to... Wesley So's given some interesting stuff. He's just been interviewed by Yasser on site. He's saying, Yasser, it's thanks to you. Every tournament you commentate on, I seem to win.
Boom.
Which isn't false. That's true. It seems like every tournament that Yasser does commentate on, he is winning. But I think Yasser responded with the very simple, it's not because of me commentating, it's because you're playing the best moves, which I would agree with. And there was an interesting tweet by Olimpiu Urchan, you know, very interesting character, tweets a lot of interesting stuff.
Twitter.
Yeah, saying that, you know, Wesley So breaks the mold a bit because he's got no corporate sponsors, no PR, no nothing. He just plays chess. And he's got to where he is through no support. That's not 100% true, and I know that for fact, but certainly he does break the mold. Not really sure I'm a fan of that either. I think chess, if we're going to further the sport, does need some more mainstream kind of influence in some sense. So I would like to see Wesley So have a sponsor, and I would like to see Wesley So...
Isn't it going to come with success?
Sorry?
Isn't it going to come now that he's winning all these tournaments?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm not sure that they want that, is what I'm trying to say.
Not sure what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is I'm not sure that they want to be involved with any corporate sponsorship.
Ah, you mean Wesley doesn't want any
Wesley,
sponsorship? Oh, okay.
So,
Why not?
because when you have a sponsor, you have obligations outside of playing chess.
That's true. But
You
it
do.
also gives you time savers, like personnel, people that can help you, and so on and so forth. Like trainers, coaches, whatever.
Doesn't need it, apparently. He's winning tournaments.
That's
He's
true.
winning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in tournament earnings. Doesn't need it. It's not about the money for him, clearly. It's about the winning. So I'm sure he could find more than any support from the US if he wanted it. So
You're still in full manager mode.
no, I just know these things.
That's what I'm saying. I know. Sergei Karyakin has enough.
Mickey Adams is similar in that sense. Had a chat with Mickey about this. He never really wanted sponsorship because once you have a sponsor, you've got to do what they say in certain aspects. You've got obligations, contractual obligations, and you are controlled to a certain extent by.
See,
So it's tricky. Tricky Mickey.
very tricky.
Karyakin's not like
Magnus
that.
doesn't seem overly controlled to me. He has a bunch of sponsors, but
It's
things still haven't gone too well for him recently.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. If he loses this, being the big word, where would he finish? Oh no! All of his 7.5 guys are not gonna. Iranian's gonna lose. And Wei Yi looked like
Let's look at the Wei Yi position. Well, yeah, it looked like he had.
he's trying to Okay. Yeah, but you just take this guy. Get rid of him.
You gotta be a little careful that nothing bad happens to you here. But you probably can be, even this. No?
Yeah, even this. I prefer black.
Isn't white a pawn up? How can you prefer black?
Prefer black?
How can you prefer black?
Maybe not
Why is a
prefer.
pawn up?
I know, but my pieces are so passive.
That's true, yeah. But where ye shouldn't be worse.
No. Don't know.
We'll find out. I do agree though that he's not a favorite to win this. Two games are already finished between Rapport and Adiban and Van Veli and Hare Krishna. The vengeance of the lower rated players, even though for Adiban he's just had a fantastic tournament all along. While Van Veli finished with dignity, winning his last round game against Harry. Harry won't be very happy. I keep saying this, Harry's openings were not great in this tournament. And Rapport, you've talked about this, just seemed to be steaming a bit in the last round. Of course, the big story is that Wesley So wins another event. 9 out of 13. Only in trouble in one game against Rapport where he dodged a bullet. But after that, the usual. Does not take many chances against the stronger players. If no chances are given, quick draw against Magnus, quick draw against Sergei Kayakin, quick draw against Levon Aronian. But whenever there is a chance, he bites. Excellent conversion. Can't argue with it.
Can't.
Pavel Ilyanov ruined his chances for tournament victory yesterday by losing a great position to Magnus. And now he has to fight for a draw against Anish Giri in a difficult rook endgame. Rook b3 has been played. I think we looked at this, right? Rook f7, rook b4, and this nasty little move h4. Hoping for gh, rook f4, checkmate.
Yeah.
So after h4 you have to take on d4 one way or another. g8, hg5, king e5. Possibly still a draw. It won't be a lot of fun for black to defend all of this stuff. There's also... Now this is a draw, right? Takes, or am I blundering some? No, this has to be a draw. Yeah, the h-pawn is not so scary, and t4. Should still end peacefully, but Anish can try a bit.
All right. Chat is going a bit crazy. We won't go
What's
there.
happening in the chat?
Yeah, we better not go there.
All right.
Yeah, no
Where do we
moves.
go then? King
Where
g7.
do we go now? Where
Magnus
do
is
we
sitting
go?
there shaking his head, wondering where he can go. Probably
Find a
he wants
rock.
to get out of Vike ASAP because things have not
And if
gone well for him.
rook e8.
Knight h of 8, yeah, we've looked at this.
Yeah.
Just
That's
covering all the
just-
squares, and knight h4 is still looming.
And then knight g6 is following. Yeah, this is horrible. Yes. In the Andrakin-Aronian game, Andrakin has actually won a full exchange.
Still has two passed pawns, yeah, this should be
This
gonzo.
should be really simple, actually. Even if you play knight d3, just e6. You don't mind if he takes this, because you're just... Like, even here, just push it, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's just these pawns are way too slow. If these were here, like that, it'd be a different story. But they're not.
Levon, I recall, lost a crucial game to Andrakin in the candidates tournament as well, where he needed a win to stay in contention for qualifying for the World Championship match, and then he lost a big game in, I think, some Champolsky, which he played very badly. So Andrakin, not the first time he stops Levon. Levon had a very good tournament thus far, but now losing the last round to Andrakin, which would be Andrakin's first victory, will not please the Armenian superstar. The Norwegian superstar will also not be very pleased with how things went today after his nice opening preparation and possibly winning position here already. We've looked at this line before. This knight f1 move still seems to be lethal, just intending knight g3, knight h5, and it doesn't look like black can parry the attack. One key tactic was this bishop takes f2, very cute little trick. If queen f2, knight e4, black simplifies. But white just ignores it, goes king e2, says, you know what, now I'm threatening to take on f6 and f2, so you better go away with your bishop, and then we disappeared again. King g6, h4, rook f1, h5. This is just... Oh no, sorry. I keep blundering my queen. I'm a horrible player. Things actually aren't so easy here. Oh, we've had a look at this line, right? Knight f5 it was. Okay, this is very tricky business. Anyway, what Magnus did was fine too. b4, bishop b6, bishop d5. Trying to keep a grip, go knight c4, a4. Kayakin fought back as he often does. I should say Sergei if I say Magnus, I guess. Knight b8, bishop b7, rook a7. And this was the odd moment I keep coming back to, because bishop c6, just to stop black from going knight b7, then move his queen out of the way, and then move his knight, which is what black wants to do all along in these positions. Looked very strong, but Magnus allowed it. Went bishop d5, knight b7, knight c4, takes, queen goes away. And this position is already very unclear. We were both, I think, saying that we prefer black, because the extra piece should be stronger here than the pawns. Then the game continued. Kayakin gave back an exchange to simplify a reasonable decision. Magnus kept pushing for a win. And he overdid it only on move number 40. Up till here everything was still more or less under control. a4 maintains roughly equal position. But rook 1 e4 allowed this sequence. f5 winning a tempo against the rook. Rook h8 stopping this bishop from moving because of discovered checks. And king g7 threatening knight f6. And now Magnus sitting there studying the runes of his position.
Insane.
What are you studying?
What we got. d5 bandraking is good enough for the win. Nothing to be done here. The d pawn just crashes home the e pawn. You can try king g6, but after d6 you're going the wrong direction. Try and defend, but check is even this. Levon will resign soon. Wei Yi is trying to drum up something, but as I thought...
Taking risks. He's given the c2 pawn. Now the black serious counterplay. Rook going to d3.
I always thought...
Gambling.
Yeah. Gambling is bad, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad.
Is bad? Is Gawain Jones gambling?
Gawain Jones is a chess gambler.
That's what I meant.
I've also played blackjack with Gawain. Didn't go so
Oh, that's a skill game, right?
You got 16 versus a 9. Do you hit it or do you stick it?
No, I hit it.
Yeah, but then you lose.
Sorry to hear that.
You got 20 versus a deuce?
You know I have zero gamble. I haven't played blackjack in my life.
Really? I have. I have. Oh dear.
Anyway, could you elaborate on Gawain Jones' position?
Losing, probably. Knights well protecting the king, but what I fear for Gawain is my queen side. I'm very worried that the queen starts to mob, but with the knight and queen you never know. There is an h-pawn. Feeling is it shouldn't be enough.
Yep, gotta stay alert. But long term, knights might have the say.
Gotta stay a Kamsky. And so those are really the only key games from
Magnus did
Magnus
take
took on g6. He realized
long reflection. He decided this is his best chance.
rook g6, king g6. He will give a check on e6.
Yep, king h5.
And then probably king h5. Because here, what was wrong with this? Just rook d7 or something.
It's very passive.
Yeah, that's true. Just king g2. Yeah, so Sergey's going to have a think here, and then he's going to play king h5. If I go king g2 here, I want to...
You want checkmate?
Yeah.
I can't blame you for it. But knight f8.
Knight f8, hitting the rook, rook f6.
I'm losing the f-pawn. I prefer to keep it. But what to do? Nah, I guess I gotta do it.
Knight f8, so rook e6, king h5, king g2. Knight f8. You don't want to go knight f8.
No, I will go knight f8.
Rook f6.
Knight d7.
But now check.
Sure. King g6.
Check.
King f7.
And then pause.
Yeah,
3 pawns.
okay, but knight c5, knight a4.
Oh.
This is flashbacks for Magnus. His 5th game in the World Championship match. This knight also took the pawn and black pawn.
This is losing, yeah.
I guess so, no?
Because
It's
no,
not
I mean,
fast
there's no
enough.
way to stop this, and then you can just put the king on e8, and if you have to sacrifice your whole army, this guy's just coming home real quick. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Doesn't look great.
No, but Sergey has to calculate this. This is still a, you do. I see ghosts here. Like he played king f7. Yeah, I mean,
It's just repeating.
I don't know.
Rook e7, king g6. You think he's gonna go to f8?
No,
I don't think so.
I'm wondering if he's going to repeat it, the whole thing.
If you just contempt to make a draw here, I doubt it. Don't you think? Well, he can't win the tournament anymore anyway. That he would
Maybe
really
he
love to finish with winning his
I
Magnus.
don't know. Maybe he wants to go king g8 here.
Then again, he's often very pragmatic, Sergey. There's nothing at stake. He doesn't care, or he doesn't care it's too strong, but he might just say, you know what?
I think he wants to go king g8.
Okay, king g2, it's the same thing. No?
No, and then he wants to go
Knight
knight
f8.
f8.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
And he wants to do this.
looks very reasonable,
Yeah,
actually.
this is what he wants to do.
Right.
Do you agree?
I'm not sure. But
No, 'cause,
it's
like,
very
let's
possible,
just
at least
say-
you have to consider it. Yeah.
Let's just say white plays something normal. That runs into knight g6.
Yeah, you gotta
So
move the bishop.
you've got to
I guess.
move here, but then here. And then if here, then I'm going to go here. And then only move is rook d8 to stop knight d7, knight c5.
Okay, fighting against that.
And funnily enough, I can't...
Black is sort of still boxed in, yeah?
Yeah.
Weird position, but yeah, white controls all the
Yeah,
exits.
and he's actually going h4, and it might be a draw.
Could very well be.
Weird stuff. This could legitimately happen.
Levon had to resign after e6. Still a decent tournament for him, of course, but he won't be happy with the way this ended at the risk of stating the obvious. I don't think there's many happy faces today, except for Wesley. So, if people look back at their tournaments, Wei Yi will be happy pretty much no matter what. But
Yeah, this will be a very difficult loss for Levon.
yeah, exactly.
Very difficult loss for Levon to take. 2 up and down.
But also shout out to Dmitry Andreikin
Yeah,
winning
sure.
his first game in the tournament, showing some resilience there. Because this can break you, this Vike plays. After 13 rounds there in the cold, some people just gonzo, but Andreikin showed up to play and won a nice game. Let's just scroll through the temporary standings. I'll only bring up the small one. Wesley, so 9 out of 13. Can't be caught. Congratulations to
Beautiful
the winner.
result.
Magnus Carlsen, 7.5. Even if he were to win, he wouldn't catch him, of course. But it looks like he might lose even. Certainly not going to win. Adi Ban, fantastic tournament. 7.5 out of 13. Plus 2. As by far the lowest rated player. It's just an amazing achievement. Levon, decent tournament, but losing the last round is going to sting. Wei Yi, still in contention for second place. Kayakin could join the 7.5 gang by defeating Magnus. Elyanov fighting for a draw against Anish. Harry ruined things a bit with his last round loss as well. Geary, not a happy camper, might grind out a win, but it looked more like another draw. Nepomniachtchi, bad tournament, especially today. Radek also not a great event. And Rapport all over the place, but in the end will be unhappy. Luke saved his dignity with the last round victory. So yeah, not many winners except for Wesley So and Wei Yi. Everybody else will have... and Adiban. 3 clear winners actually. Wesley So, Wei Yi and Adiban will be very happy. Everybody else will have their complaints.
Agreed with your analysis there. Yeah.
Nah, no, you never listen. But I made a lot of sense, so
listening.
it's all good.
Yeah, I listened.
Okay.
It made sense.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the most disappointed of everybody in the tournament if Magnus?
He's the
You know,
most
if Magnus
competitive.
loses,
he's going to be the most disappointed.
he'll be the most disappointed.
Well, Nepomniachtchi didn't sound happy, but I think Magnus,
Okay.
he's so competitive, he's going to be very, very mad.
Mm-hmm.
Who else do we have?
Roger Federer.
Roger Federer, did he win?
He did.
Shout out to the Roch.
Great player. He really is the Carlsen of tennis, isn't he? In many ways.
He's 35. He's 10 years older than Carlsen.
No, but what I mean is his style. Stylistically, the way he plays tennis is a bit like Magnus.
I don't know, how does Magnus play tennis?
How Magnus plays chess.
Oh, okay. No idea what that means.
Well, Roger's kind of... He doesn't force the issue. He's not ultra aggressive.
Okay.
He plays baseline tennis. That kind of thing. He's not like a serve volley player trying to just kill you.
Karjakin more of a baseline player? Even here, he's gone back to baseline.
Sergei Karjakin is definitely a baseline player.
That's what I'm saying.
King G2.
King G2. Computer, by the way, FYI, says 0-0, so that
Yeah.
means Magnus sort of back in business.
King
Computer
G8 might
wanted to
have
put
been...
the king on h5.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to put the king there, though, you know?
Yeah, because you have to part with this pawn, and you have to be sure it works. But here, yeah, I think you've shown the most critical line. Stuff like this, no? These,
And
there's
hold
no
on,
progress.
whoa, back. And I want to go rook d7, but then you go bishop h6.
Knight of 8, bishop g5, blitzed
Yeah,
out.
he's gonna hold it. Just
Roller
unbelievable.
coaster ride.
Yeah.
Even holding it won't make him much happier, I don't think.
And if
Knight
knight
g6, also rook d7. Huh?
Rook d7,
Or just hit it. No, this looks bad.
rook h7, rook d8,
Same thing. no?
knight f8, knight f8.
It's coming from f8.
Yeah, but now I go rook d7,
You do that.
rook d7.
No, I blundered. I'm so weak. So weak.
Too weak, too slow.
Too weak, too slow, indeed. Okay, I have to stop your little plan by going rook e8, and then we repeat again, same position.
Yeah,
Here, here.
So some accuracy is still required. I have got an extra piece, right? AKA bishop on b6. What happens if I try and bring him back in somehow? Like rook h7, rook e8, and then a move like bishop e4?
First of all, it's pronounced bihop.
Right.
Secondly, I don't know.
Okay.
Rook a8 maybe?
Okay.
I don't even know if I want to take.
Like king f7.
Do I want to take?
Oh, rook a5, knight d7.
Yeah, it's probably too greedy, yeah?
Yeah, your rook's kind of offside. Not sure. I think Sergei's going to try a bit here. And
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Magnus has got to make a few accurate moves, which he is more than qualified to do.
He's the accurator.
Marvellous.
Some cleaning going on outside. It looked a little messy, didn't it?
I'm glad. Who's doing that?
I don't know.
Rainer?
No, Rainer.
Wait,
I don't know who Rainer is.
I just picked a random German name.
I don't think anybody called Rainer works here.
Reinhard?
No, Reinhards.
Richard?
Oh,
Could be Richard, right?
could be.
He likes hoovering. I like hoovering. One of my favourite chores at the house. Do you like hoovering?
No, I have this robot Does it for me.
No, you don't.
I do.
Do you?
The iRoomba, it's beautiful.
You're kidding me, right?
No?
It
Push a
actually
button and
hoovers?
it will, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
And it
Google
does
it.
it properly?
iRoomba. I'll bring it up. It's great.
Really? Does it actually do a good job?
Yeah, it's great. You put it on any floor. Does the business.
You're kidding me, right?
No, of course not. Here it is. This is what I
And
got.
it gets every corner and everything?
Yeah, it goes under stuff. It's perfect.
Who got you that?
Bought it. But since you enjoy hoovering so much, you shouldn't get it. But I don't enjoy it that much, so I let the robot do the business.
Can I have it?
No, of course not.
Please.
It's mine. You can buy one.
I want your one.
No, I'll keep mine.
For a present.
No,
Please.
keeping it.
It's my birthday soon.
I don't care.
Please.
Nah.
Is Fabi losing already? What's going on?
That's my boy. He just, roams around the house. Press that little button in the middle. The clean button. Then he starts cleaning. You can even program him. Please clean while I'm not there. I don't want to deal with you. Clean every day from 12 till 12:30. Then drive back to your station. You can do whatever you want.
Wow. But the floor needs to be like completely empty and stuff.
No, it's smart. It finds its way around
finds
stuff.
its way?
Yeah, it's...
Phew.
Machines are taking over. He sometimes checkmates itself, but rarely. I've seen it happen once. He got trapped under the toilet, so I don't let him into the bathroom anymore. But else, he knows he's not
Self-made.
supposed to fall. He's a smart dude.
Okay.
Anyway, this is not an iRoomba commercial. I'm not sure how this came up. But yeah, I like it. What else do we have? King f7. This was it, yeah? Rook d8.
He has to play Rook d8, which he will do, because it's a very logical move, cutting the knight. Yeah.
Restrictovich. And if you do your thing, we go
King
here.
g6.
We take your horse.
Ah, so yeah, that's no good. Yeah, we have to go back. And if bishop...
Something has to go back.
this might peter out.
I don't know, but... Give Magnus credit, a lot of things have gone wrong, but here to pick yourself up and understand that you have to give the exchange and that you have drawing chances here, I thought it was very impressive.
It was.
Dradsam is with me, he has one too. Just silly to do that stuff by yourself.
It's my job.
The robots are taking over. I'd like to have a cooking robot too.
A cooking robot. They have that. Have you seen it? It's unbelievable.
They do?
Oh my god, it's unbelievable.
I
And
want
you can
more
program,
robots.
you can like get it to Google recipes and stuff,
Boom, there you
and
go.
it just does it. Have you not seen it? It's unreal.
I'll look
It's
into it.
probably going to cost like 10,000 euros.
Cooking robot.
Yeah, I'll show you the one it is. Yeah, this one. Try this.
Robot,
Yeah, try this.
robot chef.
Yeah, try this. Click on that. We're just going to watch a clip in the background.
Sure, sure.
Just mute it. You don't need the sound.
I do.
You do?
I really
Let's
want to hear all about this robot
overspringen.
chef. Can I buy it?
Yeah,
It's not.
I think so.
It's not available for the general public.
Look.
Beautiful. I want that dude. I'm sold already. I want more robots in my life.
Would you pay 10,000 for him?
No, I don't have that kind of money for a cooking robot. But I'm in love.
Were you a millionaire? Would you buy it?
I don't know. It's freaking me out a little bit. I think
Why?
I'll wait
It's got
for 10 years.
arms and stuff.
That's what's freaking me out. So many accidents. But it looks like he knows what he's doing. Nah, I'm not buying it. I've watched this Ex Machina movie. Slightly scared of robots since.
Right.
How's Wei Yi doing?
Might lose.
Think so?
Yeah.
Might repeat moves. Queen g4, king f8.
Ah, you can repeat.
Queen h4. We're threatening this.
Alright, well if he can repeat, he should do so now. He should realise that the advantage is all gone and he's the only one who can lose. Would you agree?
No.
Yeah, okay. I would.
Both can lose.
No.
Alright.
Black's too solid.
Yeah. I'm with you when it comes to expecting Dronic.
And let's see, Anish.
Let's.
Hey, Pavel's got to find king e5 here, but it looks like it should be a draw, but
Feels
because
drawish.
king e5, g6, rook g4 being the point.
Or rook b6 being the point.
What's rook b6? Ah, but rook, okay, but
Mm.
rook g4 much more natural now, going behind the pawn.
Mm.
And if rook h7,
That's all.
probably you just
Takes.
take king e4, king d4,
Okay.
king
Go
e6.
back.
Yeah, you're not organised enough to win this with white ever. Yeah, Pavel played king
You
e4.
try. King e5 on the board.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, after this, there is a little check, which might make life even easier. Not sure it makes a difference, but this looks just totally wrong.
Yeah.
No, Pavel should hold this, but of course Anish is well within his rights to keep trying here. Actually, anybody in their right mind would keep trying.
Yeah, I've got a fear this is going to now be a draw, ladies and gentlemen. Got one last suggestion. If I play the move rook to h5 here, Jan.
Here? Rook h5?
Yep.
Where is that rook going?
Well, I want to move my knight.
You want to go knight h7?
Yep.
But aren't you
Just
tarping your own pieces? Maybe you aren't. No. But is there a threat? Let's say I do this.
Now I take.
If you take
Oh, no, no,
FG,
no.
I
Take
was happy.
FG. No, I can't do that. So if I
You
go
can
knight,
knight f6, which
yeah,
could
knight
be an
f6.
issue. Yeah, I don't want this to happen actually. So I have to do something about it.
Up.
What do I do about it? Hide my face so you can't see my deep calculating process. Then I'll pin you. Here, where do I go? It's also weird. No, black. Actually, yeah, you make a good point. It's still dangerous.
This is
Yeah,
only going to
knight
happen,
f6.
of course.
Mm.
But
No.
once you get knight f6 in,
Yeah, this is trouble.
yeah.
So I think yeah, you would have to do something genius like this to be able to meet this with this. This.
And bishop d4.
No.
Rook's coming back.
Boom.
Ah.
Do we survive?
Nah,
I don't know. Maybe we survive.
White, nah.
Takes
Winning.
and takes.
No. B5. Let's go.
B5. Whoa. Now we start playing for a win. Let's go.
No. I think black's still. What you
Come
got?
on.
A4, B6 is what I'm hoping for.
Come on.
Rook H8.
Did you trick me? Come on.
Rook B8.
Oh yeah, pity.
You still make a draw.
Come on. So many pawns.
King of 7.
Oh yeah. See how focused I am? I don't even know which bishop
Right.
to capture here.
You might draw this.
Why am I not winning? I deserve to win.
Nah.
That's true.
Okay, so I don't think any of this is going to happen. I think it's difficult to play this, but I think after a long tournament, he'll be tired already. And actually, he played King G8, so Magnus has got to find.
What was this again? Now rook d7 was a threat. Yes,
Yeah,
so
like-
I had to go somewhere in order to.
Like,
beat
if he
rook
goes
d7.
King F3 here, for example.
Well, then rook h2 maybe. Oh no, rook h2, bishop e7.
Yeah.
But rook d7 was a threat. No,
Ah, maybe you.
this was the problem.
Ah, Rook H2. Bishop E7, King F7. And then if Bishop F8, Rook H8.
Right. Or bishop e7, f2 checkmate.
Oh, baby cakes.
Buka.
Buka.
No, well the point is, yeah, even after h4, rook d7 is a threat, so the rook has to move in order to meet rook d7 with bishop h6, which now works. Keep black passive.
So it's not too deep for Magnus.
No, still some questions to be asked though.
What questions?
Like, what's your next move? That kind
What are
of
you
stuff.
doing tonight?
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Want to hang
movie?
out? Want to play 100 Blitz games tonight? Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think Magnus's favorite movie is? I don't know. I'm just making.
I've got no idea.
Yeah.
Donald Duck?
No. And the movie?
Is there a movie?
I don't know. DuckTales.
Oh dear.
What other games are still going? It's 3 games still going after. When do they start? 5 hours in. So, bit of fight left in these guys. But Anish, what's going on here? Rook h5, should be a draw. 2 versus 1 should normally be a draw. And you can't
easy draw.
keep these dudes around.
Easy
King
draw.
G6 played by Pavel.
Rook H4. Was
Did
that
he
a
trick him?
mistake?
Did he trick him?
That's a trick.
Not really though, is
No.
it? Like rook somewhere. Maybe here to keep an eye on
Rook
this.
G4.
King F5, King F3.
Rook B3, E3.
It's probably still a draw because you can't do anything ever. But I'd lose.
Would you? It's still a draw because even...
No, just wait.
Just wait, yeah.
King
still
goes
a
here.
draw.
I'll check you.
Feels like it should be a draw, right?
Yep.
Let's go to
The movies.
Nigel versus Caruana.
Caruana.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What did he break everything?
Oh.
The Karana.
Hilarious. 97 played.
So Fabiano has to settle for a pawn down endgame out of the opening. Does it upset you to see this?
It's just incredible that he's just been worse in like a lot, like at least.
I think he chose his opening wrong today. Nigel is very comfortable doing this, as you mentioned, and he should just play classically. I don't think Nigel would just make a draw.
No, I think that's what he was worried about.
Sure, but it's not in Nigel's DNA, really.
I don't know.
Who knows, but it's better than being a pawn down.
Yeah, this position is just...
Nigel would like to have this scalp, and then he might even mention it in social media once or twice.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he could.
This is so bad.
Still, don't you worry. He's resiliente.
What about Mickey? Is he winning?
Where's Mickey? Mickey's top of the food chain. Where's his game? I can't see it. Where could it be? Here?
Mm-hmm.
He's pawn up, no? No, he's not.
No, he's
I can't
completely
count.
winning. Knight
But he's gonna
F4, Bishop
like,
F3.
do the business. Wow. Without even developing any pieces,
Like,
he
it's
just crushes.
insane.
No?
Yeah.
He's good at this stuff.
No, but I mean, you don't play French against Mickey Adams. You don't play the French.
You don't?
No. Let's look at David Anton.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
Friend of the stream.
Nah.
How's
Kidding.
he doing fine. Doing
Nino.
beautiful.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm always so scared of getting checkmated here.
Emil's quite an interesting player though, so he's going to try something.
Maybe black's alright. What do I know? Hikaru.
Against Maxime Lagarde.
Can you tell us, maybe you can't, and that's fine, how the relationship between the top US players is? Like Fabiano and Wesley and Hikaru. Just colleagues, or is there some rivalry? Is it important for them who's number one? Or
Yeah.
in the US as well?
It's important. They don't hang out after basketball practice, let's put it like that.
They do go to basketball practice, but then they leave.
Yeah. One of those ones, I think it happened with the Russian team probably a fair few times as well, where, there was a lot of inter-team rivalry.
I'm not sure. Like, from what I heard, normally they're on good terms.
Oh, they can be on good terms, I'm just saying.
On the Russian team. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back.
Let's go back for a moment. What's happened here? They made some moves,
just-
but nothing really changed. It looks like Magnus found an unbreakable fortress. He did see this threat. Yeah, he's back to super precise mode after letting things slip. He saw this threat of rook d7 followed by king f7, went rook e8, Rook f7 met with bishop h6. And it looks like now black just can't move anything.
Hold on. Bishop
We can move the
d4.
bishop
Yeah,
though,
let's.
That's true. He didn't do it. h4.
There's also bishop g7 here. Like, I know, like, we lose a5, but why is this always just...
How do you untangle?
We can't untangle? So simple.
I don't know. Maybe you can. d7. Maybe you...
Okay.
How is this?
If
White's fine. Just got a pawn and black is still kind of boxed in.
Yeah.
These pieces aren't really going anywhere.
We have to find a way where we... No, they've agreed to draw.
Yep. Fortress. That will make nobody very happy. What a weird game. Like Magnus crushing position, or very dangerous position at least for Sergei out of the opening. But then Sergei crawled back, was better here after king g7. But Carlsen found the last bullet in his chamber and managed to survive. Draw. That means Karjakin finishes on 7 out of 13. Magnus on 8 out of 13. West out of 13.
Boss.
Who's the boss?
Wesley.
Won 3 super tournaments in a row. This is the first super tournament which he won where Magnus Carlsen also participated, which of course adds extra weight to the victory. What is that to say? Congratulations.
What about US Championships
Great
this year in a couple of months, Gusti?
What about them?
Well, Wesley, Fabiano and Hikaru all playing. Last year, Wesley was underdog of the group.
Right.
Is he now favourite?
I don't know. You want to write off your boy Fabiano? He's number 2 in the world.
Asking you. By a point. And maybe not even that after today's...
I always think, but he's proved me wrong here, that both Hikaru and Fabiano would have a better style for such a mixed field, because Wesley is so solid that you would expect him to make more draws against the tail enders. But he's kind of refuted this here, which is also a mixed field, where he's picked up a lot of points against the tail enders, especially. So, hard to say. I believe between these 3, anybody can win if they go on a run, because so much depends on the few individual matchups and then on just picking up lots of points. If I had to name one, I would say Fabiano is a tiny favorite. But I could be very wrong. What do you think?
I think it's just too close to call this year. I think it's going to be...
Maybe it's just
it's all
the year of Wesley. Maybe it's just going to win everything.
Maybe. Just a little line here in the Anijigiri game.
Please show me a little line. Rook h4, gh. Boom.
If rook b5, rook g4, rook a5, king f3, rook b5. Let's say for argument's sake e4.
Take.
Rook
You
a5.
can never win.
King f3, rook b5, king g2, rook b5, king h3, rook a2, king h4. That's what I was thinking about while I was talking about
Yeah, it's good that you figured that one out. It's nice.
because actually that is a way for white to try and make progress.
Right.
To protect the g5 pawn. That's cute, no?
It's beautiful.
The robot chef. Sick.
Do you watch Robot Chicken?
I don't know what that is.
Some weird stuff. Let's bring up the pairings, then let's go on a break because I think our food is there. And then let's come back with all the excitement that this Rook Endgame has to offer.
We got the Wei Yi game as well. Which is...
That's true, but we'll ignore it.
Okay.
No, we won't. Here we go. Wesley So winning his 3rd super tournament in a row, closing in on not only Magnus Carlsen, but mainly Fabiano Caruana in the world rankings. Might overtake him today, because it doesn't look like Fabiano's going to win.
Can't see how Fabio will win that today, to be honest.
So Wesley So wins 1 point clear of Magnus Carlsen. Adiban. Fantastic, fantastic tournament. Especially since he sort of bungled the start. He just caught a lot of speed later. Aronian lost the last round, won't be thrilled. Wei Yi still playing. Karjakin solid, +1. Ilyanov, ruined his tournament yesterday a bit, but still a decent event for Pavel. Hari, we've talked about. Well, we've talked about all of this. Will Anish win and break his 50% curse? Probably not.
Probably not. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Mute. Petition to prevent Donald Trump from making a state visit has gained 353,000 signatures in 1 hour.
What petition?
In England, you can get a petition signed, and anything over 100,000 signatures.
What do people want to?
So ban for Donald Trump for making an official state visit to the UK. No, she doesn't decide. It gets decided. It gets discussed in Parliament. Anything over 100,000.
And we're back. The graveyard shift of the Tata Steel Masters. The last round is slowly petering out with two games still going. Lawrence Chen, which game of the two are you more interested in?
Well, I'm definitely more interested in the Wei game.
Okay.
But just very quickly, now that we're here.
He went rook before. Why did he go d3?
Which one?
Here. Oh, yeah. Here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just exchange a pair of pawns. Rook b4 self-pinning is a very strange...
The problem is white can never really do anything. All his pawns are weak.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
Right.
Nothing really matters.
To me. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy.
Yeah, the echo is fixed. Don't you worry. It's getting late. It's hard to hit all the right buttons.
That's what she said.
All the right notes in Lawrence's case. There you go. Are you still playing the That's What She Said game?
Yeah, we do that a lot.
I know.
We do that a lot. Fabi's a big That's What She Said game.
Is that like his thing?
That's his thing, yeah.
What's Gawain Jones's thing?
Being a piece down. I've been a piece up against Gawain most of my life and lost a number of games. It's tricky, Gawain. He just...
Hanging around.
I get around. Ooh.
And in the chat, people are being, this time around, a little unfair with our boy Anish, whom I've been harsh on occasionally, but not so much today. This rook endgame, there's not very much to do, and in this position, after rook b3 check, going up really doesn't help you at all. With these g-pawns, there's absolutely nothing to do. So even if you do whatever, something like this, such is not particularly exciting.
Well-known draw.
Yeah, even if you have the whole G file full of G pawns, it's still a draw.
True story.
True story. Cool story, bro. King f5 played, yeah, this eventually will peter out, but Anish should keep trying, of course.
And Wei Yi
Wei Yi does keep trying.
doesn't give up.
Against Vojo.
Do you think Vojo ever played the Bojo Indian?
No.
Okay. Do you think Bojack Horseman ever played the Bogo Indian?
No, he doesn't play chess. That's a good question. What is going on here? Bishop d2. He wants to get a check on b4. Black all of a sudden has a very strong passed pawn on d3. But there must be some
Ambitious
tricks against
pawn.
the king. What about this? If you give a check, I go away. I don't care. I worry about nothing. This apparently is stronger because the queen can go somewhere.
Yeah, it's unclear. Good, all
It's a
three
mess.
results. Ambitious pawn. So where is the Wesley So win? Another super tournament tweet from Chess24. Colin tweeted a long time ago. Wrecked. That's what they do in the chat. Wrecked. R-E-K-T.
Don't mess with Colin.
Don't mess with Colin. You will get R-E-K-T.
Are you what?
R-E-K-T. Wrecked.
Is that the correct spelling?
That's what they do in the
Is that what the kids do?
That's what the kids do. Wrecked.
Crazy kids and their
Our
crazy
Colin
words
is on the
nowadays.
ball. Best journalist in the business.
Absolutely. Check out the news section or any written word on Chess24 calls normally. Behind it and behind so much more.
By far.
Doing lots of good stuff.
Wrecked.
Wrecked?
Wrecked.
I don't like that word.
No.
Sounds dirty.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess not. What else is new?
How's Fabiano doing? Is he...
Do you want the Fabster?
Yeah.
Let me close everything. Let's just go to the Fabster. Actually, let me do something else because this annoys me. We'll be right back with you. Boom, fixed it. Fabiano is doing what he can to
He's probably okay.
fight back against Nigel, and he got the bishops now. Why would Nigel give him the bishops?
Because rook d5, bishop e3, or a4. And you... Well, no, but then you allow c4. Why can't... You can't go bishop c4 because of rook e4.
Maybe it's not
or
okay.
b5, maybe, I don't know. Rook e4 first.
That's a nice move.
Yeah, wrecked. 1-0.
Racket.
Racquetball.
Racket Roth. Is
Yeah.
Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus your favorite
Wrecking ball.
video of all time?
I've never seen the video.
Oh, okay.
Why? What's special about the video?
She has a huge wrecking ball.
A huge wrecking ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know the song?
I vaguely remember the song.
It's a great song.
Is it?
I thought you were more of a Miley Cyrus
No, I
fan.
told you I'm not. I'm exactly the opposite. I don't know any what the kids listen to nowadays. You know, like this morning I was listening to some garage, which is a subgenre of kind of some hip hop dance hall thing that happened.
Garage?
In the UK. Yeah, garage.
I've never
music.
heard of garage.
Garage music.
Sounds garbage.
It is. Some
Garage.
music.
Music. Hip hop music. Sounds UK garage. R.I.P. Groove by Tim Deluxe.
Great tune.
Fantastic stuff.
Listening to some of that this morning was
Okay.
nice.
Tell us more about it. Johnny B. Love keeps asking me about my ties to Norway. My girlfriend is Norwegian and my daughter has a Norwegian passport. That's the ties.
And Magnus Carlsen kept you locked in his basement for...
Not in his basement.
No, it was.
Okay.
No,
That's true.
he told me.
Okay. I might have Stockholm syndrome. I don't really call it that way. But it's
You
possible.
had an internet connection, a power socket, and
What else do you need?
he fed you Wurst and...
Saucisson.
yeah. For 4 weeks, and you weren't allowed out until you solved the Berlin.
There you go. That's why Berlin featured so prominently in the net. Maxime Vachela-Grave is trying to solve the Berlin, but not really getting anywhere. It's a tough little opening, this Berlin. No one really bothers anymore, but MVL, he seems to think he's the white knight.
He's
that
the daddy.
Gotham needs.
The daddy-o.
Alright, which game were we looking at? Fabiano's still in trouble because ED is kind of ugly.
ED knight d4.
ED.
Bishop e3 and bishop d4 is also interesting.
ED Falco, not ugly, just the move ED. And rook d5, the problem was his a4 move, yeah?
Yeah, a4 is a huge problem, in fact.
Asking some questions.
And the problem is Nigel doesn't play bishop d5 without seeing this.
No, he is a classically trained player. You wouldn't just give this up if you don't have a follow-up.
Actually, Nigel's going to be very optimistic about his chances today.
Sure.
And that would mean
He
Wesley
really,
So
really
jumps to number 2 in the world, by the way, if Fabiano were to lose.
For sure. Bram van Eynatten has to go. Bye, Bram. Shiki says, what an agony of Geary. Why? He's just trying to squeeze a point out of there. That's what you do. But it does not look like he's going to succeed, frankly. There's not enough material for the win. However, I will lose this. I always say this half tongue-in-cheek, but it could happen, for sure. No?
No.
Not so sure. Pavel Ilyanov, I once lost a dead-drawn knight endgame to Pavel Ilyanov. That was so sad. In like 2005 in Göteborg, match Ukraine-Germany. I blundered really the dumbest last trick there was. I was
Were
very
you
mad
angry?
about that. I was slightly angry. And
How long did it take for you to calm down?
not long. It's a team tournament. Gotta be ready to play the next day. Ready
But
to
I
make
mean,
the
like, in general, how long does it take you to calm down?
I'm very calm in general, so if I get even calmer, like my heart stops.
Okay.
So it doesn't take me long.
So you...
But I wasn't very happy.
Okay.
I remember that.
Understood. Verstehen.
Verstehst du?
Alles.
Wie ist dein Deutsch heutzutage?
Okay.
Okay. Und was kannst du sagen? Wie ist das Wetter draußen?
Bist du...
Wie ist das Wetter?
Es regnet.
Ah ja. Es regnet sehr viel in Hamburg, oder?
So viel, ja. Ja.
Regnet es mehr in Hamburg oder in London?
In London.
In London noch
Ja,
mehr als in Hamburg?
Noch mehr, ja.
Aha. Was hattest du zu essen?
Hähnchen mit
Ah.
Pommes.
Hat es dir gut geschmeckt?
Ja, das Wasser sehr geschmeckt.
War sehr lecker?
Sehr lecker.
Ah, das ist schön.
Dankeschön.
Perfect.
Is
You
it?
can do the whole show in German.
Let's do it. Springer und Turm und König und Schach und
There you go.
that's all I need. It's your boy.
Where ye? He wants to get a little check. And then he
Check.
wants to go here, and then he wants to crash through. But this is not so easy. Because there's a little thing I like to call the deep pawn.
Take it.
What's
Take
going on here?
I win.
You don't win.
Yeah.
Nee. Cynism?
You saw that one, did you, buddy?
Of course I did.
Yeah.
Jan, why do you have to talk with the same accent? I was trying to speak slowly so that Lawrence could understand. Aber wenn ich normal rede, rede ich ziemlich schnell. Und Hamburgisch ist eine komische Sprache. We don't really pronounce words that well, I'm being told. Even though I think
No, in Hamburg you do.
Hamburg accent is just
Like
very
Hanover,
clean.
right? Hanover's quite clean.
Hanover is supposed to be the cleanest.
Like Dresden, it's the cleanest there, and Leipzig. Right?
No, they speak differently.
Do they?
Yeah,
What?
Sächsisch.
Sächsisch.
Different.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you think Wei Yi
I used
speaks
to-
Mandarin or Cantonese?
Mandarin.
Think so?
I think so.
Maybe both. I think he speaks Cantonese.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so. He might do.
How can we find out?
Anybody in the chat will
Anybody
know.
qualified in the chat? Anish is still trying his luck. Probably won't succeed. But if at first you don't succeed, pick yourself up and try again.
Roger Federer won 18 Grand Slams.
That's nothing.
Is it not?
Serena Williams won 23. Is that true? I don't follow tennis at all.
It's a bit more than 23, I thought now.
It's 24.
Could be more.
Apparently he does speak Mandarin.
Yeah.
Everybody speaks Mandarin, but only some people speak Cantonese. Is that how it works?
I think it depends on the region, no?
Sure. But in England, everybody speaks English, right?
No.
Or to some extent.
No, like 20% of the population.
Even of the English?
20% of the population speak English in England.
Right, what do the others speak? Welsh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some German.
Right.
Bit of French. Bit of Italian.
Is that why English people are so multilingual?
Yes, we are the most multilingual.
I know, you're all over the
We're
place.
very talented.
Go there, left, right, center.
Yep. Luke Van Vele.
He's very multilingual.
Is he?
Speaks Dutch, English, German. He thinks he speaks Spanish, but he really doesn't. I'm sure he speaks other stuff. French, probably. He won a game today against Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Cantonese is what you speak in Hong Kong only? No, hang on. Fab Juju says, "Hi Jan, I really like your comments about chess.
Why?
I'm not sure if this is praise or a thinly veiled hint to go back to chess, stop talking nonsense. Could be both. Thanks, Fab Juju.
That's a good point.
Wei Yi is from Jiangsu. He speaks Mandarin, as most Chinese do, and probably some Wu dialect, like Shanghainese.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I see. Svidler on increments. Guess what he has to say? Can we look at Mickey Adams' game? Let's do it. How's Mickey Adams doing?
You just
Here he
assumed-
is. Mickey's doing great. Bishop e3. This is the good old
The wedge.
wedgie. Mickey's gonna win this.
What a dream scenario for Mickey as well on 4.5 out of 5 to play white against Ju Wen Jun to go to 5.5 out of 6.
She's a strong player, but
No,
Mickey
but I
just
mean-
crushed her today.
Yeah, not with black against Mickey. We've all been there.
I've been there.
I've been there.
Fabiano's been there.
Fabiano famously beat Mickey with the French defence in the Olympiad back in 2009, was it, for Italy?
I don't know. I don't
Something
know
like
things.
that.
2009, it's a long time ago.
Was he 2600 then?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
He was 2600.
It was about that. You can check.
2007 or 8.
Okay.
He's been around for a while, that guy.
Yu Yang Yi.
You young ye.
Pure is fine here. Yeah, feels fine for black.
Yeah, this horse can't
Even
go here.
better, maybe. What about Vesco against my boy Davey?
Davy boy? Davy Jones?
Sorry. Vesco. Sorry, this is Maxime. This is Vesco. Vesco Topalov. David looks like he's alright here. Vesco's got the 2 bishops. But David's got control of the centre. He's
Black's fine.
Yeah, should be fine. As I said. What about Hikaru? Winning, no?
Hikaru's nasty.
Actually, he's not winning.
Why is he not winning? Check.
Yeah, but this is protected.
I understand.
You want
Take it. Maybe it's not winning.
Nah.
That's not very pleasant either. Oh no, check here. Maybe will be some 4 against 3 situation. Could this be a 4-3 sitch? Winning chances, but not necessarily winning.
Good winning chances. No?
Good winning chances.
Yeah.
Just shuffle around.
Do you like GIFs? GIFs. Is it a GIF or is it a GIF?
It's a common discussion. I'm going with GIF. No, with GIF. Apparently the founder called it GIFs, but neckbeards all over the world have decided that GIFs is fine. And yeah, I love GIFs.
You love GIFs?
I love GIFs.
Do you love gifts at Christmas especially? Or
Yeah, I always say taking is holier than gifts. Giftsing.
I'm glad this is going towards the end of the broad. I'm glad this isn't day one.
You know, enjoying this?
No, I'm enjoying it. Just the whole play on words jokes. You're tired. I understand. It's getting a bit worse. It was great. Started off beautiful.
What's Wojciech doing? Is he
I don't
tired?
know.
Has he
Of
stopped
course,
like?
he's tired. Maybe
Let's
maybe
update him.
yeah, maybe this actually ended a few
Maybe
weeks ago.
it's all gone just a week ago.
Wow.
He played rook d8. Who in their right mind? Well, he went 92 first, and after queen f3. Okay, gotta defend the pawn. Fair enough. I have said nothing.
No, not that
You
move.
don't like that check?
Queen f2.
Queen f2?
That diagonal is juicy. He just played it.
Don't care.
Don't care. True that. Rook d4 is annoying.
How's Anish doing? Oh, still asking questions. Would you be able to draw this? Be honest with me.
Let me just try and think of... Because my king is only cut by 1 file, so yes. I think...
King g6 has been played.
Yeah, because I think I check you from the side. I don't think you can stop it.
What? Of course I can stop it.
Can you stop it? Rook a2? You want to go e4? Okay, beautiful. Rook a1. Rook a4.
Boom!
Oh!
Go!
There must be a way to draw. I've got the long side though, so I should.
Well, you would lose, right? Let's be real. Let's just be honest.
Depends how much time
Let's
I've got.
just be real. It's a draw, but it shall continue for a bit. But you do have the long side. Very hard to make progress. What you shouldn't do is offer the exchange of rooks at the wrong time, like here. Not e4, because this is a draw. But
E3.
you get this opposizione. And you know the drill. If the king is in front of the pawn, these things are normally quite good. You keep doing this trick.
Do you like getting the king all the way back first?
I love that. What do you mean?
Like leaving the pawn on e3 and then getting the king to e8 first?
I try to have the king do a little exploration. I can't speak English anymore. Before I touch my pawn at all. So the idea would be to put my king on e8 and then... Nah, I'm talking nonsense. Rook a6 on the board. His point is if you go e4, then rook f6 is quite strong. This is different.
You might lose this still.
With white? So if I were Anish, I'd play e3. But then this is also a draw. Because now you don't have a Zugzwang.
I've won this position before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Would you play rook f5 here?
Yeah. Check.
e4. He played rook f5. He's hoping for rook f6.
Still a draw.
Actually, it's a draw. So a draw? Rook f6 loses.
Rook f6 loses. Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. You can't go rook f6 because the pawn is on e2.
Here we can use our little tempo. Chicken tempura. Okay, enough is enough. This will end peacefully. Which will mean Anish will finish on 50%. One win, one loss, bunch of draws. Not a great event for Anish Giri. Rook d4 has been played by Radek. Naturally enough move, blocking the queen. Preparing to meet this with this.
Bishop d2. Oh,
What is
I
this
thought
like?
you wanted to give checks.
I want to... I don't know what I want. This rook can still retreat.
Yeah, but you have to be a bit careful that queen takes a6 is not dangerous.
It's dangerous.
Oh no, knight f4, that's embarrassing.
What are we talking about?
Queen takes a6 is... Oh, queen a8 check first. To put the rook back, then I'll go queen a6.
Check. Rook back.
Queen takes a6.
What's going on here? Oh, sorry. Knight d4 or knight f4? I don't know.
Looks unclear.
Let's go here.
b4 or something? Oh.
Yeah, my horse is so good. I think, yeah, I don't know.
No, you can also go king f8 round. Yeah, this isn't going to happen. This is not going to happen. Fabiano losing yet?
Let me find out for you. Not losing yet, but I don't think he's enjoying himself greatly.
Oof.
Especially as a bit passive.
This is
Nigel's
horrific. This is losing.
Dudes are advancing in
This is
full battle
losing.
formation.
Bishop b4 is coming.
Doesn't look great.
You have to go... No, but bishop b4? And rook a8. Rook a d1.
Not sure about bishop b4.
No, maybe you can go rook e... Bishop,
This
yeah,
one,
bishop
yeah.
e3 is also very strong. This is losing.
Doesn't look great.
Bishop-
a6
this
would
is
be
just
one. Like,
this is
yeah,
just losing.
things aren't getting better. Got to believe it's getting better. Gamble Player 90 is asking who won the Challenger section, which is a fair question, actually. It depends. Isn't Mr. Gwain still playing? Raga's game ended in a draw a long time ago, but it depends on the outcome of Gwain Jones' game. If he wins, he wins the section.
Why
right?
didn't Gawain play Queen G1 instead of Queen G3?
I don't know.
Like stopping knight E3 and just going with the H pawn and the knights can't move?
Oh, Queen G3 also
No,
freezes the
but, no,
knights.
Queen G3. Yeah, but it allows a knight E3, knight F5 tricks.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Like
No,
H4,
H4.
Queen A6, H3, knight E3.
Alright.
Still a draw.
Still not so easy.
Alright.
We'll find out. But yeah, who wins the Challenger section depends on the outcome of this game. If Gawain wins, he wins. If he draws, they're tight, Raga and him. If he loses, Raga wins.
Be good to see Marcus Raga in the main event, actually.
Yeah, he's a 2700, very well prepared. He would hold his own. Weyi said, don't queen for me, Argentina. But could they repeat moves? Have
Yes.
they finally seen enough?
They've seen enough, yeah.
I've seen some double exclams written somewhere, not double question marks, I'm not sure why. Should we 3 double question mark? No. It allows d2, but you can take, and white is not worse, so it's not really a mistake. And rook d7 also makes sense. Bishop d2 back, and I have a feeling we shall have seen.
I think the stream will be over
end.
very soon.
What? No, there's still Anish's game.
Draws evolution.
Colin is explaining. Gawain draws, he wins the challenger as he beat Raga in the game, and that seems to
Oh,
be
that's huge then.
tiebreaker.
Wow.
Stakes is high.
Gawain, stakes is medium rare. No?
Yeah. Do you prefer your steaks English?
British beef?
I don't know. I don't have any beef with the British.
Check out your book.
Well, read my book. Enough is enough. If you can read your phone, I should be allowed to read my book.
Please do.
DOA means dead on arrival. I knew that. Dabs are fingerprints. Did not know that. Daddy-o. Daddy-o is a term I'm very familiar with. Dame means woman. Dancing on a dime means dancing very close together.
Didn't know that.
Dangle.
Draw, by the way, in Giri Elianov's.
Yeah, this rook f6 is a good move after the e-pawn moves.
So rook f5, rook e6. Ah, rook e6, e4, and rook f6. Very clever, Anish. Okay. Okay.
According to my book, dime means a 10-year jail sentence.
Yeah, because a dime can also mean 1,000. So if
Dime 10?
no, 10 dimes would be 10,000.
I see. Oh yeah, it's true. Dime is 1,000. Dime Grind Palace is a cheap dance hall with girls available as paid dancing partners. Not a construction social
Please
thing
continue.
I'm familiar with. Yeah. Ding dong daddy. That sounds dirty.
Yeah.
A dude, a hepcat. What's a hepcat?
I'm not sure what a hapcat is, if I'm totally honest.
Dinner apparently means pretty young girl.
No, it just doesn't.
Oh, this is a dictionary. I don't think they would make stuff up.
It's a pop culture reference book.
In the grip of the grape
Yeah.
means drunk.
This position here is winning for Mickey Adams.
In the bag also
Yeah.
means drunk.
In the bag?
That's what it says.
Okay. Means something else nowadays. But
He's got the point in the bag. Means he's wasted.
is that what it said? It's unbelievable. This position is winning for Mickey Adams because he's a pawn up. Black is passive. This is on prise. This is on prise.
The
Why-
rooks aren't connected.
The rooks aren't connected. Mickey Adams is winning. Hikaru Nakamura is not winning at all. And Maxime Lagarde continues his very strong tournament.
He's the Rock of Gibraltar.
He is, if he manages to draw this. Little sample variation for all of you chess lovers out there.
Please. I'm a chess lover.
God, it's still a draw.
Okay, 7 bishop h3, I might checkmate you, know?
That's what I wanted to do.
But king e1 was better.
Yeah, I saw that.
Sick that both squares are covered. Mm-hmm.
Still very, very fine probably for black, who's going to take here, but unclear. Don't know, I've got a feeling Maxime is going to make a draw here today. And really the star of the show, David Anton, better. Wow.
Is he better?
Yeah.
Oh yes, Satovsky might be going overboard.
Just goes cray-cray.
Mm-hmm.
Loves going cray-cray.
I'd rather drink muddy water and sleep in a hollow log than play in White's position.
Okay. It's possible.
Rather drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log, than to be in Atlanta, treated like a dirty dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the country recording T for Texas, Blue Yodel #1, Jimmy Rogers, 1927.
Mr. Gupta bungled it.
Did Maxi Boy trick him?
Maxime is just tricky. C3 played.
Mm-hmm.
Now
He lost patience.
C5.
Have a little patience.
Gotta play C5.
Why can't I take on a6? Rook a1 is a problem?
Yeah.
Alright.
Go C5. Berlin move C5. Get Raum for your bihop. F6, no need. Knight F3. King F7. EF, GF. Now my C7 pawn is on free. Now you can win this. Rook A1. Now things get complicated. And Knight EG5 check. That is a nasty, nasty threat. The point is that FG5, Knight E5, King E6 and Knight D3. And though material is equal, there's no way to hold on to this pawn because after Rook A8, Bishop takes B6 is nasty pin. So I'm going to go for an MVL Gavin in that game. In this game, I still believe David is completely fine. I would go F6 here with black because I'm a chicken. And I might be able to reroute my boy and just be solido.
In my opinion, you should really put the Polish on the furniture.
The Polish?
See, I can't even pronounce
The
it.
Polish would be...
the Polish, I'm sorry. Nay Polish.
Put the Polish on the furniture. Get the Italians out the back.
Oh,
Oh,
I can't
man.
speak anymore. Put your needle away.
What's this about, Polish? I mean, haven't you Germans? Anyway, we won't go there.
Yeah.
Draw. No.
Speaking
Hang
of
on. Oh,
male
King
Polish.
F8. Bang. Bazam.
Oh, Radek is playing for a win now.
Yeah.
Wow, there you go. What is this? Bishop D4,
ED.
ED, and he's going to say, your rook is out of play. I have the D pawn. Weird things happening.
Wow. Sick. Great move, King F8, by the way. Nah, this is impossible to defend with white. Great move. Great move. Did I mention it was a great move?
Do you like that move?
Great move. It's a great movie.
Mover.
Movie.
Keep it moving.
Wow. Sick.
This game decides, what does it decide? Let's
Decides
come up
second
with
place.
some fake intrigue.
No, it
And
decides
it
second
decides if Wei loses this, then he falls back to wherever he falls back to. On 7.5. Well, if he wins, he finishes sole second. So there are some stakes.
Massive stakes.
Medium rares.
There's also some money on the line here as well. Not much
Money
in
to
fact,
be
but
made.
it's probably
There you go.
a few G's.
Do you enjoy the Fugees?
I do like the few G's.
Ooh la la la.
1997.
6 or
96.
7,
96. 96.
yeah. That was a good time.
Great times. Did you know my tweet
I
about
was
me?
in 11th grade, 1996, listening to the Fugees.
You know my tweet about me kicking a ball against a wall?
Yeah.
That was exactly in that time that song came out. I was listening to the Fuji's kicking a ball against the wall.
Beautiful.
I was happy.
Any pictures? Do you have pictures for our viewers?
Yeah. I do.
Next time.
Queen E1. Losing!
Ooh.
It's an easy move to see. Rook takes E4.
Not so complicated, but Wei Yi must have something up his sleeve. Or maybe
Maybe just
fatigue is just
it's
kicking
just too
in.
tired, yeah. Nah, it's all right. Well, what a game. Radek.
But
Just
Radek,
outplayed.
kudos to him for King F8.
Great move.
Do you
He
like
just
that move?
started to outplay him at a certain point. Wei Yi was fine, and then
Wei Yi was way better out of the opening. No pun intended for it. He was a pawn up, and yeah. I like this F4, F5 operation, but at least if you go F4, go Queen E5. Didn't like that. Then things started going downhill. Radek just improved his position. Step by step. It's like inch by inch, and step by step. Won his pawn back. And instead of forcing a draw, Wei Yi kept pushing for a win here. This was a threefold repetition, taking lots of risks, giving black this pass pawn. And it backfired. Well, it ain't over till it's over, but right now things are looking
Rook
good for
E4
us.
is so obvious as well. The king hides to H7. Yeah, you got this D pawn.
It's not just a pawn, it's D pawn. Closing in the competition. Magnus Carlsen, in the meantime, has drawn, well, he's drawn a long time ago against Sega Kayakin. Played a great piece sacrifice in the opening. People were already claiming this is winning for white. Probably rightly so, but Kayakin stuck around. Magnus allowed him to stick around. In the end, Magnus even had to be very careful here. This is gonna be my highlight video. It will take 30 seconds to just click through it. There you go. I hope you all learned a valuable lesson. Wesley So won. Just taking whatever is there for the taking.
Basically took everything and won, right?
Boom. He went queen, I went check first. Same thing. Queen up. Game over. Easy peasy. 9 out of 13. Congratulations to Wesley So. Crushing the chess world. Radek Wojtaszek, disappointing tournament, but if he wins against Wei Yi, will be. At least, will soften the blow. Do you say soften? Because my German instinct would be to say soften, but it sounds wrong.
Soften.
Soften.
It's a bit like schnitzel.
It's exactly like schnitzel, just different.
You ever had a soft schnitzel?
That's a euphemism, right?
No, it's not. It's being totally honest.
Okay.
Because they can be quite hard.
That doesn't really refute my claim.
When you do like a schnitzel.
No, you like your schnitzel soft. Queen takes b7. Gawain has to... He doesn't even have to go in to win the
It can
tournament.
be really
He can
thick
make it draw.
too.
Here we go.
There's a good restaurant in Hamburg that does a good schnitzel.
Tell me about it. Henry's Frühstücksstube.
No, the one...
They have great schnitzels.
do they?
Yeah, it's like huge. And you say, I just want a small one. He's going to say, schnitzel is a schnitzel. This big thing.
Huge.
It's soft though.
They've got to be tender.
I can't keep doing
Oh
this.
dear.
Which game would you guys choose for the game of the tournament? I forgot absolutely everything.
Shangli versus
already.
Schnitzel?
Shangli?
No. Game of the tournament.
I can't remember a
It would have been the Rapport game against Wesley So had Rapport won, in my opinion. That was
No,
brilliant.
there was he played some brilliant
Bishop
moves, but then
C1.
he went all Bangalore on us.
Best game of the tournament, huh?
Oh boy, I have such a horrible memory.
I
I
mean,
can't
we do
remember a
we do
single
like
game like this.
7 games.
Talking about all those, it really
There's
mutes
like
your mind.
100 games that we have to think about.
Well, even the highlights video I've done myself, I can't remember a thing.
I think I did one yesterday, can't remember.
I remember yours. I remember when.
Fancy
I
having
remember
some
when I lost
schnitzels
my
tonight.
mind. I don't know. Sorry, Piney. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sure it's gonna come back to me. Maybe Colin knows. Colin, are you watching? What's the game of the tournament? Colin knows these things. Lawrence, the moment you left Caruana, the guy slips to the third place in rating, says Dewey Cox. Is he back to third? He's still second, right?
Not after today. Not after.
He's not in
He's
great
never winning today.
today.
It's just a question whether he draws, and even if he draws, he will be losing rating. No comment.
Nietzsche.
No Nietzsche.
No Nietzsche.
What Nietzsche?
No Nietzsche. Konnichiwa.
Just
Zaffaroni. Black does have the 2 bishops, but this bishop is nothing to brag about. There are some simple plans to improve the white position. Looks penny dreadful.
yeah.
Chong Yong Jun says, I like Aronian Giri. It was a nice game, but kind of an easy game. After this rook takes c4, the white position played itself.
That was nice, but it was badly played, wasn't it? So yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a nice game.
It was nice.
I'm not sure what the game of the tournament is.
Neither am I. Yeah, I can't remember a thing.
No.
I really can't.
I can't.
It's complete brain melt after another 6 hours here. The last round. I had big plans for tonight.
What are your plans tonight?
No big plans, but I thought I'd be in time,
To do?
Go to the gym,
Okay.
get some food, all the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, with highlight video, it's getting late again.
Sorry, man.
But no. I'm enjoying the chess.
The heart bleeds for you.
No, that's not true. Why can't Mickey take?
Can?
He can, right?
How does he make it look so easy? It's so sick.
How about Adi Mans? Adi Mans, King's Gambit against Wesley? Nah, he didn't win that. It wasn't such a great game.
No.
I'm sure I'm forgetting some
Masterpiece.
brilliances.
Yeah.
And Drake in Elyanov was a fun game.
Yeah, Mickey's gonna win today.
Mickey's gonna win.
And
Fabiano,
F5's.
he's fighting. But F5 you probably don't even take.
No.
You just
Why would you take?
keep doing this.
But why Bishop D6?
I
don't
want to go
get it.
C5.
I don't get Bishop D6.
You don't get it?
I mean, what I'm saying is, 1 second.
Okay.
Ein Moment bitte.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Adiban versus
Bishop D6 is
Kayakin.
good.
That was another nice game, but Kayakin kind of went nuts after the opening. Kayakin Adiban. You like Bishop D6 now?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
really good. C5.
Bishop's really not playing a big role here. Takes, boom. Crash,
Hopeless.
boom, bang, boom.
Hopeless position.
Yeah, Nigel, he's not going to be too upset. EF, of course, is also strong, but I feel it's not necessary to free this bishop. Even though with all these weak
That said,
balls,
with the weaknesses, it makes a lot of
it's
sense.
not great.
A
either.
quick exchange of the dark squared bishops and you're winning. Like EF, bishop F6, then a move like knight D2, Jan? With the
I
idea
don't
of...
know. Dr. Boke is asking, how is Peter Seidler doing? Who's Peter Seidler? I don't know. He means Peter Swiller.
Isn't that like your friend, like Fika?
No.
Is
that's
Fika
different.
watching?
I don't know.
Hi Fika, if you're watching. Looking forward to seeing you again. If you do indeed exist.
Peter Swidler is chipping away. He's better. It won't be easy to win, but he's better because
Yeah, he'll win.
these are restricted, and sooner or later White will create a passed c-pawn and then support it with all the pretty horses. So yeah,
No.
looks like he's gonna
he
break
will win.
through.
He will win.
Always gotta be careful though. But it does look like
Yeah.
he's giving a strategic masterclass.
Yep.
Chucky is going for Chucky.
Queen E5 is a big issue.
Serious issue.
Like a
isn't
huge
it?
issue.
Oof. Yeah, no checkmate. That would be cold shower.
Well, Queen E5 is the only move, so...
Is it? Queen of 8, I cannot.
No, but I mean...
Well, then I'm worse. Well,
Yeah,
Queen
yeah,
of 5, I'm
yeah,
better.
that's what I mean. There are many legal moves.
Anish versus Jan. I like to see Anish win. Yeah, there was the bishop h6, bishop a6. I don't know, I haven't are we forgetting some masterpiece? There must have been some.
It's just a game of chess.
Some master P game.
Yeah, Nigel played ef6.
Went ef, yeah,
that's
he's
a
a
very
structure dude. But bishop d6, I like bishop d6 better. Just keep them
ef, bishop d4, like he's...
like nobody's business. But
You know,
Fabiano's
Fabio,
never going to
he's
exchange
going to go bishop
bishops.
e7 here.
And now you can continue to
Knight
suffer in
knight d2,
silence.
knight e4. Bishop
It's not nice.
Bishop c5 coming.
Fabiano will need all his...
Even this is just horrific. Nice.
resources.
I expect Fabiano to go down.
Weyi from Veli was nice as well. Didn't Weyi have some other nice Najdorf game against Nepomniachtchi? Wasn't that a good game? No, there was some blunders in the end too, right? I can't remember things. I just can't.
Are you gone upstairs?
I'm Gonzo. Arroyo Giri, yeah, we've discussed. Maybe it's yet to be played. Maybe the finish of Weyi, Wojciech, will give us such pleasure that we'll say, this is it. This is hip-hop music. This is all we got. This is how I would play.
Queen g3.
Something along those lines. And black should win eventually, but it's never easy. I have no idea how we got it. Adiban Andreikin, the double whammy. What was Adiban Andreikin again? Ah, yeah, this rook f5 followed by rook f5.
Oh, that was
another
nice.
game.
Yeah.
It's true.
That
I
was
had
nice.
another game of the
Yeah.
day that day.
Yeah.
Maybe there was the Aronian Giri day. There were a lot of nice games. Can't recall. Aronian knight g5 with attack was great. Which game is that again? Knight g5 with attack. The Aronian rapport game was very nice. Where he sacrificed a piece and then pushed his f-pawns.
Oh, that was beautiful actually. But Rapport
Well-
did blunder everything in the opening.
Yeah, Rapport sort of gave him everything in the opening, but the punishment was very nice, I thought.
Indeed.
What pretty games did Wesley have? He had this game against Wojciech, which was flawless, but not so pretty. I really can't remember a single thing ever.
Maybe Nepomniachtchi versus So is the best game of the tournament.
Yeah, but Jan made it a bit too easy, I thought.
I was saying that was
I understand. Yeah, Yanov versus Radik.
Get me in
that
there.
was a nice game too. It's true.
I wonder if I'd make half.
Nah, I think you'd lose all your games.
Would I make a half?
No, you'd just lose every day.
Would I?
No, you'd make a half.
Would I?
Yeah.
Against Lukey boy.
No, not against Luki. Luki would crush you. Against Weyi.
Okay.
Out of mutual respect.
Okay.
Kindred spirits, you know?
Would you
You'd
make
be
half?
a sharp Najdorf. Nah, I'd make more than half.
Wow. Gawain.
Draw again. Perpetual.
Wow, it's
Check.
It's a beautiful draw actually. And if here, why is it a draw?
Queen e2.
No.
No? Okay.
Queen e2, king a3, and queen a5.
Yeah, I don't know. Queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2, knight c2. Of course, this is a draw because there's no check
There's no check. I see some checks.
after this.
Not after this, but after king h7 I had some checks.
In here.
Draw.
Draw.
Perpetual.
It has it in a draw. So that means that Marcus Rager and Gawain Jones will have to fight a tie-off. A tie-off? A
No,
play-off?
we've already determined
Oh
that
no!
Gawain wins
Wow.
because he won the direct encounter against Raga.
Gawain Jones wins a ticket to the A group next year.
Congratulations.
Huge.
Going places.
This is the best result of his career, undoubtedly. One of the best, at least, but probably the best. He's going to be gaining a bunch of rating. And, you know.
I don't know. Let's have a look at what happened.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Gawain Jones. Brilliant. English chess is not dead. The English school of chess is not dead.
I heard you have a lot of up-and-coming young talents as well to keep the school alive.
You don't need up-and-coming young talents when you've got David Howe and Gawain Jones.
That's true. There you go.
You know.
Which other country in the world has players of the caliber of David Howell and Gawain Jones? Actually, I shouldn't be facetious because they're both fantastic players, and I don't mean any offense whatsoever. This is a great result for Gawain.
It's great.
Playing the Masters is a fantastic opportunity.
Do you think he'll take up the invitation?
I don't know. Like, it depends on the money. Like, show me the money.
Yeah.
It's all about the money. It's all about the ding, ding, dee, 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 dong.
All about the Deutschmarks, ladies and gentlemen.
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
They're going to be bringing the Deutschmark back soon. Do you know that?
No, I don't think that's true.
No, I don't think that's true.
Queen b6 played.
Yeah.
Black is winning. Not too surprising, actually, because Dragan d-pawn is around.
Dragon?
Yeah, it's a dragon.
I heard that if you're not treating Dragan with respect, he can breathe fire down your neck.
Isn't Dragan the name of... No, it's Drogon, right?
Drogon.
Drogon is Dany's dragon in Game of Thrones. I think Drogon is the big one.
Drogon?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Possibly.
Because dragons don't exist in real life.
Thought I brought a new bottle of water. I've been thirsty for like 40 minutes.
Are you like a shark? Do you need plenty of water?
I am. Like water with my schnitzel, that's for sure.
All you want from life is water and a soft schnitzel at all times.
The problem with schnitzel is it can get stuck in your throat.
Yeah, that is oh boy.
Depends on the texture.
Yeah. This is a great show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for going premium for watching all of
You
these
won't get this
insights.
with Yasser, I tell you. Oh man. Thank God I've got some water.
You tricked me. Knight f4 played by Wojciech, and this d-pawn is serious business.
Derek.
Derek. Do you watch your Derek on German TV?
Derek, is that the Ricky Gervais?
No, it's a German show.
Oh, okay.
You haven't heard of Derek? He's like some old dude that solves crimes or something. I never watch it.
Donald. Derek. Or, as they say in German, do you have any names with D? Dietmar.
Dietmar, yeah. Most Germans are called Dietmar. Dieter.
Dieter. Dietman.
Dennis.
Dennis.
That's it. I can't think of any other names.
Okay.
Detlef.
Detlef.
There you go.
There we go. Detlef. Detlef's my favourite.
Yeah, mine too. Detlef likes the schnitzel.
Oh man. Are there any Detlefs in the chat?
I'm sure there are. Detlef Schrempf, he normally watches. Detlef D. Zost. A lot of Detlefs in the chat.
What about Detlef D. Schnitzel?
Nah, he's not watching.
No.
Congratulations to the winners, Gawain Jones and
Marcus Ragger's going to feel a bit
Wesley. So Marcus Ragger, after starting with 4 out of 4,
Yeah.
won't be too happy. But he lost the direct encounter against Gawain after bungling some easy tactics. I remember that game, some c6, knight c5 trick. So he's gonna be looking back to that and won't be happy. Yeah, Wayne Jones shows that if you stick with it, you can improve a lot in chess. He's been getting stronger and stronger over the years, his rating growing, very sharp openings. Congratulations, this is a fantastic result. Come on, Wei Yi. We do enjoy your comedy stylings, but it's late. Why didn't you repeat moves when the repetition was there?
He didn't repeat because he's an ambitious young man, a bit like Detlef.
Detlef Desost. Do you watch the highlights of German?
Detlef divorced?
Detlef Desost. He's a famous German. I don't know what he's doing. Dance instructor.
Is he?
Yeah, we have great television.
You know all
German.
the. You
Schlag
know.
den Star. Detlef Desost versus
Dancing mit dem Stars.
Oh no! Last night I watched Ich bin ein Star, holt mich hier raus. Jungle Camp.
Oh yeah, is that
Mark Terenzi won.
Wow.
Are you familiar with Mark Terenzi?
No, I've got no idea. Who that
He's
is.
from the boy group Natural. Then he was married to German starlet Sarah Connor. German
Oh, I
pop
know
singer
Sarah
Connor.
Connor. I've met her.
They
True
had a
story.
reality show called Sarah and Mark
I know
in Love.
Sarah.
Then they had the second season. Sarah and Mark still in love. They
Blonde-
broke up during the second season.
Blonde woman from Berlin.
She's blonde. She's not from Berlin.
Oh,
so
she lives
close
in
enough.
Berlin. No.
Maybe.
Yeah, I met her at a barbecue. True story.
Wow,
Last
that's
year.
very impressive. You're so connected. Sarah
Wow.
Connor hanging out with the rich and famous.
I was hanging out with her, and she has a cousin who.
Connie Connor.
No,
that's not her name.
no, it's not. She has a blonde. I've got some pictures.
I'm sure.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I can't wait. Anyway, Mark Terenzi, he broke up with Sarah Connor. Things haven't been going so well since. He had to file for bankruptcy, and he's currently in a stripper group. So he's touring the country as a stripper. But now he won the Jungle Camp, and that normally will change your fortunes. He has a very endearing way to mix German with English. It's a corner I think you could occupy as well. It's very cute. He's very popular.
Not my kind of Ecker, I don't think.
Maybe not. I could think of you as participating in one of these jungle camps. They do all these tests where you have to eat like disgusting things, but apart from that, I think
I
would
know.
be
I've,
your
se-
thing.
I've seen it. I've seen the English version.
Yeah.
I'm a
Fantastic
it's,
show.
it's called I'm a Celebrity. Get me out of here.
In German it's Ich bin ein Star, holt mich hier raus.
It's the same
Literally,
translation.
exactly the same thing. They also film at the same
Oh my
place, the same camera team. It's just different.
Question: do you think Ju and June will survive the rook, knight, and bishop attack on her king?
Let's see. King G4, H3, King H4,
Knight F3.
Knight F3 checkmate. So you don't survive that.
Okay.
Now after King F4 instead,
it
because I'm a tactical wizard, I would probably go Rook F6, Knight F6, and Knight takes H7 check, G5, Bishop G5, King E4, Knight takes F6
You probably
checkmate.
would.
But that's just me. Like
Most people.
Mickey, he has a bit more of a primitive mind,
Knight F7 check.
so he would probably go something like Knight F3, King E4, Knight D2 checkmate,
Something like that.
something like that. Yeah.
Mickey to move to 5.5 out of 6. Is he going to win it this year?
Nah, he's in it to wing it. Wei Yi is apparently drawing. Why is he drawing?
Queen D5?
Wei,
Queen D5.
do you enjoy your whey protein?
93.
Whoa.
Game over. Ole Matt, hi GM Jen. I just met a German girl at a birthday party last night. What do German girls like?
Was it really your birthday, Zero Limit? You've been known to sort of be in a post-truth state a lot of the time. So, was it really your birthday party? Was it last night? If it was, happy birthday to Zero Limit. I believe, and this might be naive on my part, that not all of the, how many other? 48 million German women are alike. So it's hard to talk in stereotypes.
True
Like,
that.
I'm German, and other Germans are different than me, for example. Even though I don't identify as a woman currently. So, I don't know. What do you want to hear?
I could go into detail. Send me a PM and I'll respond.
There you go. Lawrence is the women whisperer.
I charge
Zero Lamont said
per word
it really
of
was.
advice.
Wow, you charge per word?
Yeah. A bit like, translators, they charge per word.
Mm-hmm.
I charge per word.
But you're better at describing women from different places. So what are German women like? Are they as liberal as British women?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just going to make noises.
Yeah, I can't get you in trouble.
No.
That's a pity. Is Fabiano going to draw?
Mm-mm. Fabiano is not going to draw. Maxime Vacher Legrand.
Which one? Which one? Ah,
Legrand.
Maxi Boy. I call this one Maxi Boy and the other Maxime, just to tell them apart.
Maxime or other Maxi Boy?
No, this is Maxime. The other's Maxi Boy.
Okay, this still feels like a draw.
Maxime's going to make a mistake.
Is he? It's quite difficult to make a mistake, no?
I was going to say he's going to make a draw. Did I say make a mistake? He's going to make a draw.
Yeah, yeah. King here. And if you check me, I can just come back. And then I'll take this guy. I think it's a draw. Another very frustrating round for Hikaru because...
And see, I told you Mickey was going to go knight f3. And not like rook f6 check like a normal person.
Right.
I'm kidding.
Bishop g5, king e4, rook e5, mate.
No, you'd go knight d2, mate. It's prettier. Or maybe make a quiet move like c4.
You could do that.
bc. You should recapture.
Yeah.
Now, let's not make a mockery of this. Mickey
No,
is playing a great tournament so far. Defeated Zhu in June. Great news for me, because that means my number 2 spot in the women's world rankings safe for now.
Olela Matt says, I'll just go old school on her.
Old school?
Yeah.
Like in the movie Old School?
Right.
Probably. German girls like boys who wear lederhosen. Yeah, that's helpful advice. And very true.
Jan likes boys who wears lederhosen.
No question about it.
Excuse me. David Anton, let's quickly check in with him. Oh my god, he's going to win.
Nino boy.
5.5 out of 6 for the Nino, huh?
Nino is not a bad player. White against Mickey tomorrow.
Queen d6, correct. White against Mickey tomorrow, draw. Win the tournament.
Save the cheerleader, save the world, is what I always say. The white pawns are more Blokoville than the black pawns.
Blokovic.
Aaron Blokovic.
Yeah.
There you go.
Playing exceptional chess, El Nino Anton.
Oh, let's drag out all our German cliches about the efficiency. I'll do some more efficient commentary. I should just efficiently end the freaking show. Go home. But nah, we'll stick around. We enjoy this.
Do we? Were you? Wow. Okay.
This does not look great. The EBDB.
The Scooby Dooby.
No, it's the EBDB.
What?
Have you heard of the EBDB?
I've heard of the...
I'm sure we talked about it the other day.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
It's the Eskimo Brother database.
Right.
Do you know what an Eskimo Brother is?
No.
I do.
What is it?
Can I talk about it? Yeah, who cares? According to my source, a sitcom called The League, Eskimo brothers are 2 men who have had intercourse with the same woman.
Oh!
There's
we call
apparently
it
a
another-
network of Eskimo brothers all over the world. They help each other.
Really?
Yeah. They have a database, the EBDB.
Who are you Eskimo brothers with?
I don't know, I don't think I'm in the base.
No?
No.
Can we check and screen capture it?
No, I think we should check for you, because I think you have probably an army of Eskimo brothers out there.
Well, sure I do.
Do you know all of them?
I know one of them.
Okay.
I had to kick him out in the morning.
See?
It's a joke.
I'm not sure you understood
It's a
the concept.
joke.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what? No, I haven't understood.
I'm sure you understood.
Did I?
Yeah. Anyway, where ye will.
Did they eat a lot of schnitzel, the Eskimo brothers? Or?
No. That's, maybe it didn't understand. Where ye will lose.
Where ye will lose this. Rook e3, queen d4. Or queen d6, threatening mate.
Queen g4.
One last throw, the dizzles. And now all you have to see is the very cute g5. The queen is still winning, but maybe...
The drama continues.
Yeah, there's a bunch of checks, and then round the back check, and might lose.
Back-checking or fact-checking. Neither of these things.
Yeah. Yeah, but why would you do this?
I have no idea how we even got here. Oh, this picks up the horse. So after
He's
queen
gonna
g4,
go
what you were
G5.
going to say is g5,
FG,
fg, king g7.
Beautiful.
Maxime Vachier safeguarding the king.
But hold on, queen f4?
Yes, d1.
Oh no, queen d7 at the end. That's important.
That's very important.
That's very important. Lawrence, your fellow countryman Michael Adams is doing very well in Gibraltar. Is he going to be the highest rating he's ever had after today?
I don't know, nah.
Of course he is.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
I'll bet you a coffee.
I don't want your coffee.
I'll bet you a schnitzel. You don't want my schnitzel either?
Wow, he's very high.
Sorry, was I right?
You were right.
I am.
2761, Mickey. Just when you thought he was out, they drag him back
They
in.
pull him back in, buddy. Michael Adams, class is permanent.
We had this discussion with Mickey that I believe in 10 years he's still going to be British #1.
Let me think, 10 years. What will that make him? 55? Yeah.
Would be a long tenure.
Be very long, wouldn't it? Did he ever slip to #2? I think he did. He did. There was a moment in the past few years where he's not been #1. I think Lukey boy overtook him momentarily. So that could be verified. Lawrence, why did Fabian decide to incorporate the Caracan into his repertoire? Well, I don't work with him anymore, and I've never worked with him on the chess, so you better ask him.
But is he going to answer?
No.
Does he answer on Twitter? I have a feeling he might not be very answerish.
Sometimes, but not really.
Do you think Radek's going to go g5? Or g6?
Oh.
But g6 would be weird.
I'm going to answer something this will be the first and only question. In this position here, very interesting.
That's very interesting.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
right.
Where's Queen D1? Where's Queen D1 at, Jan?
I have no idea and no interest in what you're talking about.
No, sorry. Queen B3 check, Queen D5. There's a very interesting question. If takes, takes, here, here,
And the point is if you go d1 then b5 and that's the business.
D1, I take. I play B5.
Understood.
93,
What?
I go B6. No, 93, B6, knight D5.
Gotcha. But basics?
But B6 is winning.
Do
BA6.
you have a good b6 instinct?
Knight D5, A7, knight C7
It's beautiful.
would
right?
catch. So you raise a very valid point. There is one small issue. Eric
Hansen
the E pawn
winning a crucial tempo.
winning a very crucial tempo.
Hang on, after b5 can you take?
I can take that as well. And this knight protects the f2 square. So rich, chess.
It's so rigged. What do you think is more rigged, chess or the stock market?
The stock market.
Okay. Apparently, the Svitzer has won his game.
Really? Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Let's go there and have a look.
Oh, that's a clever play on words.
Why? Wow.
Kevin Spraggett resigning kind of early here.
Maybe lost on time, yeah?
Let's move 39.
Yeah, he lost on
Because
time.
you're worse, but you don't resign
No,
here,
you
do
don't resign here. No.
You are
If-
worse, however.
If you
because
do resign, it's a bit sick.
maybe it's just showing deep understanding that
Yeah.
sooner or later, because it might just be lost.
It might just be lost, yeah.
Knight d3, f3, and you
Bit
eventually break
premature.
through. Knight b5, knight b4.
I know Kevin likes... doesn't like to waste time, but...
Yeah. Anyway, good win for Peter. Needed it to not lose contact to the top spots. How's Nikita Vityugov doing against Katarina Lachno? Probably drawing.
Yep.
Nathan Steinberg, another fantastically strong player I had not heard of before this
Oh my
tournament,
god,
is
Gelfand.
putting pressure on Boris Gelfand. Legend.
Actually, they're both Israeli. It's quite interesting.
That is very interesting.
He's got to find some tough moves here. Still, White's got chances to
It's
win.
everybody's guess.
What do you think of Boris Gelfand?
I'm not so sure the Svidler thing is a mistake. I think Sprague is very capable of resigning here. I know
Yeah.
that about him, that he doesn't mind resigning early. And he just feels that long term this pawn is going to queen. Well, you don't get any counterplay.
Yeah.
Because you don't touch this. So it might very well be winning. Don't believe your computer in this position. This could take a while. So I do not think it's a mistake. But I could be wrong. Let me ask him. Feels like minutes ago I was just talking to him, but he won a chess game against the Grandmaster in between.
We have been here for nearly 7 hours.
And I would not want to miss a minute of it. Maybe he's still like pretending to analyze or something.
He'll be analysing. Let's look at Nigel's game. That looked...
Nah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
This is affecting the world rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, what a position.
Let's bring up the world rankings again. Because what's more interesting than the jockeying for position? You know what? I'll even make it big. Ooh.
Yeah.
Karkar, but no longer solo.
Were Fabiano to lose his game?
He's going to lose number 2 either way, because if he draws, it costs him enough rating.
Yeah.
But if he were to lose, it would cost him like 8 points. Maybe a bit less. And yeah, Wesley So would be number 2.
Yeah, and getting those points back is not easy in an open tournament, as Fabiano will find out. So
No, because you're playing 25-50s that are happy to draw you all the time. It's tricky. It's tricky.
he really needs to fight for a draw here.
Thing with these opens is, if you start well, then you're doing okay. You picked up some rating and then you play your peers. But if you get stuck somewhere below your expectation and things aren't going well, then it can become very pricey. I've been there.
Can Mickey make top 10 if he has a good finish? He's only 7 points behind Giri.
Wow, Giri lost some rating in Vike.
Look at that.
7 points is a lot to win.
He only needs,
7.
what's he going to play? David Anton tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's already a 4 or 5 pointer if he wins.
You really have no idea how the rating system works, right? How can it be 4 or 5 points if he wins?
David Anton's 2650.
Yeah, okay, that's like 3. I don't know how it works either.
He's only 100 points behind.
Yeah, so it's like 3.5 points if he wins.
It's never 4 if he's 100 points behind.
No, it's a little less. I think. But tweet us. I'm sure somebody else wins. Shouldn't call you out for it if I don't know myself. But it's
That's
clearly
true.
not 4 or 5.
You'll learn.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not 4. When you beat somebody your rating, it's 6. So
No, it's 5.
is it?
Yeah, of course. That's why you have a factor 10.
It's 5?
Yes.
So 100 points isn't 4? 100 points is 3?
Oops, what have I done?
100 points is 3 only?
Yeah, a little more.
3.5.
3.5 man.
Well, I mean, even that.
Anyway, Mickey will break into the top 5. Nah, but top 10 is not impossible.
That'd be nice to see him back. Anish wedged out.
Wedgie. Ding Liren. What's Ding Liren been up to? He hasn't played a lot of chess recently.
No.
People say he's studying up to something.
What do you think about the concept of using live ratings for all the time and not having, like they do in tennis?
Wei Yi resigns.
Wow. You played G5? Sick. Must have played it. Did. Wow.
Nice comeback by
Radek. Nice
Radek
finish. Yeah.
Wojtaszek.
Very nice, Radek. Very nice. Well done.
70 moves. Yeah.
That's 10 moves an hour.
Radek didn't expect to win this game. Somewhere around here.
Definitely didn't expect to
Or
win.
somewhere around here when he was thinking, do I have any drawing chances after Queen E5?
You gotta take it.
Of course he could.
Gotta take it. All right.
Wei Yi, still a great event for
Yeah.
him. And let's briefly bring up Los Finales standings.
Of the what number is it?
I don't know.
How many Vaikanzes have there been again?
Je ne sais pas. And here we are again after some disgusting sneezing by yours truly. Wesley, so congratulations to him winning Vaikanze, a point clear of Magnus Carlsen. Then Adiban, fantastic tournament, picking up rating left and right. Third place, Levan Aronian lost the last round, won't be happy. Where he also lost the last round, great event, but grain of salt in there, losing the last game. Kayakin solid, Elyanov very solid, bungled the finish. Anish Giri, what you gotta say, 11 draws, won a game, lost a game. Hari Krishna, horrible openings, great fighter after that. Andreikin, not a great event, but won the last round, won't be too upset. Radek, same thing. Nepomniachtchi, horrible tournament. Rapport, more shadow than light. Fadveli, won the last round.
Okay.
Yeah, looks much better than 2.5.
Yeah.
Who were your standout performances of the tournament?
Adiban.
The Adi.
That's it, really. And Wei Yi. I mean, Wesley winning is something that is just not unexpected. Magnus finishing either first or second is pretty much the default setting on anything.
Yeah, it's a bit of disappointment for him to finish second.
Even when he plays horribly, he can finish second in an event. Horribly for his standards. Disappointing performances of the event for me are Nepomniachtchi, who played very badly in a lot of games. Anish was disappointing for me. Not converting. Elyanov was also disappointing, I believe. I think he was too up and down.
But he had a great start. It was really just
had
a
a
game
great-
versus Magnus.
Yeah, he had a great start. Luke, his performance wasn't disappointing for me. He just
Just got
struggles.
unlucky.
He just struggles. And Radek, Dmitry, yeah. But Adiban, amazing event. Wei Yi, fantastic event. And obviously Wesley, just brilliant stuff.
Could not agree more. This is the end of the Tata Steel Masters 2017. End of the coverage here on Chess24. Of course, stay tuned for the final article by Colin. Stay tuned for us moving to the middle of the food chain. What else can we tell you? Do you want to have a final look at Gibraltar before
Sure.
we go away? Speaking of go away, Gawain Jones won the Challengers.
Amazing.
Congratulations to him. He's going to play in the Masters next year. Meanwhile, in Gibraltar, your boy is struggling against Nigel Short. Rook b1 is going to threaten this. So you have to go here. And White can either keep the structure or he can try this. I have a feeling Nigel will do this.
Why isn't that winning on the spot?
Kind of this. Still some work, but it feels lost.
Yeah.
In the midterm. Not even in the second term, but in the first term.
David Anton?
David Anton, our friend from Madrid, is crushing Emil Sotowski. Fantastic calculator, Nino Anton. He really improved a great deal.
This is unbelievable.
Student of our friend
D794 is really brilliant, by the way.
Oh yeah, we should put
Allowing
this on
a
the
queen.
board.
I mean, this is just this could be like game of the tournament for all we know. I mean,
And we know all.
David Anton, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to see him in an elite tournament one day.
Nah. Okay. Of course we would. Okay. That
Okay.
is it for us. Thank you guys so much for keeping us company. Yeah, pretty much. That's the only thing. We thank you for spending your time hanging out here, watching the show. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry for the usual technical difficulties, straying away from the topic, like never looking into the camera, never looking at each other, the usual stuff. Thanks to all the help we get from Chess24. People don't see this, but Oliver and Jonas have been camped outside many more hours than us, preparing the show, then setting up the videos afterwards, helping with every single thing. Haven't taken a day off for like 3 weeks. So shout out to them.
Big shout out to them.
That's it.
All right, guys. I'm off to have some of Jan's schnitzel. No, schnitzel with Jan. I always. It's late. We've been doing this 7 hours, you know. Actually, check out our games of the day. We're going to do a little wrap up, right?
Ah, yeah, we might want to.
I'll do that very shortly, and then I will be leaving. So, been a pleasure being here again, guys. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you again for the next super tournament. Well, I say that, but keep an eye on the schedule on Chess24 for the next broadcasting.
Nakamura won.
What?
Thank you, guys. That's it. Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Yeah.